Ses. Heh. Ses. Ses. Evet. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to COP29 and Energy Translation Session organized in coordination with the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources of Turkey. I am Sevda Güner, the President of International Association for Environment and Communication, and I will be shown as the as the moderator for today's energy transition session. First of all, I'd like to express how happy and proud I am that such an important event is being headed in our brother country, Azerbaijan, with whom we consider ourselves one inseparable nation. Indeed, the world today is more fatigued and depleted than ever before. It's evident that nature is no longer able to repair the damage we have caused on its own and is responding with disasters, signaling us to act. Nature is urging us to shift our mindset and behaviors, and I believe its warnings have become increasingly strong and unmistakable recently. COP is the leading platform where individuals who recognize warnings clearly and advocate for urgent collective action and implementation come together. In this session, we'll discuss the key issues at hand alongside our esteemed guests and assess them with you. In a moment, I'll hand the floor over to our distinguished speakers, but before that, I'd like to briefly outline how our session will unfold. So, I'd like to make a brief reminder about timing. This session will be a total of 45 minutes, and the average time to answer the question will be 6 and 7 minutes. I'll pose 2 questions to each of you, and I want to answer these 2 questions in order at the same times. Please. Yes. Now let me announce the names for our distinguished guests. However, I'd like to request them to introduce themselves in detail before they answered the question from at the session. Firstly, Ms. Yasemin Hoşder Öztekin, Turkey Country Managing Director, Hitachi Energy. Welcome to.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind invitation, giving me this opportunity. I am the Country Managing Director for Hitachi Energy in Turkey. As Hitachi Energy, we are working for the sustainable future for all in more than 100 countries, and in Turkey we are like I have, apart from me, 1,000 colleagues working in 4 factories, engineering centers and service centers, also committed to work for the energy transition in Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Mr. Taha Melih Arvaz, CEO, Exist EPİAŞ. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Taha Arvaz. I am the CEO of the Energy Exchange of Istanbul. We are both the Energy Exchange and we're evolving into the mining exchange of Turkey in the near future. And our goal is to help finance the energy transition that we're all here to talk about. Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Irmak Pınar, Sustainability Group Manager, Enerjisa Energy. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me in this panel. Here is Irmak Pınar. I'm leading the Central Sustainability Team for Enerjisa Enerji and all its legal entities. We are the leading electricity distribution, retail, and e-mobility business in Turkey, and our role is to enable societal decarbonization in Turkey as the leading distribution company. Thank you.
Mr. David Managadze, Regional Energy Head of Turkey, Caucasus EBRD.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for invitation. I'm David Managadze, Regional Head for Energy covering Turkey and Caucasus. EBRD is operating in Turkey since 2009, and we invested more than 2.5 billion euros in the energy sector in the country. And in fact, one of the first projects the bank financed was the largest wind power plant, 135 megawatt, largest wind power plant at that time in the country. So we are very keen to support further green transition in the country, and I think this is the topic of our discussion today. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Ümit Çalıkoğlu, Head of Energy Technology, Policy Department and the Turkish Energy Nuclear and Mineral Resources Agency, TENMAG.
Hello. First of all, thank you for your kind invitation. My name is Ümit Çalıkoğlu. I'm working at the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources Department of, it was my previous ministry. Currently, I'm working at the Turkish Energy, Nuclear and Mineral Research Agency, Department of Energy Technology Policies. I'm head of Energy Technology and Policies Department. We have an active role in determining Turkey's energy technology policies, and I have a PhD degree on environmental engineering in in Hacettepe University.
Thank you so much. Ms. Yasemin Hoşder Öztekin, this session starts with you. First question. In the context of recently announced renewable energy 2035 goals, what are the main challenges to connect more renewables to the grid? What is the solution to overcome these challenges? And your second question, apart from renewable energy investments, what are the key priorities of energy sector support Turkey to meet its sustainability and zero carbon goals?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I think as Turkey, we are in a very exciting moment currently. Let me summarize what we are trying to do with some numbers. Currently, the total emissions, like 70% of these emissions are coming from the energy sources. And what we are trying to do is to overcome these emissions by moving towards more renewable energy. We have already done quite a lot in the renewable energy area. We have like 30 gigawatts of renewable capacity in Turkey, and we are with this capacity like fifth in having the fifth place in Europe already. But there is still a lot to do to overcome this 70% emission coming from the sources, and there is also another accelerator going towards the renewables. It's also the fossil related energy sources we are importing, and this is also causing a big portion of our trade deficit. So renewable and green energy transition is a must and is a priority, and it's already been addressed with the recent 2035 roadmap announced from our ministry. So the plan is there. There's lots of things to do, but it's manageable if we can work all together collaboratively. What this means, till 2035, we are aiming to increase our renewable capacity from 30 gigawatts to 120 gigawatts. This means we will be getting these 90 gigawatts renewable from wind and solar, and we also need to make sure that our grid is equipped with the right technology to connect this much renewable. And this has some challenges. First challenge is, of course, to find the finance and the funding to enable these big investments, both on the generation side and also in the grid enablement. In the grid part, we need to make like 28 billion of investments in order to get this renewable connected to our grid. And this investment needs to be made both in the AC network, which is the conventional network that we are used to currently, and also there are new technologies that we need to start using. And this is also in the roadmap of Energy Ministry announced recently, like HVDC technology. HVDC is a technology where we enable the long distance transmission of energy in direct current. This is an efficient carrying of energy. As renewable energy is not produced in the consumption areas, so we need to carry the energy in the generation areas towards the more consumption areas in the geography. So these are the first challenge I want to address is this massive investment and also these new technologies we need to integrate in order to get the renewable up and running in our energy system. Then as a second, we need to work all together with all stakeholders in the ecosystem, and this needs a shift in our mindset. Previously, we used to work more in a supplier, customer, and regulatory framework, and the intentions were more towards cost optimization. Now we need, in order to accelerate this transition, the technology is there. However, it needs to be mobilized with scale and also with speed. So we need to work in different models of engagement, or we need to come together with all the stakeholders, the supply chain, the regulatory bodies, the funding institutions, and work on the priorities all together. And there needs to be a long-term priority alignment, which needs to also go cross borders. We also need interconnections to our neighboring countries. And then the third challenge we need to overcome would be upskilling our resources. So we need to enable our young generation with the new technology that is needed to make this transition possible. And also we need to enable our existing colleagues with the know-how that is needed to work for this transition. Then on the second question on which other areas need to be addressed in order to make this transition happen other than these challenges, I want to again underline three major areas that we find very important to address. First one is energy efficiency, and this is also in the agenda of Energy Ministry. As far as I know, we have colleagues from Energy Ministry from the related departments. We can enable some process changes and also some technologies in order to use our existing assets more efficiently. And there are ways to also lengthen the lifetime of our existing assets as well. So we, as Hitachi Energy, recently announced some circular economy programs where we will be refurbishing existing 20, 30-year-old assets of our customers and make them work for more 20, 30 years more. So This is one of the areas I want to underline to work on. Then, as the second one, I want to underline the resilience. We need to work on the resilience and the flexibility of the grid. So, the grid we will not be able to operate our grid with the technologies or the way we used to operate it. We need more flexibility because the renewable resources are having a volatile nature in terms of generation, and we need to plan and we need to have the digital technologies integrated to manage and operate the grid in the reliable way that is needed. And last but not least, I want to underline that we need to have also eco-friendly equipment and assets in our grids. So we need to plan this transition in order to use less metal, less cabling in the grids. And also there are technologies to minimize and also get rid of SF6 gases, which are also contributing to the carbon emissions. With our portfolio and with products, engineering services and our solutions, we are supporting this transition in many countries, and also we are happy to contribute for the transition in Turkey.
Thank you so much. It's good time. Thank you very much for your detailed response. Mr. Taha Veli Arvas, now would you like to ask your question? How is EPH doing its part to help combat climate change? And second question, you mentioned the mining exchange. What will its role be in helping to meet Turkey's climate goals?
Thank you. I'll combine the two questions. It'll be easier to answer them at the same time. So EPH is the energy exchange of Istanbul. We are the exchange where electricity and natural gas are traded currently in Turkey. We will add now a mining component so that commodities, critical minerals will also be traded at the energy exchange of Istanbul. We'll do that in the next coming months. And we'll also be the emission trading system of Turkey. These are important things that we are implementing as EPH, because this whole conference is about this transition. But there is no transition unless we can finance it. We talk about how we need $6 trillion a year to actually implement this transition, but we're only spending less than 1% of this every year to do so. So this is COP, what, 29? So we've been doing this for 29 years, is that correct? And we're still not even close to the targets that we're looking for. So something has to change. So one of two things will change. Either battery storage technology will change, and investments in battery storage will change, or transmission technologies and investments will change. These two things must change. Otherwise, this is just an excuse for 75,000 people to come visit Azerbaijan, have some Azerbaijani food, and last year Dubai, and next year Brazil, et cetera, et cetera. So how are we going to help do this? Well, the first problem I think we see is in the ETS system and carbon credits in general is we ask people to invest money, offset carbon, wait 10 years, and then give them carbon credits to do so. This is not feasible in the long term. What we need to be doing is giving those carbon credits to these potential investors ahead of time, getting some insurance mechanism to ensure that they will be doing the carbon offset that they promise that they'll be doing, and ultimately following up with that project and making sure they do what they do and allowing them to finance these projects through these steps. Unless you help people finance these projects, it's not going to happen. Energy efficiency is something we talk about. That's great, but no one is going to lower the thermostat in their house and walk around with a sweater in the winter. At least in Turkey, that's not a thing. And in the United States, also not a thing. So how is EPH going to help do this? Well, we are now the first energy exchange where carbon credits will be exchange traded for the first time. Now it's a very, very archaic system where it's essentially a classified ad. You have to find someone ahead of time who wants to buy your carbon credits to sell them to, or through bilateral agreements. It's very cumbersome. But we as EPH will be doing that in the near future. The second thing we're doing as the mining exchange, will help people finance their mining operations. If you don't believe in mining, then you don't believe in the energy transition. It's that simple. If you don't believe in battery storage, which needs mining, or transmission lines, which needs mining, then you are against the environment. You hate the environment. If you say, I don't want any mining, then you want climate change. It's that simple. If you are not aware of this, then we have a larger problem. You are ignorant as to what climate change entails. Unless there's some magic technology that I've never heard about yet, this is what needs to happen. So we need to finance people who have this goal to help find critical minerals and use them in this renewable energy mission. Otherwise, we're back to square one, nothing changes. And that's really it. And as EPİAŞ, our job, our mandate is to help do this. That's why we're here. That's what we'd like to be talking about. And whatever we can do to help further this transition and further the ability for people to finance their goals to bring this energy transition to fruition is what we're doing. I'll leave with one very pressing statistic specifically for mining. The amount of critical minerals mined in the last 10,000 years, 10,000 years, is less than the amount of minerals needed to be mined in the next 15 years to achieve our climate goals, okay? And with the United States about to leave the Paris Agreement in the next couple months here, we're at a very important juncture in our history, in the history of climate change, so we need to work together to help finance these goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tahammeli Arvas. Ms. Irmak Pınar, now your question. How Enerjisa Enerji is contribute to Turkey's energy transition? Second question. Which critical social factors are being considered and implemented in context of broader ESG principles for an effective energy transition?
Thank you very much. So thanks to the recent developments, actually not only recent, but since the beginning of this year, very critical documents, adaptation plans, mitigation plans, mid and long-term strategies have been published by the relevant ministries, and now we have a clear pathway for a successful energy transition. Now, if we start to talk about implementation, technological constraints and financing constraints have been discussed a lot, but my focus will be on the grid infrastructure as well. So basically, due to two dimensions, it's critical and challenging. First of all, grid is old and not designed for that high amount of renewable energy. And distributing energy is a much more complex process than generating renewable energy. So secondly, the grid is exposed to natural and climate disasters. We as Enerjisa Enerji already paid the bill since the last 5 years due to heavy storms, heavy snows, floods and earthquakes, unfortunately. So this is a very key challenge. How we contribute to this challenge as Enerjisa Enerji is, first of all, we have till the end of this year 15 to 70 billion TL investment is planned, and we have 2 years ago introduced our Scope 1 and 2 emission reduction target by 30% by 2030. If I translate this target in other words, it means that we are committed to steadily strive for the lost electricity amount from Turkey electricity grid due to technical theft and losses. This is a very important efficiency parameter. And additionally, another way of achieving this target is we will replace, as also Yasemin Hanım very well explained, the highlights required for grid. We will replace the existing grid with the environmental friendly equipments, because SF6 gases have exponentially higher global warming potential, and currently we are facing technological constraints on that, but still we have commitment to solve this problem. And lastly, another way of saying this target is we will reach every piece of the grid, including rural areas in the regions we operate, and we will do it in a greener fleet. So these initiatives are not easy. I'm happy to say that we are successfully on track on these goals, and these are very critical for Turkey as well to achieve its nationally determined contributions communicated in COP27. Another target we introduced this year is Scope 3 related emission intensity reduction target by 40%. And if I translate this target in other words, we will be creating demand for renewable electricity, because in line with demand, we will committing to grow, but we are saying that we will grow but in a greener way, and we are the buyers of the upcoming renewable electricity independent from its price. Now, with the energy transition, supply-demand dynamics are changing, that we know from Adam Smith. So the supply till now for commodities always have been shaped by the scarcity and political, tensions, but now learning curves, technological adoptions will shape the supply and demand, and this will be a disruptive process. Also, overhead lines are riskier, therefore we have transparently ESG targets, and this includes the important steps will be taken on the grid. Additionally, this year we have two critical financings, one from EBRD, $100 billion, and one from TSKB, and we will invest this money to grid, but not only grid, also the social aspects will be also considered. If I come to your second question, the humanization part of this transition, green transition, is very important. First of all, we all know that electrification, energy transition, green transition is not gender neutral, unfortunately. So gender inequality is very important, because Green Jobs reports in 2024 also show that jobs will grow, and if we don't empower women equally, this transition will be man-dominated and will not be sustainable. So how we contribute to these perspectives of actually transition? First of all, we are one of the 12 companies in Turkey being included in the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index. Why we have been included? Because we have transparent targets and progress for empowering women. We have targets for increasing the women ratio in STEM roles, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We are calling women who had career breaks in their lifetime. We have many initiatives like Shinergy, for example. We are attracting the students in electronical fields, and we are attracting because gender equality is a global problem, a challenge in Turkey, and believe me, a challenge in electricity sector. So there are different layers and quite complicated. And if we come to the green skills, we know that required skills are not in place now. And the job market will also change and transform. We have just initiated a green skills project with EBRD in United Nations, first of all, to define what green jobs are, what are the required skills for that green skills, and how we can close these gaps, empowering women equally, because green transition is good, green economy is good, but inclusive transition and inclusive economy is much better. Therefore, that perspective is also need to be considered very carefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Irmak Pınar. Mr. David Manakzadeh, first your question. What might be the prominent areas for foreign investors in the Turkish energy sector? Second question, what are the most important issues in Turkey's energy sector that you expect to improve in order to allocate more resources to the Turkish energy sector going forward?
Thanks a lot for the question, and I think it's just based on what we're discussing, it's inevitable that energy transition to clean energy is something that will support Turkey's long-term competitiveness, and this means the moving to large-scale projects in the energy sector, electrification of industry, investments in transmission and distribution, battery storage, new technology, and new energy vectors like green hydrogen. Turkey has the most ambitious and transformational program across the whole EBRD region, and the government launched the National Energy Plan in line with Turkey's 2053 net zero emission targets, including adding 90 gigawatts of wind and solar capacity by 2035. To meet this target, to translate this number annually translates into more than 7 gigawatts of new renewable capacity, what is just astonishing. To realize such an ambition targets, substantial tens of billions of investments, if not hundreds of billions of investments, are needed in the renewable energy, and mainly coming from private sector, but also investments in the transmission grid, expansion, flexibility, and resilience. Can the country attract this scale of financing, including from foreign investors? Yes, I think Turkey has all prerequisites, but it is important to stay focused. The sheer size of the country, population, and economy means that there are a lot of opportunities. With a sizable width and importantly depth to the market, anchored with a strong and large private sector, entrepreneurial culture, diversified industrial manufacturing base, all help the country to weather macroeconomic turbulences. And in the run-up of the CBAM, Turkish business will need to green up. This means opportunities for private to private, commercial and industrial renewables that are virtually untapped today. We see early interest from some of our clients to enter this space, and we welcome and we are ready to support them. Turkey is also part of the solution for diversification of supply chains, a very hot topic currently, and EU wind manufacturers are well present in the country and can export competitively, and this can expand it to other sectors. For example, in solar, it can be repeated. Again, the investment needs that are mentioned are very ambitious and in gigawatts of wind and solar capacity. And renewable have already sizable share of 50% of the Turkey's 100 gigawatt, more than 100 gigawatt of total installed capacity, but remain extremely fragmented. So there is no large projects. This lack of the scale remains a deterrent for some of major foreign investors, and we are glad to see that some of our clients from our other countries like Total Energies, Masdar and Aqua are coming to Turkey to scale up the market and to increase competition. And we think that this scale will translate into affordable electricity prices crucial for country's competitiveness. The next is important component aspect is that Turkey is a global manufacturing hub with geographically advantageous position close to EU, Central Asia, Caucasus, Gulf countries. Historically, country has been a transit hub for gas, and there is no reason why it shouldn't be a hub for green energy, moving green electrons to where they are needed. The key is increasing strengthening of the domestic grid and building interconnections with neighboring countries in EU. EU demand for clean energy in particular is set to grow under the EU Green Deal and energy security agenda under Repower EU. So now if we move to the next question, what are the most important challenges that we see is there is the declaration is made by the government is very important, and it is important to keep this political ownership and political, let's say, on top of the priority, the energy transition. What we see clearly is happening in Turkey. Very important is to have an enabling regulatory setup, including speed of licensing and permitting, and bankable PPAs for such a that support long-term projects with 15, 20-year tenors, with FX risk protection, and with sovereign backing where needed. Strengthening of the domestic grid and interconnections. This is also important and was mentioned on many occasions here. Turkey can be part of solutions in diversification of supply chains in light of reliance of China. Issues of forced labor, cybersecurity, and uncompetitive practices faced not just Turkey but all EU countries and also EBRD and other development partners. Coal phase out, I think it is just, I would not mention it a lot, but I think in light of the country's net zero commitments and much closer CBAM in 2026, 2027, it is important to also think about what are the steps to phase out of fossil fuels. And a special focus is innovation. There is muscle and mass for Turkey to become a green energy hub with battery storage, EV infrastructure, green hydrogen, green renewables. So yes, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Ümit Çalıkoğlu, could you tell us about Denmark's role in Turkey's energy transition? What are the specific tasks and contributions of Denmark in this transition process? Second question, what are your Denmark future strategic priorities and roadmap for energy transition?
Thank you for giving the floor.
Thank you.
Today's climate science revealed that current commitments and targets are not sufficient to hold global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. That's why we need more and more efforts for green transition, especially for the energy sector. Last year, CMA decision on global stocktake underlined the significance of low and net zero emission technologies such as renewable energy, nuclear, especially for the hard to abate sector, CCUS, and hydrogen. These are important elements of net zero transition. And this transition process requires additional investments and additionally finance. According to International Energy Agency's projections, the biggest part of these investments belongs to renewable energy. When we look at the numbers, it is increasing from $680 billion to $850 billion by 2030. As Turkey, we have three main challenges in energy sector. These are growing demand, high importance dependency, and we have a net zero emission target. To overcome this situation, our energy sector have including our priorities and our strategies are including renewable energy, energy efficiency, nuclear energy as a transition fuel, natural gas. The fourth one is new technologies such as carbon capture utilization and storage, hydrogen, battery storage system, and as Taha Bey underlined, critical minerals and rare earth elements. These are integrating parts because with critical minerals we can manufacture these critical technologies. And last month our minister announced our new targets for the renewable energy with renewable energy transformation and 2035 roadmap. According to roadmap, we are planning to quadruple our installed capacity from 30 gigawatt to 120 gigawatts. And the significant part of this strategy is about HVDC, high voltage direct current system. With this system, we can integrate more renewable energy to the system. It will gain us as a flexibility for integrating renewable energy, and it will be 15 kilometers long, and it needs $28 billion investments for the HVDC systems. As TENMAC, we have a significant role to determining the Turkey's energy technology policies. And we are focusing especially the net zero and the low carbon energy technologies. And these technologies are generally emerging technologies and they need some supports. And we have support mechanism for research and development and also for the product development. We started to support hydrogen and carbon capture utilization and storage projects. Our coal processes completed and we started to support them. And for the support for the nuclear energy, for SMR and the fusion reactor technologies, processes are going on. After the reviewing processes, we will also support these technologies. Also, we have some institutions are in our agency, in TENMAC. With these our institutions, we are conducting activities for research and development, again, especially for the net zero and the low carbon energy technologies. And these are including clean energy technologies, nuclear technologies, boron, and also for the rare earth elements. For the second question, as I said before, we are focusing on the net zero and the low carbon energy technologies in our agency. And last year, as you know, we published our hydrogen technology strategy and the roadmap. According to roadmap, we have significant targets for hydrogen, and our target for the electrolyzer capacity is 2 gigawatt by 2030, 5 gigawatt for 2035, and ultimately 70 gigawatt by 2053 for our net zero emission targets. And our next step will be the preparing Turkey's hydrogen action plan. It will not focus only the technology, it will focus the all value chain of the hydrogen. It from production to transport, from legislation to market design, and from safety to storage. And moreover, we are planning for other technologies roadmaps, and we prepared our first drafts for carbon capture utilization roadmap and solar energy technology roadmap. Also, we are preparing the wind, rare earth element, and the boron technology roadmaps, and we are planning to preparing roadmaps for critical mineral technologies, nuclear technologies, energy storage, and digitalization in energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ümit Çalıkoğlu. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, the head of the Energy, Efficiency and Environment Department, Mr. Bilal Düzgün and his team, to our esteemed participants and to you, our valuable educand. We listened carefully and attentively. Let us remember, there is no other world, and we are all responsible for making it better. Until we meet again, a brighter and strong future. Thank you so much. If you have question, you ask.
I have a question, Taha Bey. As the CEO of one of the largest entities in Turkey,
Yes.
and under your leadership, there have been lots of innovative initiatives, like the carbon trading platform agreement that you signed with Vera,
Yes.
which I value. the real challenges that you see about carbon trading, carbon credit trading in our country? And we don't say bureaucratic or any other. And the real challenges that you can.
We have no bureaucracy in Turkey, so that's not a problem. No bureaucratic hurdles, so that's an easy question to answer. No, obviously we have a lot of hurdles. We're behind the times in catching up with the carbon trading environment. Carbon trading in general is not very efficient. I was in a panel yesterday, and they talked about how much there is to be done in the carbon trading world. It's so far from helping to finance carbon offsetting. In Turkey specifically, we have many hurdles. The regulatory environment is very slow. It'll take probably 3-4 years for us to get any regulation regarding carbon trading or the regulation of the carbon trading, I should say. But that's okay. We'll proceed without the regulation. When it catches up, great. But we're not waiting for that. As far as transparency and liquidity in carbon markets, it really does not exist. This is something that needs to be done quickly. We hope to do our part, but we can't do it alone. When we have valuable partners such as Enerjisa and your conglomerate that will help to join in offsetting their carbon emissions through the purchase of our guarantee of origin or through any other type of credits, that will help, obviously. Input from you and industry leaders about how we can better help offset our carbon emissions as a country would be critical for us to do these steps.
Thank you very much. This is Professor Uyar from Istanbul Beykent University. I have a question for EBRD friend. Now we know that EBRD is supporting Green Cities program in Izmir and other cities, Gaziantep and others. But my question is this. We are all talking about an energy transition. So to make an energy transition, to understand the problem, we need to model the cities. We need to understand what's happening today as a reference system. And then with the scenarios, we need to go further to European Green Deal, European Union missions, because the cities are required to do this. We need to make a model simulation and to understand the effect of greenhouse gas emission reductions in the economies of those cities or the countries, whatever. So we are expecting EBRD as a part of European transition movement to support such projects also. Otherwise, it is SECAP, something everybody is copying and pasting. I prepared my SECAP, Sustainable Energy Program, and nothing happens. So that's what we have financing from EBRD. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks a lot. Maybe I'm not the right person to answer this question, but I still will try. As far as I'm aware, in the Green Cities Action Plan for each city, the bank is striving to push to development of what is called the digital twins for each city. And these digital twins obviously reflects what you just said, the specifics of each city. And this is a very important step in order to do what you just said, in order to develop the plan that is aligned with each specifics and takes into account particularities of each city. And these things are not, how to say, not cheap. It's quite expensive, but as you mentioned, it's worth investing this amount of money, and the bank is supporting these initiatives in all of our regions. Hope I answer your question.
Hello, thank you for all your informative speeches. I'd like to ask about Turkey's renewables potential, because we have some representatives from renewables companies. It was recently announced that Turkey's renewable capacity will be quadrupled, but you also mentioned the importance of the flexibility of the grid. And Turkey's baseload, the forms of baseload energy that are being offered right now are being criticized in terms of the lack of flexibility they might offer. And there has been some mention from experts about the development of storage technologies by the time these facilities will be built, or combining hydro with solar panels that might serve as baseload power as well. So I'd like to hear the opinions of renewable companies about these plans, basically. Thank you. Anyone who'd like to comment? Yeah, I mean, Hitachi or Energisa. I mean, like companies with renewables investments, if that's the more appropriate way of, yeah.
So just to set the stage, the renewable is a must for this green transition, as mentioned. Like 70% of the emissions coming from the energy sources, we need to really move towards green energy. And the recent roadmap announced for 2035 really addresses this in a very ambitious way. As you said, we are 30 gigawatts in renewable. We are aiming for 120 gigawatts. But this cannot only be made by just putting the renewable power plants in wind and solar. We need to make the grid to get these connections, and for this we need to invest in storage. We need to invest in power quality technologies that are needed for voltage regulation. So these are technologies that has not been used widely in our transmission and distribution grid, but altogether as the technology providers and also investors and distribution companies, we know the technologies, and Turkey, I think, has the advantage to learn and to benchmark the mistakes that have been made in the other energy markets. Yesterday, I also mentioned in the Western world there are 3,000 gigawatts of renewable energy already installed, waiting to be connected to the grid. Currently, we don't have this problem, and if we can plan accordingly the investments, not only on the generation, but as well in the grid, to make the grid enable flexible, digital, and also incorporate these right storage technologies that are also used to overcome inertia, because we will be getting out of our generators from the grid, putting more renewable, there will be some more problems. But all of these technologies are available, and as I said, as technology providers, financiers, and the investors, we are ready to execute.
Maybe a couple of notes, but with a disclaimer that today I'm not representing the Energisa generation company, so I'm here on behalf of Energisa Enerji, which is the distribution, retail and e-mobility business. But just a couple of notes, addition to Yasemin Hanım. In electrification, we are not in a bad position. United Nations every year publishes a report how countries are progressing towards the Sustainable Development Goals. We are in track in 2 Sustainable Development Goals, and one is infrastructure. It doesn't directly describe the electricity infrastructure, but people who have access to internet and so on. So in the context of electrification, okay, grid has challenges and many things to be done, but we are not in a bad situation. And with the latest figures, more than 100 billion TL investments in the roadmap for 2035 also has a very specific focus on the grid. So I also agree and see it as a doable thing. Thank you.
As a financier, it's a not renewable energy company, but as a financier and as a bank, we see what was mentioned here previously, that the investments in the transmission network are important in the interconnections. Regional interconnections with neighboring countries, but also interconnections within Turkey. Turkey is a huge country, and not all regions are properly connected, and not always the place where there is a demand not necessarily has the capacity required to satisfy this demand. So regional interconnections are important, and the ability to increase the grid flexibility, it's important to stress that there is no other way to meet these ambitious targets.
Hello, welcome all. Now that it's 10:45, let's start. But I have an announcement to make. Just after this panel, we'll have Fatih Birol joining us for closing remarks for another 10 minutes. So stay tuned. On behalf of TÜSİAD and TÜSİAD's board, I would like to welcome you all to this panel titled Accelerating Clean Energy Transition. And I'm seeing lots of friends, lots of friendly faces here. Welcome all again, once again. I would like to start by thanking to Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for giving us this opportunity of organizing this panel here in the Turkish pavilion. And I have very distinguished guests, which I am sure that you know all of them from their lots of successes in their careers, in their participations, not only to the business life, but also to the social life of Turkey. I would like to start asking, I'm not going to make general comments about how important it is. Let me jump into the questions and ask the first question to Giles, the CEO of Wind Europe, about the bottlenecks of green transition and how Giles would like to, how does Giles see the connections during this transition between Europe and Turkey, particularly in some specific segments like supply chains in the wind industry or rare earths as well.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to see you all Brunei'den, as you would say, in Turkey. Now, the bottlenecks to the energy transition. One of them is permitting. Public authorities are too slow and bureaucratic when it comes to giving permits to build new kit. Kit for producing energy, kit for transmitting and distributing energy, kit for storage, kit for manufacturing all of the equipment that we need. The second bottleneck is grids. We are not building enough new electricity grids in particular to transport all of the clean electricity that we are producing. In Turkey, you now have 13 gigawatts of wind energy. You will have 26 gigawatts by 2030. It's producing 11% of all of the electricity you consume today. It's very good that the government now in the new renewable energy strategy for 2035 not only has a very ambitious target. They want 120 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2035, of which 40% will be wind, but they also recognize they've got to invest big time to strengthen electricity grids in Turkey.
Thank you very much, Giles. One question, Giles, particularly about this. How do you compare the wind development versus the solar development, and how come? Which ones do you think we can bet on for the future for Turkey?
You need both. Every country needs both. Some countries will have better natural wind than sun and vice versa. Even those countries should do both because they are very complementary. Yes? The sun produces a lot of energy in the middle of the day, the wind at other times of the day. The sun in the summer, the wind in other seasons. But the wind is always blowing somewhere. It's 20% of Europe's electricity supply on average, and it never goes below 5%, and some days it's up to 35%. Solar is 10% of Europe's electricity production. Both are rising, but you need to have both. And when you're building out renewables, you need to be careful to have a balanced expansion of wind and solar. You shouldn't build one more quickly than the other. If you do, you distort the profile of electricity production in your country. You distort electricity markets. There are some countries in Europe that have been building much more solar than wind in the last few years. And that has created a problem with too much electricity at certain times of the day and not enough at others, and we have negative prices, which are unhelpful.
One last question about the supply chains, not the energy part this time. What can Turkey do to be a production base for Europe in the supply chain for windmills? And by the way, how can we increase that?
Turkey already is a production base for windmills. You have 150 main companies producing components for wind energy and 350 further sub-suppliers to them. There's a particularly strong industrial base in Izmir. 80% of all of the wind turbine equipment that you manufacture in Turkey is exported to Europe. And that's great. We are very hungry for all of that equipment because we are building more and more wind farms in the rest of Europe, and we need the equipment that you're producing in Turkey. What can you do to expand your supply chain? You need a very proactive industrial policy with incentives for people to build new factories, active government support, using government funds, state aid, public development, financial institutions. The key thing is to minimize the cost of financing those new investments. And the best way to stimulate new factory investments is to say to the supply chain, look, we are going to be building so many megawatts of new wind farms every year for the next 10, 15 years. We will auction under the YEKA, your famous auction system for wind, so many megawatts every year, and that gives clarity and visibility to the manufacturers. Aha, there is going to be a big and stable market in Turkey. Therefore, we will build lots of factories because we know we're going to be able to sell the turbines that we produce in them.
Thank you very much. Now that we are talking about factories, let's talk about, let's give the word to a factory CEO. Erciyes Group's CEO, Mr. Emre Erciyes, you are active in industry, also in energy, and also in trade. So from your perspective, what should be done, and what is your vision on this green transition of Turkish industry, and particularly your businesses?
Thank you. Just like Gil said, we need to produce as much and as fast as possible this green transition products, but we have one constraint to do that. That is greenifying the raw material production. That is steel production, petrochemicals production. These all we are thinking about right now, greenifying them, which increases the prices of the steel itself, as well as this actually brings thinking towards the investors. Second thought about making these investments because they are increasing the prices of these renewable energy power plants as well as these transportation of the goods. So my suggestion would be actually to pause thinking of the greenifying of this raw material production, steel, petrochemicals and everything, and very fastly and very efficiently, immediately increase the production of these all wind power plants and these transportation, new generation transportation goods, so that we achieve we achieve our goals, and then therefore we can think about greenifying our raw material production. Just give you on some numbers. The biggest carbon emitting sector in the world after energy and heating is transportation with 15%. We immediately need to greenify and modernize our transportation system and give some new regulations to that. For example, France did a very good job on that by banning the domestic flights. We immediately need to go back to the railway system, increase the transportation in the railway industry as well as in the micro-mobility systems. Electric vehicles, batteries, we immediately need to increase our production cheaply and fastly in this sector to lower the emissions in the transportation sector, and then we can continue discussing about greenifying the rest of the production, manufacturing systems. And there is one more thing that I need to tell, is that we cannot do this alone by ourselves. As being part of the global south, we have an investment needing to catch our goals. Right now, well, in 2009 it was $100 billion, and today is $1 trillion investment needed to actually catch our goals. So every day we are postponing and not making our what's supposed to be. We are actually increasing our investment goals. And the northern investors and policymakers are actually pushing their companies and corporations for profitability, and which makes them actually U-turn and backpedaling on their ambitious goals. For example, we see lots of US, UK, European companies backpedaling on their ambitious goals, but they are forcing their companies on profitability. However, they are forcing the global south companies and countries actually to obey the regulations. That we cannot do as well. We have to act as one, as a world. One more thing that I need to tell is that the military emissions, we need to focus on that as well. Just to give you an idea how much of military operations are actually emitting carbon, is that the first 60 days of the Gaza war is emitted equivalent carbon to 75 coal-powered power plant yearly emission. And is not finishing there, but the rebuilding of Gaza, it's forecasted today, is rebuilding Gaza will be emitting carbon is equivalent to 130 countries yearly emission. So actually, there we can say that these military operations we need to slow down as well. So I can maybe finalize my speech by with a very famous thing, saying we should be focusing on making love rather than making war.
Thank you very much. One thing, given the RGS Group's vast area of expertise and focuses, and as you say that greenifying mobility, greenifying railroads, etc., what is in your agenda the most exciting thing nowadays? I mean, in your business, in your investments, in your plans, what excites you most?
Well, there is an ambitious target on each and every country right now on investing on the rail business, both on the transportation of the goods and the transportation of the people. For example, let me give you an update. Turkey declared very recently to increase its rail transportation ratio from 5% to 23% by 2053. It's not only Turkey is planning to do this, but all around the world we see more and more countries are actually switching back to rail business from air trafficking and normal road trafficking. So we believe that we did a good investment over there by entering into this field, and it's the rail business. It's the most energy efficient ways of transportation. So and Turkey has a very great role in that, connecting Asia, Europe and Africa, 3 continents. We have a natural logistics hub. We are a natural logistics hub that gives Turkey the biggest advantage in this field.
Thank you very much. Now that we talk about wind and solar and making them in parallel to each other, then we turned to the industry and we said that the industry itself, particularly the railways and the mobility and greenifying the railways, is on top of the agenda for RGS Group. Now let's shift to another indispensable pillar of decarbonization, This is digitalization. And there, let me ask it to the expert and to a dear friend, to Elif Hanım.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity, and hopefully it will add insights more to where Gilles has stopped the conversation. So on top of that, I think it will complement it. May I use that one, please? So, as Jill has started to explain, we are now in the era of electricity, right? And all the studies and all the investments show that the backbone of this transformation will be on wind and solar. So there's no doubt on that. It's both economically feasible and it's the right path to go. So it's there. And on the demand side, this is the situation. And on the, let's also look at the, on the supply side, it's wind and solar. But on the demand side, things are also changing. There is electrification. And the nature of the demand is also changing. Now, with electric vehicles coming along, we have now peaks and lows that we are experiencing. And so it's not only going towards new sources of supply and demand, it's also the characteristics that are changing, both on the supply side and the demand side. Now, on the supply side, we have more intermittency, right? Because of the amount of wind and solar generation. And let me provide you some numbers on that. So by 2050, our energy supply will be like 80% from renewables, and the 60% will be from intermittent sources. So think of the difficulty in managing such a power grid. Another point is that on the supply side, it will not be only intermittency, also the size of the power plants are getting smaller. And again, I would like to share with you statistics on that. In 2012, the median power plant size in Europe was 800 megawatts, okay? And by 2020, it has dropped to something like 550 megawatts, okay? And do you have any guesses of what the size will be by 2050? Any guess? So what will be the median power plant size as we move to 2050? 10 megawatts. It's actually 32 megawatts. This is the estimation. So the characteristics of the grid is changing. And in addition to that, we will need flexibility sources, meaning battery storage is going to be the leading one, other than in addition to other energy sources. And now what I'm trying to come is that the future grid, and Gilles very well said that we need to invest more in the grids. That's a requirement. But you know, the way we manage the grid and the number of components in the grid is going to change. I would like to share with you another statistics here. And this has been quoted by World Economic Forum, and the study has been done by Schneider, that by 2025, we will have additional 36 million of new installations, including, let's say, battery storage, including solar power plants or EVs. And by 2030, this number will increase to 90 million a year. So now let's think about that grid, decentralized, dependent on weather, with many more number of installations on the grid. Can you imagine how we will be able to manage that grid? So do you have any idea? So it's we cannot do that with our current digitalization schemes that we're applying. Indeed, what we will need is a real-time operation where you are constantly forecasting the future. So what will be the supply, what will be the demand, because both power and data will be running bidirectionally. It is not like today moving from big installed capacities to supply points, but it will be a bidirectional flow of both power and data. So we need AI. That's where I'm trying to come. So we need the capabilities of AI so that we can manage the complexity of grids. So we need to predict, we need to model, we need autonomous working of the grid at the end of the day. So this is where I'm trying to come. Any comments? I don't know, but I have a few more comments to make, if that's allowed. Okay, because I want to be cautious of the time. Okay, so my primary takeaway from this is that digitalization, it has many aspects in energy efficiency, in maintenance, and you name it, in several parts of energy system and energy management. But what I'm trying to say is that it is not something complementary. It is something necessary for this transition to happen, and we need to transition or we need to be successful in energy transition so that we can reach net zero. That was my first takeaway. The second one is that whatever brings or whatever digitalization gives us, we can also install grids that are operating on its own in far areas, and this can also help for supplying electricity to many people that don't have electricity supply currently. So in Africa, for example, 40% of the population cannot reach power. So again, with help of renewable energy, with help of microgrids and digitalization to make it happen, again, we will need AI and other tools of digitalization. So energy access or equitable energy access will be possible. And Cevdet Bey, if you allow, I have one more comment to finish. So I have been, while talking about digitalization in energy, I was stating that the future energy company will actually be a technology company. Therefore, the companies should prepare themselves to be a technology company. And I don't know if you could follow, but I think it was last week that ADNOC of Abu Dhabi has announced huge investments in AI. They have an initiative called Energy AI. So it looks like it will be an internal investments, but it looks like it also will be serving the whole energy sector, and that they say that they are becoming the AI powerhouse of the energy sector. So and using cutting-edge AI technology. So so my last message would be to all the power and utilities companies that they should start. We shouldn't be expecting everything from the governments. You see, we have such a saying in Turkey. So what we can do is that we can start thinking about embedding AI, making research and development on AI, so that we understand the importance of it. So thank you very much.
Elif Hanım, thank you very much. One question about the AI. I understand that AI is for the security of the power distribution. And from your comments, it's also very impressive that the power plant sizes are getting smaller.
Yes.
And getting much more dispersed all around the countries. So in that transformation, how does the battery kicks in? I mean, where is that energy storage is? Because I'm going to ask the same question, Giles, to you as well. How is that balancing? While I understand that it's an efficiency issue, there is also a balancing issue as well.
Yes, indeed. Maybe Before coming to the battery storage, I would like to say that AI should be there for not for security. When you say security, you could understand as cyber security, but that's not the case. Cyber security is required, but it's required for resilience of the power grid, so that all the supply and demand that you cannot predict, so that you can manually do something. It will be an autonomous system doing all that prediction and bringing resilience to the power grids. But coming to battery storage, again, this is an indispensable part of renewable energy in the future because of the fact that you're dependent on wind and solar, and you will not have wind and solar all the time. And again, I think it was last week in Germany, half of the, there wasn't wind, and half of the wind capacity could not be utilized. And also there wasn't no sunshine, so there was a low and the prices went high. I haven't seen a study saying if we had that much of storage, we could have, overcome this situation. But we need storage for such cases. So we need storage to manage the grid, so a grid level or a utility level storage. But in addition to that, storage will also help every one of us to be an energy player. So what I'm saying is that if you have a house, if you have, let's say, rooftop solar, if you have a battery or EV, and then if you have a small-scale battery at home, then voila, you are now a market player. I'm exaggerating, but there will be aggregators who will, aggregate us all together, and so that we will also be part of balancing of the system. I don't know if that makes sense.
Thank you very much. But before coming to the more broader sense of the justice around the energy transition, let me ask a specific question to Giles, particularly again for the battery.
Okay.
How is that battery tech, how do you see that the battery technologies are developing? Here we see an incredible Chinese impact and Chinese size. How do we balance this, I mean, in terms of technology?
So you need batteries for short-term storage, let's say 5 or 6 hours. You need other types of storage for long duration storage, and that's not batteries. That's hydro pump storage, and you have a lot of good hydro pump storage capacity in Turkey, and it's playing a very important role in helping to balance your electricity system. Hydrogen storage will also play a role in the future in long duration storage. You need both. But storage is not the only answer to how to balance variable electricity supply. You need smart grids, and you've been talking about this, balancing variable supply with more variable demand. And to ensure you have more variable demand, you need active, what we call demand-side management. You need to be incentivizing consumers to consume more electricity when there is more wind and solar and the prices are low, and to be consuming slightly less when we have less renewables and the prices are higher. And there are companies out there now in every country, in Europe and in Turkey, offering services, saying to people, we will send you a text when the power prices are low, you can turn your washing machine on. There are even some companies who will say, give us the control of your fridge, and we will turn your fridge off for a maximum of 3 hours, no more than that. And we'll do it automatically without telling you when we know that electricity prices are high. That will save you money and help to balance the electricity system.
Thank you very much for this eye-opening comment. And now I want to extend the word to a lighthouse of our industry. I mean, he had been a lighthouse to many young industrialists, and I'm counting myself as young, Ahmet Bey. And Ahmet Bey is now chairing UN Global Compactor Turkey. And the question is, let's get from technology to a bigger perspective. Wind, solar panels, sun, those do not care about national borders at all. So, but then there are developing countries and developed countries, and that justice issue. And your comments on that, Ahmet Bey.
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I'm actually very much happy to be this morning with all of you together. I think this is better, huh? It is better. Now is it now okay? No, like this. I cannot talk anymore. Well, okay. I mean, we are talking about the transition. Is it okay now? We are talking about the transition. I mean, your question that you are putting on me is actually my comments or my taking away of the question is the transition, and this is actually just transition because we all are aware of the fact that we have actually facing really a very serious problems of the global warming and the climate change. So transition is very much important, and we are actually talking about the just transition. What does just transition means? Just transition means simultaneously and coherently addressing the three dimensions of the sustainable development, which are environmental, social, and economic, with a focus on the role of the decent work in generating sustainable and inclusive economical growth and development. For the private sector, just transition signifies reshaping both the workforce and the production processes in the transformation process. Well, hoş geldiniz efendim. Well, as we all know, Turkey has a net zero emission target for 2053. We can achieve this target through the maximum integration of the renewable energy sources into our system. Studies show that power generation from renewable energy is the most competitive option in meeting the increasing electricity demand in terms of cost, as well as the most effective way to reduce the carbon emissions. In Turkey, the share of the renewable energy in power generation is constantly increasing. Renewable energy accounted for this year, for 2024, about 63% of the electricity generation in demand in Turkey, and this percentage projected to be reached by 2053 to 90%. Well, the new Suhura report titled Net Zero 2053, the socio-economic impacts of the transition to carbon-free energy in Turkey was recently published. According to this report, the total of 432,000 more jobs will be creating in the 2021 up to 2025 period. Up to 2055 period, under the net zero scenario. However, the report says that special attention should be paid to the next 20 years, because while new job opportunities will be creating in employment in sectors based on the fossil fuel will decrease. So this was actually a contradiction efforts. While we were increasing the employment, on the other side we will be decreasing the fuel fuels in deployment. Considering that there will be a skills gap for the new jobs to be created, it is vital to transform the skills of the workforce during this transition period. Turkey needs strong retraining and vocational transformation programs to help the workforce adapt to new technologies and the sustainable business models. The private sector in this has a central role to play in achieving a just transition. Businesses can help Turkey navigate its energy transition equitably, ensuring that social inclusion and economic resilience are embedded in the climate action efforts. Taking this approach benefits people, but it also benefits businesses by strengthening a company license to operate and mitigating financially material risks. Companies that integrate just transition into their long-term risk management strategies can better manage climate change risk and become more resilient to the negative impacts of the climate change. International regulations such as the European Green Deal mandate the reduction of carbon emissions and transition to the sustainable business models. When companies adapt to just transition processes, they are better prepared for future regulations and minimize their financial, operational, and legal risk. The businesses can facilitate a just transition in Turkey by taking the following in the areas. First, develop a just transition plan. Create a plan that considers social and economic impacts on workers, communities, with measures to mitigate negative effects and ensure fair outcomes for all. 2. Workforce and skills transformation. Prepare for workforce changes in a low-carbon economy by adopting policies such as redeployment, retirement programs, and new job creation. Maintain open communication with employees, include their input, and collaborate with them. 3. Engage in social dialogue and stakeholder collaboration. Engage in social dialogue with the affected communities and participate in three-party discussions: workers, employees, civil society, and the government, to develop policies for worker support, especially for those at risk of displacement. 4. Investment in local communities. Support communities impacted by the transition by contributing the social safety nets and, where possible, reinvesting in renewable energy projects to create jobs and promote community development. 5. Advocate for policy and regulatory support. Support regulatory frameworks that encourage sustainable enterprises, provide incentives, and assist SMEs and vulnerable groups. And 6, last but not least, report on progress. Track and report on just transition efforts, including employment impact, community engagement, and socio-economic benefits to align with the sustainable development goals. The just transition is emerging as a powerful dynamic that will transform the future of industry and employment in Turkey. The capacity of companies to adapt to these processes will determine Turkey's success in transitioning to sustainable future, I would say.
Thank you very much, Ahmet Bey. You have provided a great framework for a just transition. And we have talked on the bottlenecks of energy transition. We have talked about this. We have talked about this transitions. Sorry. Now that we have talked about the bottlenecks of the green transition, later we have touched upon the industrial transition, and there we have touched upon particularly opportunities in railway transition in Turkey. Then with Elif Hanım, we have touched upon the AI and the importance of the AI and the digitalization as an indispensable pillar for that transition. And Ahmet Bey also provided us a very good framework about the just transition itself. Without further ado, now I will give the word to another lighthouse, to Fatih Birol, a global lighthouse for the global energy transition. Thank you very much for honoring us, and we will take you for the global.
İngilizce mi konuşuyorsun, Türkçe mi konuşuyorsun? İngilizce mi? Madam Minister, dear colleagues, a very good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be here in the Turkish pavilion. I am since 5 days here, and I am very happy that I am in Azerbaijan. Leave us at the COP for 2 reasons. Many of you may know that I am traveling a lot around the world, and to go to a visit to a country and speak my own language, Turkish, is very convenient, very good. So I am very happy for that. The second thing is that whoever I talk in Azerbaijan, they all support Galatasaray. It's also very good news. So therefore, I am very happy for that. Now, dear colleagues, I would like to make only one point here, which is, I think, given the global context today, it is more than ever that the Europe and Turkey should work and can work more closely in the energy sector, and there are benefits for both sides, not only one side, for both sides. Let me try to tell you why I think it is important and why I believe that there is a need to look at the or relook at the customs union in this context. Dear colleagues, when we look at the world, we see that clean energy transition is growing fast and faster than many people realize in every sense. And this is not driven by politics. It is the economics and industrial policy. In the entire world, we see that the market size, market value of the clean energies, solar, wind, electrolyzers, electric cars are growing and growing and growing. And our numbers show that in 10 years of time, with very conservative assumptions, the market size of the clean energy economy, market size of the clean energy products, will be equal to the crude oil markets today. Big, big, big growth. In the entire trade or economy, the share of commodities will be smaller, the share of technologies will increase. And Europe has been the champion of climate change since many years, but if you ask me whether Europe was able to catch the clean energy technology race as much as it should, I wouldn't be able to say yes. Unfortunately, today, China is dominating the game big time, followed by United States, and India is coming. So therefore, for Europe's manufacturing sector point of view, it is very important for Europe to be at least to be a champion in the areas that Europe has competitive advantages. What are those? Wind energy, electrolyzers, novel heat pumps, and electricity sector, the transformers, the wires, the systems, they are all going to be very important for the next chapter. And Europe here cannot do it alone. Europe should work with counterpartners, and in my view, Turkey presents a lot of opportunities to European Union and provides a lot of complementary aspects to work together. If it is not the case, I would say that the Europe's leadership in terms of manufacturing could be at risk. Employment in Europe would suffer, and this may well have also social and political consequences. When it comes to Turkey, huge potential. We have huge potential: solar, wind, geothermal, the hydropower. I put the nuclear aside, which I believe is very important for Turkey, but from the renewables side. And here we are making a lot of good efforts, building a lot of renewable capacities, but it is still not 10% of the potential we have. So from that point of view, Turkey, in my view, not only should be interested to installing new solar or wind and others, but should be also a manufacturer, a serious manufacturer of these technologies, especially that of wind, that Turkey has a lot of opportunities to use at home, but to export. In that respect, I would like to again come back to my point. If European Union takes a new map, takes a new route, which I believe Europe will do with the new Commission coming in the next few weeks as a Commission of providing competitiveness for European economy, they should also look at how the energy industry and trade policies are harmonized, and in that context, I believe to have a European Union Turkey economic relations coming closer, and perhaps a second look from both sides to the customs union would be beneficial for everybody. I am a believer of win-win of Europe and Turkey working together, and I think this clean energy manufacturing could be a concrete case to make it happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So we come to a natural end, and thank you very much to all the participants and Fatih Birol for joining. Thank you very much.
but that's fine. I think we hope that he can join us later today. So first I would like to say that my name is Taisia Afanasieva and I work in the International Atomic Energy Agency, and we would like to welcome you at our event, The Role of Nuclear Energy in the Transition to Net Zero. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Turkey for providing us the venue for this event. It's really great that we have a possibility to speak here and to have such an interesting event, and we're great that all you came here. I hope you can hear us well. I know that if needed, there are some headsets available, so if you need some translation or anything, feel free to go and check with technicians. So today we will discuss the pivotal role of nuclear energy in achieving global climate targets and ways to enable nuclear energy projects. And first of all, let me introduce our speakers today. We will start with Mr. Henri Pellier. He also works in the International Atomic Energy Agency. He is head of the Planning and Economic Studies section. In this position, he leads the agency's analytical work on the contribution of nuclear power to climate change mitigation and sustainable development, including, of course, transition to net zero. Before that, Mr. Pellier worked at the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, Alstom Power Company, and the French Alternative Energies and Atomic Energy Commission. I will, for now, maybe not talk about our next speaker. When he arrives, I will introduce him. So the next, I would like to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Ümit Çalıkoglu, Head of Energy and Technology Policies Department at the Turkish Energy, Nuclear and Mineral Research Agency, TENMAC. Dr. Çalıkoglu holds PhD from the Hacettepe University and obtained significant competencies, particularly in the field of climate change and technology policies, through his work at various levels in the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources in Turkey. And Ms. Polina Leon. She is Chief Sustainability Officer at the State Atomic Energy Corporation, Rosatom. She has vast experience advocating for ESG compliance for nuclear sector, as well as for recognition of nuclear energy as a clean energy source. Before joining Rosatom, Ms. Leon worked for energy and machinery sector companies and the Russian development banks. So let us begin. For the introduction, I would just say that recent developments, such developments as the needs for affordable energy security, which is around the world happening for sure, demand for clean electricity and net zero targets all the countries are setting for themselves, as well as new technologies and applications on the horizon, for instance, like data centers, artificial intelligence and our technologies. All these are driving growing interest in nuclear energy globally. The inclusion of nuclear in the first global stocktake last year at COP28 was nothing short of historic. Up-to-date scenarios in the International Energy Agency includes at least doubling of nuclear energy capacity by 2050 in order to reach net zero. So my first question would be to you, Mr. Pellier. What are the IEA's recent projections of global nuclear capacity by 2050? And is there already enough financial resources to unlock that much needed nuclear energy capacity capital to reach the ambitious climate goals?
Thank you, Taisia, and thank you for the opportunity to share some of our findings from the International Atomic Energy Agency. So, indeed, about 2 months ago, we released our annual projections to 2050. This is a publication that we publish every year, but this year's edition is very interesting in many ways. First of all, we have a high case projection and a low case projection. The high case projection is basically what we think could be possibly in place by 2050 if all conditions are met in terms of financing, in terms of supply chain, in terms of favorable policies. And we project up to 950 gigawatts of nuclear installed capacity by 2050. That's basically a scaling of 2.5 compared to today's installed capacity. So we're not quite at the tripling of nuclear capacity that some countries have pledged for, but 2.5 scaling is quite ambitious. In the low case, it's an increase of 40% compared to today. What's also very interesting in our high case projection is that To get to 950 gigawatts of nuclear, we will need to maintain the existing fleet in operation as long as it's safely possible. But we will need, of course, to build a lot of new capacity. We estimate about 640 gigawatts of new nuclear to be connected to the grid globally by 2050. And out of those 640 gigawatts, we see, and this is also something new compared to the previous years, maybe 24%, almost a quarter of the new capacity could be small modular reactors. So small modular reactors are really getting a lot of attention. There's a lot of potential, a lot of different opportunities also. So maybe we'll be able to develop this later in the event. Now, in terms of financing, do we have enough financing? This I cannot respond now. We estimated that to get to our high case target, we would need to bring the annual investment in nuclear, which is about $50 billion a year on average in the last 5 years, up to 125 billion. So that's a lot of money. It's about a tenth of what's needed to triple renewable capacity by 2030. So it's a factor of 10. But we think that nuclear is essential in our future low carbon energy systems to support the integration of these large scale, large shares of variable renewables. And finally, in terms of ways to finance this, governments will need to continue to play an important role, but we see also interesting trends that were analyzed in our recent publication on climate change and nuclear power, and that's the interest of the private sector to finance nuclear developments. We have seen in the last 2 or 3 years utilities issuing green bonds, sustainability bonds, so this is an interesting trend that is also associated with the recognition that nuclear power is seen as a low carbon sustainable technology in many, many jurisdictions.
Thank you, Mr. Pellier. And we have our last speaker already here. We welcome you. And first, I would like to introduce him. It is Dario Liguti, Director of Sustainable Development, Sustainable Energy Division at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE. His work is focused on implementation of the Paris Agreement and facilitation of international cooperation in energy in the region and outside of the region. Before joining UNECE, Mr. Liguti used to work at the Council of Europe Development Bank, in General Electric, and the Italian State Guarantee Agency. Mr. Liguti, I hope it's fine that I will put you right on the spot, because I think after having such a great introduction from Mr. Pellier about the international scene, then we can get a bit zoom in and look at the region level. Nuclear power is an important part of the energy system in the UNECE region. In its publication, UNECE in depth looked into the role of nuclear power as an important source of low carbon electricity. And also the heat, actually, contribution to the reaching carbon neutrality. So, Mr. Liguti, could you share with us your insights on the factors driving interest into nuclear energy across the UNECE regions, especially for the embarking countries?
Sure, thank you, and apologies for being a few minutes late. I admire your Swiss precision in starting this panel on time. So having said that, yes, indeed, I mean, in the UNECE region, there are a large number of countries that have already nuclear energy as part of their energy mix historically since many, many years. But more importantly, we have a new set of countries which are looking into developing nuclear energy. There's been recently, particularly in Central Asian countries, there's been recently a referendum in Kazakhstan, which was a successful referendum about developing nuclear energy in the country. And so Uzbekistan and other countries as well are looking at, but as well in Western Europe. You know, you heard the speech from the Prime Minister of Italy concerning low carbon and nuclear energy, and so on. So there is, and we have seen a change in approach and a change in looking at nuclear energy over the last 2 years, I would say. We at UNEC, we've been working on all energy technologies. And 3 years ago, we published, well, I think it was a fairly important work, which was an analysis of all the different energy sources, different energy technologies on a life cycle basis. And that showed that nuclear energy, starting with construction, everything's sourcing of fuel, transport of that fuel, use of the fuel, of course, for the energy production, disposal in case of what is relevant, etc. So the whole, from cradle to grave, as they say, and the calculations that we came up with was that nuclear energy was one of the lowest carbon intensive energy available out there. This, together with the advantages of nuclear energy, which is obviously not intermittent energy, and therefore, provides provides firm and constant energy, the high capacity utilization of nuclear plants, the fact that you can scale up nuclear energy very, very quickly, so you have very large plants, but as well you have the small modular reactors under development, which are of a smaller scale. And therefore, we arrive at the conclusion that nuclear energy should be part of the overall energy mix. From a technical perspective, from an economic perspective, from a technical perspective, from a diversification perspective, because the most important thing that we need to keep in mind is we are facing climate change. We are walking into a future of uncertainty when it comes to weather, when it comes to the conditions around that we will be facing. So if we project ourselves 20, 30 years down the road, 40 years down the road, the estimates that we have done on the basis of historical data might not be true anymore. When you build a wind farm, you took 2 years of wind data, but tomorrow doesn't mean necessarily that that wind will be blowing at the same intensity, the same direction, etc. Same thing for solar, although there is maybe less uncertainty about solar, but still you don't know what the cloud coverage will be going forward. Hydro, water, big issue. It will be a big issue going forward. So all of these issues render intermittent renewable energies, which are fundamental, don't get me wrong. I mean, they are super important and we need to double up. But their capacity ratios as well, are low, render the necessity of having a diversified portfolio of energies to guarantee energy security and energy affordability, of course. And so that is the reason why we've been working on nuclear energy alongside other low-carbon technologies, and why we continue working on it, particularly putting forward a very important aspect around choices in the energy space. Many choices in the energy space, whether it's investments or policy, they are based on a set of metrics, which one, the most famous metric is the LCOE, the levelized cost of energy. Now, it's a metric that has a number of flaws. It's a very good metric when it comes for an investor who is looking for his a return on capital over the short term. But if you're looking at, as a government, at a framework of 50 to 100 years, the energy transition, if you're looking at a government who is looking not as the single project, but as an overall society, as an overall industrial footprint, as an overall energy footprint that you want to have 50 to 100 years down the road, it's a metric that is flawed, does not include system issues, does not include the necessity to invest in storage or in grid stability on all of these issues. And so that is something we started working with a number of stakeholders, including people from the nuclear energy, because I think they understand this issue, as well as the grid operators, they understand these issues very much, particularly now that we're reaching very high level, in certain countries, very high level of penetration of intermittent renewable energy. And so we start working on this feature to putting forward as well some of the services, or some of the benefits as well that nuclear energy brings to the table. Obviously, on the other side, there is always the issue around safety, around the issues around waste, and the issues around, the cost, as Henri just said, the cost of building and the time that it takes to build those issues. So if the nuclear industry were to focus on the challenges, which is just recalled regarding nuclear, I mean, I'm sure that the benefits will come up in much higher visibility than it is today, and it will be a more balanced, more equitable discussion when looking at the different energy policy choices that countries have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ligutti, and thank you for raising so many important points. Actually, I wanted to sum up, but I can't because there are basically all of them. And I will use one moment to a bit advertise publications on both our sides, the UNSCE side about the role of nuclear technologies, so please go on the website and check, and also our climate change and nuclear power outlook. We also look there in the financing of nuclear power projects in terms of how it can help the climate, like not climate change mitigation, and also the International Atomic Energy Agency projections by 2050. So let's now go to the country level, and since we're in the Turkey pavilion, of course, and we know that Turkey soon is commissioning its first nuclear power plant, Akuyu, which we're all really looking forward to, and also we know that there are discussions about the second nuclear power plant, Sinop. So Dr. Çalıkoglu, I'm sorry if I pronounce it correct. How would you describe the role of nuclear energy in the Turkey's net zero transition, and what are the main benefits? What do you see in this journey, let's say?
Thank you for giving the floor. Nuclear energy has crucial role in Turkey's climate change mitigation efforts and also for the clean energy transition. Turkey, as a developing country, has increasing electricity demand, and our electricity demand increasing year by year. When we look at the last 20 years, our electricity demand almost tripled. That's why we need more and more energy investments, especially for the base loads. When considering the last year's CMA decision on global stocktake regarding the transition away from the fossil fuel resources, when consider this situation in a global level, it's the most significant baseload alternative for these fossil fuels. And renewable energy sources such as wind energy and solar energy are crucial part of net zero transition, but when we'll support them with nuclear capacity, support them with base loads, it will be easier to reach the net zero emission targets. And in parallel to this situation, Turkey's energy strategies consist of 6 elements, and including nuclear energy. First one, nuclear energy efficiency, renewable energy. Fourth one is as a transition fuel, natural gas. Fifth one is new technologies, including carbon capture, utilization and storage, hydrogen battery storage system, and other significant element about critical minerals and rare earth elements. And at the end of 2022, our ministry published Turkey's National Energy Plan. According to this plan, we have significant targets for nuclear energy. This plan models Turkey's both supply side and demand sides. And according to plan, the target is 7.2 gigawatt of nuclear capacity addition by 2035. And according to foresights for the net zero year, which is 2053, nuclear energy's share in total primary energy consumption will be 29.3% in 2053, and installed capacity share estimated as 8.4%. In this regard, Turkey is focusing on both large-scale nuclear energy power plants, also small modular reactors. When the Akkuyu nuclear power plants put into operation, it will be our first nuclear power plant, and it will help to reach our net zero emission targets. Also, it will ensure the security, contribute to ensuring the security of energy supply. And when it will be fully operational, it will cover the 10% of our electricity demand. And commissioning of 5 gigawatt of small modular reactors in next 20 years is in our plans. As Denmark, we have pivotal role to design Turkey's energy technology strategies. And in 2023, we published our Turkey's hydrogen technology strategy and the roadmap, and it will be followed by the other elements of the net zero technologies, and we are planning to publish Turkey's nuclear technology roadmap in next years. And regarding the research and development, Turkey advancing its research and development capability with our institution, and Denmark supporting cutting-edge small modular reactors, fusion technologies. We are supporting them by research and development project support program. And Denmark also plays a strategic role for international collaborations and partnership, especially with the International Atomic Energy Agency, OECD's Nuclear Energy Agency, SESAME, and CERN. This partnership enables knowledge exchange and technical training and helps Turkey remain at the forefront of these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think all we're really waiting for commissioning of the first nuclear power plants and waiting for your further success. And honestly, I didn't know about the plans about SMRs. That's also great to hear that you're looking into new technologies, new upcoming technologies. And I think we're also all waiting for SMRs. So I would go to our next speaker, Ms. Leon. Russia is also a very good example of how nuclear energy is included in the clean energy mix. Now, nuclear energy is about 20% of generation in the country, and by 2045, it's planned to be for 25%. So what I would like to ask you is that what do you consider to be the main challenges of this, of the way to this goal? And what should be done towards low carbon energy transition?
Yes, thank you. That's not an easy question, frankly speaking. You're absolutely right, because nuclear energy now is the largest source of clean energy in Russia, and we are going to upscale it, and that's quite a challenge for Rosatom because of course, we contribute to clean energy mix in Russia, but also we're one of the largest player in nuclear sector in the world, and we're responsible for a huge amount of new power plants, new nuclear power plants, new build, including the Akkuyu nuclear power plant in Turkey. And now, together with Russia, counting Russia, we're constructing new nuclear power plants in 8 countries in the world. So that's quite a huge amount of projects. And it's quite a challenge to manage it with time and budget. So that's, I would say that time and budget is a common and the first challenge of the whole nuclear industry in the world. And our answer to this challenge, our approach is the serial construction. Because of course, when you have a serial producer producing the equipment, you have serial project of technology that's quite helps a lot to keep the smooth project. So that's our answer, and now we provide to our partners the 3+ generation technology for large nuclear power plants, and also striving to perform, to develop the SMR, the small modular reactors project. And this year we have signed the first overseas project in Uzbekistan for SMR, and of course we already operate the first in the world floating nuclear power plant, small floating nuclear power plant in Russia, and also we are constructing the first SMR in Russia. So we strive a lot to go forward with the serial construction, and we suppose that we will succeed. And another very significant challenge in regard of amount of new built nuclear capacities in the world and in Russia, of course, is the human resources. Because we understand that doubling or tripling nuclear capacities and commissioning new power units should engage a lot of people, a lot of experienced people, experienced engineers, high qualified personnel, and that is really quite a challenge, specifically in new countries, newcomers, because that's quite a new and quite a difficult, challenging competence for young people, for young generation to become a nuclear engineer. And in this way, we understand this challenge, and of course, we, as a nuclear company, as a nuclear country, we think a lot about this, and our answer to this challenge is to support human resources training, to develop nuclear-related education. We have 18 universities in Russia with specifics in nuclear physics and all necessary competences, and we are trying to help our partners in different countries to explore these, to engage these resources, these training resources and universities to help educate people, to encourage young generation think about their career in nuclear. And so now I would say that it's about 2,000 of young people from 50 countries to whom we support their nuclear education, and we hope that we would continue and would expand our help, our support, because that is crucial for, of course, for time with commissioning new capacities. I think that Henri had already mentioned this challenge, that's financing. Of course, we understand there's so huge amount of nuclear capacities would need a huge amount of capex investment into this new build, and of course we understand that nuclear project, large nuclear power plant project, it's quite a huge investment project with a long time NPV, and we need to approve the proper IRR, and there are some controversial attitude to nuclear project, historically controversial attitude from different commercial banks and even from the development banks in different countries. But now the situation is changing, and actually that's my fourth COP, and from Glasgow to Baku, I see the very big progress in financial rhetorics toward financing a nuclear project, and I think that all people here are contributing to promote the nuclear projects for green financing. And that's good news is that now nuclear energy is included into green taxonomies of more than 30 countries in the world, and that means that those financial institutes, those commercial banks who are striving, who are focusing their investment portfolio for green purposes, they understand through these green taxonomies that there's a room for investment into nuclear, into green nuclear, clean nuclear, and our best wishes is in regard of challenging with financing nuclear project is that for these new SMRs which are coming and which we are performing, we would have an open financing with green banks and green investments.
Thank you so much, Ms. Leon. Actually, I would like to say a lot of thanks for the whole panel because everything very important from my point of view was really mentioned. We spoke about security of energy and affordability of energy from the other side and what is required by industry to deliver all these goals, that we need financing, we need workforce, we need to look into sustainable financing and to have the stakeholder engagement and public acceptance. That's all really, really great thoughts we're having here and about the projections. So we had the global perspective and the regional perspective, and also we had the country to countries perspective. And I think I would like to a bit somehow sum up the discussion and to ask one question to all of our panelists. So as we know, the Christmas and New Year's Eve, they're already coming, they're really soon. So what would be your one wish about our net zero transition and really hopefully the role of nuclear energy in this way? Let's start maybe with Mr. Ligutti from that side.
To go fast. Very fast.
You were very efficient in saying that.
Exactly, and that's my same desire for nuclear projects, that they need to go fast. They need to be fast. I think time is a critical issue here, and therefore one of the main issues that is hanging on the nuclear is the capacity, and this is a historical track record that needs to be changed, needs to be, the history around that needs to be changed, and we have seen some projects which have been delivered on budget and on time. So it is possible, and I think that needs to be replicated because, as I said, time is of the essence.
Thank you.
I totally agree with what you said, Dario. I have another wish. I mean, we're talking about transition to net zero, and we've mainly focused our discussion because this is what nuclear power has been about. Most of our history is electricity generation. But to get to net zero, decarbonizing electricity will not be enough. We will need to decarbonize other sectors that cannot be electrified easily, hard to abate sectors, transport, like maritime transport and so on. And here nuclear power has attributes which are often not discussed or not discussed enough, and policymakers are not necessarily aware of. Nuclear power plants can generate heat for district heating. Actually, Dario, you live in a country where there's the Besnau nuclear power plant has been providing district heating for more than 3 decades, also in Russia. China now is developing district heating also to replace coal-fired district heating with benefits on air pollution as well as carbon emissions. But also there are possibilities for this new generation of technology, small modular reactors. Some types of small modular reactors can generate high temperature process steam for industry, and we have projects in development in the US, in China, and I think this is a real game changer, I think, for the transition to enable these new types of reactor technologies to provide this low carbon heat, low carbon hydrogen sometimes that the economies will need to go to net zero. So maybe more focus in the next few years on the ability and the demonstration that nuclear power can target those applications.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, quite a challenge, and another challenge for nuclear industry. Actually, I would say this year I took part in 2 conferences in Turkey. The first one was the NPPS, and another one was the Energy for Future Forum. I was very much inspired by our Turkish colleagues from official authorities, from academic community, and even from renewable sector, because all of them were very much open to discuss how nuclear energy could be included into the country green regulation, because of course we understand that nuclear capacity, nuclear power plant provides clean energy for the whole country, for the whole region, but the thing is that to contribute to the climate agenda, nuclear power, nuclear energy should be included into green regulation for green certificates, for NDCs, and so on and so forth. So everyone was so open, was so curious about sharing experience about our southern practice, how we do this, and how Turkey could do the same, or maybe some kind of different approach. But everyone was very open and helpful. So actually my wish is that next year every country in the world would be as much open as Turkey to consider and to think about how to install nuclear into the country green regulatory framework. I think that would be great.
Thank you so much. I think that's a perfect transition for our next speaker.
I wish a new technology, invention of a new cutting-edge technology, including cheap, dispatchable, environmentally friendly, and not emitting GHG emissions and base loads. And I think nuclear energy has a vital role in climate change mitigation efforts. According to last year's CMA decision on global stock takes, underlines the significance of nuclear power plants to reach the net zero emission target. Also, the international declarations also highlighting the role of nuclear energy in net zero transition. Declaration to triple nuclear capacity by 2050. This declaration was joined by a critical amount of countries, and lastly Turkey also joined this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. We have actually more time, so I would be really happy to ask one more question, because I hear a lot about outreach for more open view on nuclear technologies, more educated view, public acceptance and stakeholder engagement. So I would like... Oh, we have a lot of questions. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, then we have some questions. So
I can start.
yeah, please introduce yourself.
Of course. My name is Özgür Gürbüz. I'm a journalist from Turkey Bir Gün Daily newspaper. My question to Mr. Dario. You talk about like nuclear energy, but the one thing I haven't heard in this panel about the price of nuclear energy, which we know in Turkey, the purchase guarantee given to Russian company Rosatom was a fixed price of $12.35 per kilowatt hour. And the price for renewable energy in Turkey, which government tenders, the result of the government tenders says that 2-3 cents for wind and solar energy generation, like 3-4 times more expensive the nuclear is in Turkey. And plus the market clearing price in today's Turkey is 7 cents, around 7 cents. Even we add the battery storage for the wind and solar energy in Turkey, which we get the calculations made by Turkish NGOs, 8 cents it will cost using solar, for example, PV. Still, the nuclear is double the amount. Why do you want Turkish people to pay more their electricity? And my second question is for the Rosatom representative. You know, Mr. Shakarov, the ex-board member of Akkuyu nuclear power plant, was arrested in Moscow for the bribery case. Do you know if it was related to Akkuyu nuclear power plant? Thank you very much.
So let me, first of all, let me clarify that I don't want the Turkish people to pay higher prices. I would, I did not, I can tell you how energy prices are fixed around the world, and the energy price that a consumer pays is very different from the energy prices that are agreed in the PPA, in the long-term purchase power agreements. That's because electricity markets are the sum of many different sources of energy, each one with their own individual pricing mechanism and pricing dynamics. If you look at the prices throughout 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, the wholesale prices of electricity are very volatile, extremely volatile. The consumer prices are less volatile because that's what you pay in monthly installment. You pay one price for that, and then you have different categories as well of prices. So the discussions around the pricing of energy are very complex and very complicated. Just comparing the marginal price of each individual, as I mentioned before in my intervention, comparing the marginal prices of each individual technology, it's wrong from an economic perspective, because you're not taking into consideration system issues, you're not taking into consideration different dynamics in the individual technologies that you are, and all of those are blended in your electricity market to generate what is the ultimate price that a consumer pays. Take Europe, for example. What happened in Europe because of the gas price crisis that we had following the war in Ukraine? The energy prices hiked up immediately because gas prices was the marginal price that sets the price for the consumers, much higher. So it depends on a number of things. Comparing just simply as I said, the marginal prices of the different technologies brings to wrong conclusions. So, and that's the reason why we're looking at something besides the levelized cost of energy, which already takes into consideration a number of issues that you have now mentioned. And we're looking at the price. And it depends as well on your electricity price or your electricity market. Is it, is it a monopoly? Is it a free competition? Is it an oligopoly? And a number of issues. So it's very complex. It needs these comparisons and this analysis needs to be done correctly to be able to really compare one with the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, because here we have discussed the openness and wide support of nuclear sector for people, for the country. So thank you for your question, because anti-corruption issues are very important for nuclear projects. As you know, the Akkuyu project is fully financed by Rosatom, by our money, and that's why unfortunately, I can't comment the particular case of Mr. Shakarov, because that's Akkuyu project, Akkuyu company. But anyway, of course, we as a financing company for the project, we will fully support the legislation process with necessary data, and we will try to be as much open as we can to support the legal process and to find the truth. Thank you.
Thank you for this panel. Selin Urtaş from Turkey. I'm a journalist. I think this issue, from what I understand, differs from country to country. So I'm going to ask about the Turkish example. There are some important questions raised about price, in our case, energy dependence, but also about flexibility, because from what I'm hearing from experts, the sort of baseload power that nuclear presents is not flexible, and it can be flexible by a bit more flexible by design, but in the case of Akkuyu, it was designed in a way that was not flexible, and I would really appreciate confirmation from this from the Rosatom representative. So I was wondering, for the Turkish case, why would you consider nuclear a good baseload to supplement renewables when Turkey already has a lot of hydropower capacity, which can be supplemented with solar to actually provide this baseload energy in a much more less expensive way, let's say. Thank you.
Maybe I will start answering the question on flexibility. I think well, nuclear is flexible, and we know that there are countries like my own country in France where nuclear has been operating in load following manner for decades. In Germany, before they turned off their nuclear fleet, they had actually done some retrofitting on their nuclear power plants to make them more flexible, to adapt this time not to so much demands in variations in demand, but more variations in generations due to the penetration of renewables. So I think I actually prefer the expression dispatchable for nuclear, that you can generate whenever you need it. Of course, it's a capital-intensive technology, so it's better to operate at high capacity factors as much as possible. But to your question, why look at nuclear to complement renewables? Well, there are two low-carbon dispatchable technologies that I can think of: nuclear and hydro. We know that the climate is also affecting hydropower resources in many countries. Nuclear is less vulnerable to variations, especially for coastal plants that have access to a lot of cooling water, so that's not an issue. And you have countries that in Europe that have nuclear, like Sweden. They have a lot of hydro, they have a lot of nuclear, they have developed wind power, but they know that they will need so much clean electricity that the government is deciding to increase their nuclear generation in the next couple of years. So there are countries that understand also what you said, Dario, this concept of the difference between levelized cost of electricity and the system cost. Actually, one of the most famous energy expert in the world, Dr. Fatih Birol from Turkey, he said transitions to net zero will be more expensive without nuclear, because they understand this concept of the system costs. So I think nuclear ticks a lot of boxes in terms of low carbon dispatchable technology that can complement renewable generation and brings I would say less risk and more affordable energy when you look at it in an integrated manner.
At this moment, as you declared, we have a significant amount of base load, especially hydropower, on the other hand, fossil fuel resources, fossil fuel power plants. But we are planning to quadruple our renewable energy capacity, because we have very significant electricity demand, and this is increasing year by year. And we need, that's why we need more base load to integrate more renewable energy capacity to our grids. It is one of the best option, nuclear, in this way.
Yes, I'm sorry, but we ran out of time. But no, it's not. I mean, I don't know about because maybe we need some other event.
I just want to mention that there was a beautiful concept mentioned here, and that's for both of you, that is called capacity factor. I will highly suggest to research about that, and also a new term that is called the cost of no action. That's another one, that it's going to be big in the future. And also for the panelists, especially it's evident to me that education needs to improve when it comes to nuclear energy. So what are the strategies that Turkey is adopting to make sure that the public is fully informed and we're getting rid of the misinformation and disinformation when in regards to nuclear energy? Thank you.
Are you going to answer, or I have a short question? Shall I ask one? Yes? Okay. I mean, as I'm an energy modeler, I know the Vienna Automatic System Planning Model, developed 1976 in Vienna, and including nuclear, it was distributed to all places to include nuclear to be one of the candidates. And then, you know, MPEP is developed for environmental effects. I wonder now, in International Atomic Energy Agency, at that time, when I made my thesis, 1976, 1996, I'm a nuclear engineer. There was no natural gas, there was no wind, there was no solar. Did you try with these new technologies, the WASP model, Vienna Automatic System Planning model? I would be very happy to see the results of this, because I made 100 scenarios at my master's thesis in nuclear engineering. I want to compare.
Okay, well, thank you for your question. And indeed, WASP was a very popular energy planning tool. Right now, we prefer to put forward our message tool, which is an optimized energy supply tool, because it has more abilities to integrate different types of technologies, including large shares of variable renewables. And we're actually working with a lot of member states, including Turkey, on modeling transitions to net zero with these integrated energy system tools. And I think this is a very good approach also to inform policymakers, to show them through scenario analysis what are the benefits of different technologies with the objective of going towards net zero in the least expensive or cost optimized way, if you want. So thank you for raising the importance of energy planning tools. I think we have to
Yes,
to
thank
stop.
you so much. I'm sorry I have to rush everyone out. It's not because I don't want to talk anymore, but just because we really have 45 minutes and we're round out of it. So thank you so much for your attention, for your interest, and for your questions. As everyone, I think, of us mentions, that education of public and being open of nuclear industry is really important. So that's why we're here and we're trying to answer the questions. So thank you so much and have a good day and good COP.
Lütfen yerlerinizi alınız.
Mikrofon açabilir miyiz?
Açık olması açık.
Test. Hello everybody. Welcome to our panel. We will be discussing the green and social risks related to climate change. I would like to introduce my panelists one by one. We have Wipke Schlomer, who is the Director of Turkey and Asia from IFC. We have Fezal Okur, who is the Director of Business Development Strategy and M&A at Yıldız Holding. And we have Çağla Eker, who is the Director from Industrial Development Bank of Turkey. We will be discussing not only the green risks related to climate change, such as the extreme weather events, air pollution, and food scarcity, water scarcity, but also the social and the economic impacts of these. With that, I would like to go to Wipke. Wipke is representing IFC, which is part of the World Bank, and they are working closely with private sector clients to identify the top issues and to devise strategies to mitigate these risks. Wipke?
Thank you very much, Hale, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much. And I will say, perhaps I'll just say that we're IFC, we're part of the World Bank Group, and focus on promoting, supporting private sector, mostly through financing, actually globally across all emerging markets. I'm based in Istanbul, so I have a close connection to Turkey. And I've been here this week, actually the whole week already, and find this panel, the themes are very actually spot on, because risk, how to manage the various risks, has been a topic I've been hearing a lot about and talking a lot about, so really delighted to be here. Two things on the general, and perhaps to frame it a bit. For us, what we see in managing risks or helping to manage risk, especially the broad range of climate risks, social is actually social, economic. I find they all merge actually at some point. And you know, for any private investment, first of all, we see huge needs, especially in emerging markets, to bring in more capital, to more investments to help with economic growth, but in a sustainable way. And we see the big theme and the big obstacle is ultimately about risks, how to mitigate risks that are there, how to de-risk. De-risking is a word I've heard very much. I can talk a bit to what we are doing. But two things I wanted to say, and how I break down risks, especially climate-related risks. I think on the one hand, and breaking them down a bit, I think helps when we think about how to mitigate or how to manage these risks. One is the whole range of physical risks, and Hale, you just mentioned anything that's related to extreme weather events, natural disasters. So there's a whole range of physical, so to say, risks that we see keep changing, which makes it harder to assess them and then to see how to mitigate. But the other, and I find that's a category of risk that's fairly intuitive. The other risks that we increasingly try to define are transition risks, how we call them, as we're all in a way in a phase to a net zero or low carbon transition. These transition risks are changes in regulation, changes in policies on national levels, on times local levels, international, and since they are, let's say, moving risks, that there's dynamic, it makes it much harder to first name them and then to find ways how to mitigate them. So that's perhaps just to frame it, and they each then have an impact on climate, on economic, and I think on social as well. So that's, I think, what perhaps I'll actually stop here now because I know I can otherwise keep going. I'll stop now and can pick up some of the mitigation matters later.
So with that, I would like to go to Yıldız Holding. Yıldız Holding is a conglomerate that has been operating in food and beverage over 80 years. So they have been living with climate change and facing challenges in their supply chain continuity. So I would like to ask Fezal, what are their general strategies towards ESG? What have they done to date, and what are the key priorities?
Thank you. It's definitely a privilege to sit here with yourselves, especially on with the financial institutions are supporting the ESG ecosystem. Let me try to recap it from how we see it. We are a food and retail player, as you mentioned, and we've been operating for about 80 years. We serve clients in 5 continents. 4 billion customers are in our ecosystem, and a huge number of suppliers and farmers and so on and so forth. The way we see it is the climate change, the climate crisis is impacting our ecosystem, our supply chain drastically. Only in the past few years, the food productivity has been diminished about 20% due to climate risks and climate impacts globally. On the contrary, we also do see that a third of the food globally is being lost or wasted across the supply chain. Another angle is by 2050, we know that 70% additional food production is required in order to feed the people. So within that dynamic, we're not necessarily seeing it work without major transformation happening in this ecosystem. So how do we look at it as Yıldız? We look at it within our ESG strategy or philosophy. We put the zero waste company model. So within our supply chain, with our farmers, with our other players, within our manufacturing facilities, at the retail outlets, in the center comes the zero waste model, and thus we focus on waste reduction, we focus on sustainable sourcing globally. We try to enable our farmers with comprehensive training in regenerative agriculture. We offer support to farmers aiming at reducing waste at the source. We focus on traceability and elimination of deforestation in the areas of our focus, which is palm and cocoa across the globe. And we also try to reduce plastic waste because majority of our products are packaged goods. Thus, by 2030, we aim to convert all our packaging into recyclable, reusable, compostable forms. So all in all, on one side, we're trying to reduce waste. On the other side, we're trying to reduce the environmental impact through regenerative agriculture trainings. And we also do set high standards across the board within our supply chain through sustainable sourcing. I mean, it all starts with the climate-related environmental impact, and then it extends into the social angle of it through the farmers and throughout the supply chain, as Vibke was mentioning. So that's basically where we are trying to impact the ecosystem in a positive manner.
Thank you, Fezal. Now I would like to go a bit to the financing side of things. Çağla is with us, and she's representing Industrial Bank of Turkey, who puts a big priority to this. And I was making some research about my panelists, and I see that like 60% of the loans that they give are towards climate-related SDGs. So I would like to ask Çağla, what's happening in social and green finance in Turkey, and how do you compare the country in general, because you've also been following the trends across the world?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure for us to be in here today with this under this amazing atmosphere. Actually, as you mentioned, at CSKB, we adopt sustainable finance practices as much early as possible. I can say that more than 3 decades we have been financing sustainable investments in Turkey, so that we have our own taxonomy, which is aligned with the international taxonomies in the aspects of the green. With the green perspective, this is so important to keep your portfolio aligned with international standards in order to obtain credit loans from international markets. So it is crucial for us. And since 2020, climate finance and developing a climate strategy is on our agenda. So first, you need to focus on your practices. You need to disclose that you are in line with international good practices, and then you can get the finance. So first of all, maybe I can tell a little about our climate strategy, and then I can mention something about how we finance projects in Turkey, what kind of eligibility criteria we have in order to define a project climate. But since the topic is green risk, I would like to talk a little bit about greenwashing, because this is one of the main concerns if we are talking about this. So it is important to ensure that your investments are green. Related with this, I can say that STSKB, we are a development bank. So thanks to our governmental, our structure, we are able to examine our investments in terms of climate-related risks and the impacts. This is one of the important issues. And the other issue is sustainability reporting. STSKB, it was 2021 when we first disclosed our climate report, and this year also we disclosed the second one, which is in line with international standards like TCFD. It is important to set international aligned targets, and also you need to carry out some audits in order to show that these are true. So the trust and the transparency is other concerns that we are taking into account during our developments, especially. So this is the overall aspects, but I can deep down according to your questions or the questions from the audience.
Just a follow-on question. How can we prevent greenwashing?
Yeah. That's a good question, and I'm sure that all the companies are dealing with this issue. So what we believe is transparency is the key concern regarding this issue. So that first, as I mentioned, we have to ensure that our investments are green, and in order to examine that, you need to understand what your companies are talking about, what they are doing, what you are financing. You need to be well aware of that. But on the reporting side, you need to examine that what are the impact materials for you, so that what are the KPIs for you. And then what we are doing is carrying out audit procedures with the international companies, so that they come to our bank and actually perform some studies to understand our KPIs, what are the impacts, how we measure them. These are all important steps. So at the end of this process, we are happy to announce our sustainability reports, integrated annual reports, which are audited to show our transparency, to prove our trust actually to our stakeholders.
Thank you, thank you. So maybe now we discuss a bit of effective action, because with climate change we've been talking about this issue for a while, and there's a lot of awareness, but when it comes to effective action, it's difficult to find really good examples. So I would like to go back to WIPCE, because IFC is seeing many examples, and they are taking many actions to promote resilience. Could you give some examples, or like what would be, how should the private sector think about this, and where should they start?
Thank you, Halle. So indeed, lots of examples, and I was thinking, and first of all, let me say that what we see or how we work is when we engage with companies for finance, we actually all the companies we work with, all our clients need to comply with our fairly, let's say, stringent environmental, social, and governance standards. That's sort of the baseline. But then we have committed in a way to ourselves that at half of all the financings we provide every year have a climate positive impact. So it's also, I think, first of all, by making this, you know, when you put a KPI, so to say, when you make it, then you focus on it. That's why we get all our teams to focus on it. And when we engage with companies, we really see what are opportunities we see in the businesses, in the business models, in, let's say, in buildings they have. Are there opportunities to make buildings more energy efficient? So there's so many actually concrete examples how to support companies. So that's, I think, that's one. And then, and I think something we've been using quite extensively now, or in Turkey, and we're quite proud that we've helped kick off the market around green bonds, green loans, how we call them. So basically financing a certain portfolio, for example, for banks or companies that meet where the assets or investments that I financed have a green component, increasing actually like this coloring. So we started with green, the next is now blue bonds, you may have heard, where it's very much around the theme of water. So I've been wondering what color we see next, but I think I will not go into speculating exactly. So I think we have the colors there. But from the social side, okay, sorry. I feel always like, okay. From the social side, because in the end, what we want to promote is sustainable and also inclusive economic development. We focus also on what we call underserved groups, or groups that don't have sufficient access, say, to finance. So unfortunately, I want to say, I see a lot of women here. Women very often in many countries where we work are such a group. So we do a lot of women women entrepreneur financings through banks. We've also focused on specific regions in countries, including in Turkey, for example, in where we, I think, see quite a bit in regional disparities. How can we support underserved regions, so to say, or not as much frequented. So these are, I think, examples in what we're doing fairly concretely.
Just a quick follow-on question. How would you compare the level Turkey stands? Can we serve as an example country for the surrounding region? Are there enough collaborations between countries on this topic?
So, you know, for this, of course, you always say it depends. But I would say I find, given the size of the economy, the location, the very active, I find very resilient and strong private sector, and I think we've seen this especially in the past few years where the country experienced economic volatility, but the private sector held up well. I see a lot of countries in the region that I work with very much look to Turkey as an example. So the bar needs to be high in Turkey.
Thank you. Now maybe we discuss a bit about food security, because it's one of the key topics where these green and social risks intersect. And as we have Yıldız Holding with us, and they've been facing this challenge for a while, I would like to ask Fezal to discuss a bit about how this whole thing impacts not only food security, but also the lives of the farmers, the communities that are less advantageous.
Sure, but I'm stuck on your previous question about how do you prevent greenwashing. I think
can also answer that.
Yeah. It doesn't have obviously it doesn't have a straightforward answer, but I think the one angle is us corporates walking the talk, that would help quite a bit, and also assurances and transparency and so on and so forth. But just going back to your question, maybe we talk a little bit about the climate change on food and agriculture ecosystem a little bit, because it's complex in the sense that it does have very detrimental impacts, creating a lot of challenges. But on the contrary, in order to prevent such, we do have a lot of innovation and technology and so on and so forth, basically supporting the system. So what are the challenges in a nutshell? It's, I mean, obviously, as I mentioned a moment ago, okay. It's on one side, it's the reduced crop yield, which is obviously reducing the productivity a lot. There is water scarcity, water stress that's putting further pressure on the system. All of it is creating soil degradation. So that's also leading to biodiversity loss, and biodiversity loss is leading to resilience lack, and that's reducing, again, productivity. There is the warmer temperatures and the shifting ecosystem that's creating more impact on the diseases and the pests and so on and so forth. So all of it, there's a lot of happening that's negative and challenging on the ecosystem. On the contrary, there is a lot of biotechnology efforts and supply chain efforts that's trying to create a positive impact on the system, which is on one side, and this is an area that we are also working as Yıldız Holding with our companies, the climate resilient crops. So it's quite interesting because with the advances in biotech, through cooperation, the private sector cooperation with NGOs, academia, public sector, R&D efforts are leading to more resilient crop type development. So that has a positive impact on the ecosystem on one side. Precision agriculture is another area to focus on. Water efficient irrigation, as we all know, it does have a certain impact. There's controlled environment agriculture, which is, it has vertical farming, for example. But you can that would only be feasible in the cases of high-value crops in rather more urban areas. It's not something that you can implement everywhere. And there is obviously the improvement in the supply chain system across the board, similar to some of the examples that I gave a couple of moments ago, because yes, manufacturing and production of agricultural products is important, but also important is the supply chain conditions, because a lot of it is lost as it's going towards the consumption point, and obviously there's a lot of waste at the consumption point.
So supply chain inefficiencies as well. We should not just think about the output.
Absolutely. I mean, even at the retail point, the local market that you go to, there is a lot of produce there, or packaged foods that's being wasted, or if not, it needs to be recycled in a way. So there are many bits and pieces that we need to be cognizant of in order to reverse the system dynamic there. So what are we trying to do in order to positively impact it, or in a way walk the talk? Like I said a couple of minutes ago, we try to implement farm-to-fork strategies, and with that I mean because the system is a circular system, and you need to be cognizant of what's going on from the manufacturing point, or actually the crop development point to manufacturing to consumption. You really need to dig into the dynamics across the board in the value chain. It doesn't only happen at one side. I mean, in our manufacturing facilities, we reduce waste. No, that's not enough. So there comes the farm-to-fork angle. We also are putting a lot of effort into educating the farmers. In AI, for example, or regenerative agriculture. We've put a lot of effort into the DEI angle of the farmers. I mean, so we try to select and pull women farmers from the farming ecosystem to put them into our contract farming system so that they will develop more. We have established training programs to support them. As I said, collaborate with the public sector and academia in R&D efforts for resilient crops. In what areas do we do that? Because we are close to the wheat and sugar beets on our side of the food system. Those are the areas that we are focusing on. And we actually initiated new crops, new types of wheat, which is rather more resilient to the changes. And last but not the least, obviously working with the government for the protection of fertile lands and other efforts. So we keep learning, and we are committed to the ecosystem. We try to walk the talk. We try to be as transparent as possible, but there is obviously a lot of ways to go in order to ensure that food and agriculture system transformation. So hope that kind of gives a flavor.
Thank you for that. And now we go back to Çağla for the financing side of things. I know that the bank does many collaborations with more global organizations. The development banks are leading in this challenge because they can facilitate the know-how sharing as well. Can you give some specific examples of this collaboration? And also the second part of my question is like, is there enough awareness of the help that you provide and the available products in your portfolio?
Thank you. About the financing, let's go back to social side actually, because you mentioned a lot about the green side. It's similar with the international financial institutions. We have financial instruments to finance renewable energy investments, energy efficiency or resource efficiency, circular economy investments. These are the examples, but today I would like to highlight the social financial instruments actually, because this is so in line with one of the objectives of this COP conference as well. We should leave no one behind. This is the important issue, because what we know that since day one, we are focused on the mitigation investments for financial institutions. This is a common practice for all of the financial institutions, I guess. But then we started to develop new financial instruments to close the social gap in the communities, actually. And I have an example for this. This is the women employment topic. Women employment became one of the TSKB's funding concepts in 2061, but it was not easy to design a loan facility in order to finance companies who are respected to gender equality in the workplace, or who are encouraging women participation to the workplace. These are important topics. In order to understand the company's approach, or in order to measure their practices, actually we developed a tool in order to understand the impact of the companies created by the companies. And this tool focuses on to understand how companies manage management principles to eliminate the gender pay gap, for instance. That was an important issue. What are the environmental conditions that are served to women? It is important. What is the woman's role in decision-making processes? What is the work-life balance for women? This is another issue. Maybe this is an issue for Turkey as well. And are they available? Are they encouraged to work on a non-traditional job? This is another angle, actually, that we are checking. And the sexual harassment, maybe it is not hard, it is not easy to talk about in our culture, but this is an issue for the woman as well. So with the tool that we develop, we try to understand the company's approach, their management principles, what they are doing in that. So whatever companies have a good level in this tool, in the assessment of this tool, or whoever would like to increase the conditions in terms of all these dimensions, we have been financing such companies since 2016, and we had, it was 2022, when we executed a loan agreement with IFC. Now we are working on the second one. The loan amount was 10 million USD at that time. 100 million USD at that time. Now we are working on the second phase. So what we believe is we need to diversify these social related instruments as well. We have been looking for good examples in the international markets, but it seems that this is the first one actually, and this is a good example for the Turkey market.
Thank you very much. These examples are very valuable because it's precedents for what else can be done. I thank all of my panelists. This has been an all-women panel. We're out of time, so we cannot get any questions, but thank you for listening.
Distinguished guests, dear participants, welcome to our panel. We're very happy to host such a distinguished audience at our Turkey Pavilion, and we thank our Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change and our Directorate of Climate Change for this wonderful opportunity to discuss a very hot topic for COP29, the nexus of climate change, energy transition, and finance. Let me briefly say that as Boğaziçi University, we've been working actively on SDGs since the 1980s under various research projects within our faculties, institutes, and research centers. And since 2014, we have the great pleasure and privilege to host SDSN Turkey. As a very dynamic network of SDSN Global, in terms of educational flagship projects, SDSN Turkey develops education programs on the Agenda 2030 and SDGs for various stakeholders, such as universities, governments, private sector and NGOs, and diverse focus groups. Today is the day of energy, but also the Peace, Relief and Recovery Day at COP29. Energy is the backbone of our economies, yet without peace, we cannot achieve a sustainable life. Yes, energy is the backbone of economies, yet it stands as the largest contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions. At COP29, we gather to build upon the insights of the first global stocktake and accelerate the transition from planning to implementation. For Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Russia, three influential nations in the Black Sea region, our interdependencies in energy, trade, and finance present a unique opportunity to collaborate also for climate action. Climate action and peace are intrinsically linked. Day by day, we witness the intensification of climate events, and we see exacerbation of conflicts causing human insecurity, forced migration, and disproportionately impacting vulnerable populations, especially in developing and lower-income nations. The Black Sea region's stability hinges on our ability to align our energy policies with peace-building efforts. By leveraging our shared resources and expertise, we can lead the way in developing innovative solutions that peacefully align our ecologic, social, and economic targets with climate action, demonstrating that cooperation and sustainability are not mutually exclusive, but rather mutually reinforcing. Without peace, we can neither sustain our lives nor achieve our goals. So today we want to focus on clean energy transition, keeping in mind the importance of peace in our region. The World Energy Outlook 2024 report, published on October 16 this year, underlines that today's policy settings put the world on course for a rising global temperature of 2.4 degrees by the end of the century. The report basically argues that the Paris Agreement's 1.5 degree target is difficult to achieve. A recent report by the World Meteorological Organization states that there is an 80% probability that the average global temperature rise will temporarily exceed 1.5 degrees for at least one of the next 5 years. Today, we are living the consequences of extreme weather events in our hometowns. As IPCC reports underline, we are witnessing serious threats to our survival, so we need to transform in a smart way our energy systems. While doing so, we also need to ensure the peace and provide the energy security needed for the continuity of our ecologic, social, and economic systems. Regional collaboration is essential and entails a great potential of win-win strategies with economic benefits. Achieving a sustainable transformation in energy necessitates harnessing the region's strengths, our deep-rooted partnerships and shared ambitions to build a future where prosperity and environmental stewardship go hand in hand. Therefore, in this panel, we want to collaborate on the sustainable transformation of the energy sector in the Black Sea region. Let me briefly introduce our panelists. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, UNSDSN President. Professor Vilayet Valiyev, Rector of Azerbaijan Technical University. Ms. Seçil Kızılkaya Yıldız, Executive Vice President of the Development Investment Bank of Turkey. Mr. Vadim Titov, Director General of Rosatom International Network. We thank all our panelists for being with us today. The panel discussion will be conducted in 2 rounds, where I urge each panelist to remain within 5 minutes to share his or her insights on it and expertise on the question. Let me start with Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Professor Sachs, climate change adds pressure to international, regional, national, and subnational security due to its nature as a threat multiplier. The energy system is at the heart of this challenge. On the one hand, 2/3 of global emissions come from burning fossil fuels. On the other hand, energy, in particular fossil fuels, have been in the past highly geopolitically influential. But global energy systems are changing. Will this global transition away from fossil fuels to renewables present an opportunity to build peace, or will it instead work to further undermine peace and security worldwide?
Thank you very much. Really delighted to be at the Turkey Pavilion, and also I want to thank especially SDSN Turkey, which has played a huge role within Turkey, but also in the international SDSN. And I want to thank Boğaziçi University in particular for being our long-term host and base in Turkey. And I want to thank Bahar Oze, who's held everything together for a decade of our action together. And I'm always grateful and so happy to see you today. So this is wonderful. Let me first remind everybody that when the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015, there was a very important sentence in the Agenda 2030. It said there is no sustainable development without peace, and there is no peace without sustainable development. We cannot achieve any of these goals in a war zone, and we cannot keep the peace unless we address sustainable development. So this is a two-way interaction. Turkey finds itself in a very complicated situation right now. There is a war raging, of course, in the Black Sea region in Ukraine, and there is a war raging nearby in the Middle East. My own view is that these wars can and need to be stopped immediately, and that it's quite clear, actually, how to stop them. The war in Ukraine came about because of the United States pushing NATO enlargement to Russia's border in Ukraine. This was a big mistake. This was American arrogance. I know, I'm an American. I watched this close up for 30 years. I was once an advisor to President Yeltsin, to his economic team. I was once an advisor to President Gorbachev's economic team. The United States promised in 1990 no NATO enlargement, and then they cheated. And this is why we have the war, unfortunately. I'm counting, hoping that President Trump picks up the phone and says to President Putin, we'll stop the NATO enlargement, let's stop the war. It's possible. I hope the Americans get it at this point. Let's just say the outgoing administration did not get it, but they should have. I told them many times, and I'm hoping that the new administration gets it. It's very important. And Turkey, by the way, played a very important role in mediation in March 2022, and it showed how to make peace based on Ukraine's neutrality. And then the United States stopped the peace. And this is the big mistake. When it comes to the war in the Middle East, it's actually equally straightforward. There needs to be a state of Palestine alongside the state of Israel. And the borders are even known. The borders are the borders of the 4th of June, 1967. That's international law. That's what the International Court of Justice said. And this is absolutely achievable. We're one veto away from it. Again, the United States is the sole blockage of this being done. Israel doesn't have a veto over that. Israel cannot veto a state of Palestine. The United States literally did last spring when it came before the Security Council, and the United States said no. So I'm hoping that Turkey, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the Arab League, that everybody tells Mr. Trump, it's easy. You want to win a Nobel Peace Prize? Stop your veto. And then there will be a Palestinian state, there will be two states, there will be peace, and we can get on with our lives. So, just wanted to say that. Now I can say something about sustainable development, because without the peace, there's no sustainable development. Now, having solved all the peace problems, let me go on to sustainable development. We need regional solutions for sustainable development. For example, the Black Sea region is a region of tremendous wind power potential, but it should be harnessed by all of the countries that are the Black Sea countries. And it should be Russia, Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, and Georgia all together mobilizing this wind power potential in a network, friendly, cooperative, in a regional grid. This is true in every part of the world. You look at the real solution, the region needs to be at peace and cooperation with a power grid that interconnects the region. I see we have a representative of Rosatom here also. Zero carbon energy includes nuclear power. Make it safe, it's very important. It's a base load, it can be a very important part. Don't do it in a seismic zone. Do it in places that are absolutely stable and safe, but that's another important part of the story. Every region should make a plan, and every region is supposed to have every country is supposed to put forward a plan next year for the new nationally determined contribution. Don't just put forward a 10-year plan. Put forward a strategy for decarbonization no later than mid-century. How can it be done? What would it look like? What does it require? And then we can solve all the practical problems, how it can be financed, who's going to build it. But believe me, it's good economics, it's good energy policy, and it's vital for your countries and vital for the world to do it. There are lots of partners also that can add to this. China, as one of the core members of the BRICS, and a country with a lot of good technology, also is a natural partner. By the way, together with China and Russia, Turkey has applied to become a BRICS member. This is an excellent idea. This is really good for business, good for politics, good for geopolitics, good for the world. So I'm hoping that that happens as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening. I know you will be you have another appointment. Therefore, I'd like to ask your second question as well. You had this political overview very well summarized. Excellent wrap up. And you also presented the solutions. Wonderful. I hope this will happen. Peace and sustainability hand in hand. So I'm going to turn to the academic angle.
Yes.
With your academic background, what do you think on the transformative role of universities for sustainable and secure energy systems in the Black Sea region?
You know, maybe I'm a little biased as an academic. I started school at age 5 and I've never left school. So you could say this guy doesn't know how to get a job. But it's been many decades, and I started in school and I stayed in school, and they gave me a job staying in school, which is nice. So somebody pays me to stay in school. So I'm a big believer in universities as playing a large role in this, because my observation in more than 40 years of advising governments is governments don't have time to think. They don't have time to think. and universities are paid to think. So we should be designing ideas, plans, but practical. It's no good telling a minister, decarbonize. What does that mean? It's no good telling a minister, climate change is really dangerous. So, what do you want me to do about it? What a minister wants is an actionable approach, something they can do, something they can find in a budget line, something they can find in a national program. And if it can't be found there, it can't be done, by the way. So governments operate according to certain principles. They have budgets, they have ways of doing things. Sometimes that can be changed, but often we can find solutions within those ministries, those modalities, that approach. Universities should be providing ideas, what to do. When it comes to the Black Sea, there is the Black Sea University Network, BSUN. There is SDSN Black Sea. It's almost the same group. The point is, we have a network of universities. As academics, we naturally talk to each other. We don't say, oh, you're on the other side of the geopolitical divide. That's nonsense for academics. Except sometimes our administrators say, oh, you can't, I wasn't allowed to go to Russia recently. Too complicated. You'll be sanctioned. U.S. says this. Come on. Ridiculous for us. We need to be cooperating across all of these boundaries. And we have friends and colleagues and students and teachers across all of these boundaries. So what I recommend is that the Black Sea universities get together and say, let's have what is our plan? What's our plan for developing wind power in the region? What's our plan more generally for connecting the grid together? Don't let the war stop you from thinking there's going to be peace soon. There will be. This is too stupid to go on. It's too deadly to go on. It's awful. And there's no reason for it. It's unimaginable, actually. If the United States would keep its nose out of other people's businesses, we'd have a lot fewer wars, actually. It's going to happen. It's tiring for the American people, believe me. We don't like any of this. So think peace and think solutions, think practically, and get the ministers around the table and present your plans to them. Let them ask questions, and then present improved plans to them. But the universities can really put forward strategies that can be adopted by governments, and the universities can also bring together countries. I ask sometimes a government, you know, I'm a university network, we're working with another country you don't like. No, that's fine. Do it, because we might not be able to do it, but you can do it, so please do it. So this is actually practically very important.
Thank you very much, Jeff. It's always great pleasure listening to you. So I know you have to rush for another meeting. In appreciation for your talk, I have a little. Continuing with Professor Vilayet Valiyev. Now, Rector Valiyev, considering your extensive experience in the economics of energy sector operations and strategic planning, what key strategies would you recommend for enhancing regional cooperation in the Black Sea region among countries to facilitate a smooth transition to clean energy while simultaneously strengthening economic and diplomatic ties?
Thank you very much, Gökhan Bey, distinguished event participants. Expanding regional cooperation among the Black Sea countries for clean energy basically involved strategic partnership, shared infrastructure, technical exchange, and policy alignment. Some for expand and strength elevation in Black Sea countries develop a number of strategies. First of all, we recommended establishing a regional energy hub for Black Sea regional countries. This energy hub will be facilitate all energy production, transmission and distribution. In this region, we can promote technical development and innovation implementation as a joint project. Also, it is possible, give some possibility, attract some investment. I think second issue will be enhancing energy infrastructure integration. I think in Black Sea countries we should be integration our infrastructure. It will be facilitated or energy exchange. Also will be give some stabilize price. Also can be increase security and economic development. One issue is harmonization policy and regulatory framework. This, I think, this harmonization policy and framework very important for Black Sea region countries, because some framework and some regulation environment, some countries, especially all Soviet Union countries, some weak development. In this reason, we can be shared our harmonization policy and regulation framework. It will be give some possibility unified our market. Also will be in future exchange of energy. Another issue will be establishing diplomatic energy task force. It will be, I think this great will be intergovernmental body or task force. It will be give some diplomatic relation, also exchange best practice and technology. On the other hand, will be this promote energy alignments, development of diplomatic relation, and enable joint efficient use and clean energy resources. I think one issue will be expand cross-border trade agreement. It is if Black Sea countries increase cross-border exchange trade, it will be give some another possibility. It will be formulated new unique market for neighbor countries. At the same time, will be for some swap energy, also unique tariff system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Valiev. Very nice suggestions. So I'm going to continue with Ms. Seçil Kızılkaya Yıldız on this first round. So, Ms. Yıldız, financing energy transition projects poses a significant challenge, particularly in developing countries. Investments in renewables and energy efficiency projects are crucial for building a sustainable energy system. What key criteria does the Development Investment Bank of Turkey consider when financing renewable energy investments and energy efficiency projects? Also, what role do you see for market mechanisms, essentially carbon markets, in the transition process, and where do you see carbon prices going in the short and medium term?
Thank you very much. I am very proud to be part of this panel together with this kind gentleman. Actually, I don't want to say what everybody already knows. You know, I would like to put it in a context first, and then I would like to, why we need energy transition, and then what the role of development finance corporation within our country, and then maybe with some further new age projects, I can give some examples. So we need energy transition for sure. Because 70% of the carbon emissions, which are the basis for the global warming, is growing out of fossil fuels. That's correct, that's for sure. But is it necessary to only, cope with this kind of fossil fuel energy resources? No, of course. The remaining 30% will grow out of the SDGs, which we are going to achieve, hopefully. So it's totally important. So when we are looking at a project, an energy transition project, green energy project, actually we are not only looking whether it is green or not, or whether it is going to create further green energy. We are also looking at biodiversity, social inclusion, technological aspects of the project as well. I would like to give an example, which I already gave yesterday, but it's a very important project. We actually financed one of the largest, not one of the largest, the largest solar farm in Europe and in Turkey as well. So this was done by a tracker system, and the trackers are like going down and up together according to the sunlight. And the region, the land was of course a marginal land, which was not available for agriculture up until then. But the tracker system created a microclimate under the panels, and then plants and grasses began to grow there. And for the sheep around, it's a very good platform to feed in themselves. So it was a very good potential for biodiversity, and the milks of the sheep are better. And for the households, there is a further economy as well. There is an ecosystem. So now we are working together with the Development Agency of Turkey, one of the development agencies for Turkey, for biodiversity, increasing biodiversity within the region. It's one of the more, how can I say, semi-arid regions in the country. And then we are also trying to prepare an ecosystem, improve the ecosystem for the households there. So the social inclusion part, technological transition and green transition, these are very much important for us. And this is one of the most important examples. I mean, not only creating further power plants, renewable power plants, but also considering the biodiversity, which is very much important. This can be done by technological transition in Turkey, and there are some other examples within the globe as well. And this is also a very good example for social inclusion as well. So coming to your question, as the Development Finance Corporation of the country, of course it's our KPI and mandate to further finance renewable projects, and renewable projects are there for us. And then energy efficiency, of course. And up until now, we already assessed 1/3 of the total renewable energy projects within the country, but we financed only 7% because our asset size is limited. Let me tell it like this: as the development finance corporations of the country, we have the asset size of 2% of the entire banking system, but we are preventing 5% of the total carbon emission of the country, which is very critical and important. So this is a big impact. And further, what we can do in terms of this transition within the Black region, I would like to say a couple of words on that as well. Actually, when I come to Azerbaijan last year, I suggested to have a union among the CIS for the energy, because this country has only 40 million tons of emission. We have 558 million tons of emission. Georgia has hydropower plants. Here they have natural gas, which is a lower carbon economy. So we can all be a union, I said, and it was very much promoted at that time, but I was not aware of the unions among the globe at that time. 2 weeks ago, I went to Denmark, and I heard that there is a union in the Nordic countries. They are exporting all resources among themselves, so that they can create there is a supply security on the energy in the Nordic countries, which is very much important for the Black Sea region as well. I think we need to further consider on that. I fully agree with Jeffrey on the roles of universities. Actually, maybe universities can work on it so that we can all countries have very ambitious net zero targets, It's not possible to only reach them through the renewable transition, but we need to, as I mentioned, we need to have this SDGs possible. But of course, we need some further unions because, you know, I will give the last example and I will finish the first round. Actually, yeah, we are working on the renewable resources. We are going to create further. Turkish energy plan is on its way as well as the country. The other countries have their plans as well. But population is growing in the world. It will double within the next 20 years, 20 to 25 years. And unfortunately, there is no water, for example, in the sub-Sahara region, right? The people will not stay there if there is no water there. They will come there. So the population will double. We need further renewable energy projects, okay? We need energy efficiency, okay? But we also need this kind of unions for the energy security in this region. And the last thing I learned from UN 3 weeks ago, this is what we discussed among us. Actually, renewable energy is important, energy efficiency is important, but we need to further discuss sufficiency. Sufficiency means, do we need, for example, houses like 120 square meters, or do we need less for the upcoming years? You know, I mean, people are like immigrating to the northern part of the world. We are, of course, we have some plans for renewable energy efficiency, but it's limited. It will not be enough. So we need some further solutions, new age solutions, products, and we need to unite our resources.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kızılkaya Yıldız. Very good points. The union offer is indeed very important. There's a great synergy potential there. The only thing I think the only issue that needs to be worked on, the link between universities and policy university link, that is still missing. So I'm going to continue with Mr. Titov, Vadim Titov. So, Mr. Titov, Turkey, in addition to ambitious renewable targets, has endorsed the declaration to triple global nuclear energy capacity by 2050 and aims to add 20 gigawatt of nuclear capacity to its energy mix by then. So where does nuclear energy stand in comparison to renewables? And in general, when looking at innovations and technologies in global energy markets from the angle of nuclear power, what trends are currently prevailing in this direction?
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, for me, thank you first of all having me here on a Turkey pavilion on such interesting discussion. First of all, honestly, Professor Sachs raised several arguments about the nuclear. I can just repeat a couple of them and just maybe give you some examples how nuclear can help to organize our future energy mix on a very sustainable and a green way. And especially, this is very important that we're discussing the nuclear here on a COP conference, because previously, a couple of years ago, even before, nuclear was not in the agenda of the COP conference. First time when the nuclear raised as an appropriate source for the future green energy mix, it was the last COP meeting in Dubai. And it was a huge step forward to promote nuclear as an important part of the future energy mix, especially, you know, having this initiative supported by many countries and companies to triple nuclear up to 2060, which is a very ambitious goal, but obvious for all of us that without the nuclear, to organize our future energy mix as a stable, reliable, and a green source of the energy, mostly not possible. Why it's so? First of all, the reality is that the nuclear probably one of the cleanest source of the energy in terms of CO2 emission. Our calculations show us, by the way, we do not believe that there is any contradiction or competition or whatever between nuclear and renewables. In Rosatom State Corporation, of course, we're operating the nuclear power plant, we're constructing the nuclear power plant, but also with we have a huge wind power business. We are the biggest Russian wind power utility. So in one company, Rosatom State Corporation, yeah, we have our wind division. We are constructing wind power plant in Russia. Now we have even a project abroad. So totally now we're operating more than 1 gigawatt wind power capacity. So it shows that from our point of view, renewables and nuclear, they are very much familiar with each other, and using the renewables and nuclear as a source of energy, we can organize the sustainable and predictable energy source for the future. So why nuclear is important? First of all, nuclear, as I told, very important in terms of CO2 reduction, CO2 emission reduction. Secondly, when we're talking about the sustainability, the source of energy and the ecological aspect of the energy production is important. But from the sustainability point of view, also important is access to the energy. Because the millions and millions now living without the access to any energy source in many countries. And our task is to provide, basic load for such purposes. And being a basic load solution, nuclear power plant can produce electricity 24 hours, 365 days per year. So this is a great solution for the basic load. And here, the nuclear is an important source for the economical development, because when you're developing the industry, you need the stable source of energy. You cannot, expect that tomorrow gonna be wind weather and wind electricity will be more than other day when there is no wind, etc. You need stable source. And last but not least, about the nuclear definitely the very important milestone for the industry development. Because when you are constructing nuclear power plant, you need to find appropriate industrial solutions. When you're operating the nuclear power plant, you're providing the important source of energy for the industrial players. So having all those arguments in our mind, definitely we believe that nuclear can be considered as an important part of the energy and economical development. And here also nuclear important story when we're talking about the technological development, because for example, now we have in the product line of Rosatom not only the large-scale NPP like 1.2 gigawatts, we're developing the small nuclear modular reactor, which is a very promising solution for the energy system, isolated energy system, for the energy system without the well-developed grid, etc. And you can see now even that we have a solution when we can put the nuclear power plant on the barge, and it can be a floating nuclear power plant. So you can bring the nuclear energy any place which has the shore. And the first unique nuclear power plant, floating small modular reactor nuclear power plant, now under operation in Russia, on the very north part of Russia. And it shows that the nuclear technological development also can, bring the new solutions for the people from all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go continue with the second tour of questions. We keep it limited in time, though, maybe 2-3 minutes. Professor Valiev, so I'm going to ask you about impactful research projects and best practices for promoting renewable energy and energy efficiency in the Black Sea region, how these initiatives contribute to sustainable development and regional cooperation. Maybe you have examples you would like to present.
Just I will be listed about some issue because some practices. Because first of all, I think this Black Sea countries should be assessment of renewable energy potential, also preparation any distribution map. It is also we have some good practice we called Enger project. It is covered by Bulgaria, Turkey and Romania renewable energy roadmap. Also this according to the roadmap preparing distribution map for solar, wind and geothermal energy in this country. Second issue will be coordination of regional energy institute or with Black Sea countries. It will be create some unique database. It's very important for future. In this regard, we have some good example, some Black Sea Coordination project. It is funded by European Union. It is Horizon 2020. Also, one is issue because in future will be recycling is very important for this country. Will be circular economy research practice for energy production. In this regard, we have some good example in Turkey, also other European countries. Last one will be implementation of regional certification program for workforce training in future. Some good example in here, Turkey YEKA, Renewable Energy Resources Zone project. It will benefit. This all issue serve this in future development SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn to Ms. Kızılkaya Yıldız. Actually, I'd like to ask about how investments should be structured to support Turkey's goal, and if Turkey can play an accelerating role in the region's energy transition, but also given the new target, like from 80 gigawatt to 120 gigawatt, expanding renewable capacity. Previous target was 80 by 2035. Now it's increased to 120 gigawatt wind and solar capacity. So the implications of this new target on climate finance from the finance sector, this would be also interesting to learn.
Thank you very much. I would mention it, but before then, I already asked Vadim because they are doing. Before this panel, actually, we discussed a little, and he told me that they are like educating thousands of people, engineers from Turkey in Russian universities for the upcoming nuclear power plant, and I think he is going to elaborate on those. So coming to our question, actually we know that, I mean, we have ambitious plans like all other countries for the net zero targets for 2053 hours. So there are actually 4 pillars for it. One is scaling up renewable energy assets, as you mentioned. The second one is modernizing the grids. And the third one is, of course, advancing energy storage, which we are very much focused on for the time being as the bank. And, of course, advancing hydrogen technologies and fostering supportive financial and policy frameworks. So regarding your question, actually, we need for this from 31 gigawatts to 120 gigawatts in 2035. It's like 89 gigawatts of investments, right? As per World Bank's estimates, it's like $250 billion of investments for the country, for Turkey. And in case like 70% of the total projects is financed by bank loans, it's like $180 billion. For the time being, can you estimate how much the total volume of the loans provided to green energy assets? It's only $25 billion. So we need further $180 billion in the next 10 years. For the time being, only 4-5% of the total banking loan portfolio were assigned to the renewable assets, but in the upcoming years, it should be like 1/3 of the total bank loans should be provided to the renewable energy transition. So commercial banks have to come to the table because there are only 2 development banks within the country and the asset size and the bank loans is not enough. So I would like to invite all others, and they are very keen to finance renewable energy projects. Our taxonomy is on its way, and of course the climate law on its way as well. So hopefully we are going to achieve our targets on the energy side, but it's not, I mean, I am again, I want to mention again that not only the energy transition, but we need to very much focus and keen on the SDGs as well. The social inclusion, the technological transition, because unless otherwise we cannot do the things possible. We cannot achieve our net zero targets. So together with the energy transition, which we focused on very much in the last 20 years, let's please focus on like the other SDGs, like reducing inequalities, bringing everybody around the table or stakeholders, like sustainable cities, infrastructure, gender equality, all these, and having some partnerships among the stakeholders is very much important. Let's focus on these SDGs as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very insightful. So we now understand the issues on the finance sector, the structural, there may be some challenges there. Mr. Titov, so I'm going to ask you about the Akkuyu project, Turkey's first nuclear power plant, which Rosatom is implementing under the intergovernmental agreement, build, operate, own model. What are the regional impacts of the project?
First of all, I want to react on what Cecil just said, because I'm so happy to be presented on this panel also, because I just heard that the investment banking priorities perfectly fits what we're doing in the nuclear sector, and it gives me the impression that we can apply for the additional investment in Turkey, because Akkuyu project is absolutely unique in the nuclear, because this is the first project in the world when we are constructing the nuclear power plant based on BOO model. So we are not only the constructor, we are not only the vendor of the technology, but we are going to be an owner of the plant. So we are investing our own financing to the plant. And for the nuclear sector is quite unique because it means that we believe that the impact of Akkuyu nuclear power plant will be very efficient and important in terms of development of the area where we're now constructing the plant. And of course, we are very proud and honored to be a partner for Turkey to develop the nuclear energy, because the nuclear energy is not only the source of the energy. Akkuyu will provide 10% of green electricity for all country, but except the energy, nuclear is industrial development, local development, and what is the most important, the human development. To be able to operate the nuclear facility, you need to organize a special educational program, which takes years, to prepare appropriate human resource for the operation needs. And that's why, for us, one of the main priority to organize an educational program, unique educational program for Turkish young engineers. And we already trained more than 300 Turkish engineers, young engineers, and we will do more than this. I hope that finally it will be approximately 1,000 young Turkish engineers prepared in Russia, educated in Russia, and continue the education in Turkey, and they will be the basis for the future nuclear society in the country, which definitely will help to develop the new nuclear project. So that's why I believe that the impact, we can discuss many things like, being the largest construction nuclear site in the world. Akuyu now is the largest nuclear construction site in the world. 4 big units, 1.2 gigawatt each under the construction. More than 30,000 workers on the site. Many players around, in surrounding areas, like in province, in cities surrounding the NPP site, many people involved in the construction. It means taxes, it means some additional industrial development, etc. So using this example of Akuyu NPP, by the way, please, everyone is invited to visit. I hope that the interest of the audience to the nuclear will be raised even more when you see by your own eye, how this project is implementing. So using this example, I can tell you that definitely the Akuyu NPP will be important part of the, not only from the energy point of view, but from the local development point of view for the region where we're constructing the power plant.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn to the audience now and see if there are questions from our participants, because we are essentially out of time. So if there are quick questions from the panel, we might take them. So everything has been well said and explanatory. So I would like to thank all our panelists, and yes, I provide the gifts of
Başlayalım mı? Dear guests, esteemed delegates of parties, dear panelists, I would like to welcome you to today's panel on very crucial topic, the role of energy efficiency in energy transition. This is Bilal Düzgün. I am working at the ministry as Director of Energy Efficiency and Environment Department, and I would like to serve you as your moderator today. Before starting, I would like to make a brief overview about Turkey. As we gather here, we find ourselves at a pivotal point in the global energy transition. Energy efficiency is no longer a side note, it's the foundation of sustainable development. It holds the key: energy security, effective resource management, economic competitiveness, job creation, poverty reduction, and very present challenge of climate change. As Turkey, we made significant strides in this journey. In 2012, we launched Turkey's energy efficiency strategy document, setting ambitious target for 2023. With our first national energy efficiency action plan from 2017 to 2023, we have seen remarkable results: an $8.5 billion investment that generated cumulative energy savings of nearly 25 million ton of oil equivalent and 45,000 new jobs, and a CO2 reduction equivalent to 70 million ton. Notably, our national energy intensity dropped by 20% during the last 10 years. Looking for the future, we have laid out Energy Efficiency 2030 strategy and second National Energy Efficiency Action Plan, aiming to catalyze more than $20 billion investment from upstream to end-use sectors. Our goal is to achieve 16% reduction in primary energy consumption, leading to an impressive 100 million tons of CO2 reduction by 2030. This ambitious roadmap underscores our commitment to a sustainable future. After providing general information about Turkey's efforts, I would like to invite all of us to actively participate and share your insights for an energy-efficient future. Our discussion today will be guided by 4 remarkable leaders, each bringing a wealth of experience and vision to this panel. We will start with our first panelist, Ms. Aylin Erdil Alparslan. She is the Sustainable Business Development Director at Brisa. With a strong background in chemical engineering, a distinguished career in corporate sustainability. Since 2016, she has championed Brisa's sustainability efforts. Ms. Alparslan, before asking a question, I would like to introduce the other panelists with your excuse.
Thank you very much for your introduction, Bilal Bey. My name is Aylin, and I am the Sustainability Development Director in Brisa. Maybe you can remember the brands Bridgestone and Lassa. And I have been working for 27 years for Brisa, and I'm a concrete tire lady. And since 2012, I have been interested in sustainability and mainly the responsible person in the company.
I can introduce our panelists. I have their information before the event. Next, we will have Mr. Altu Bey. Altu Bey is the General Manager at Watt Energy and board member of Independent Industrials Businessmen's Association, very long name. And he is an expert with a distinguished record in energy efficiency initiatives in Turkey's industrial sector. Mr. Karataş has led transformative project in waste heat recovery and green transition efforts. Our third panelist, Dr. Oğuzcan, General Manager and Executive Board Chairman at Texan Generator and board member of Energy Efficiency Association. He has unique perspective shaped by experience in both public and private sectors especially in renewable energy, energy efficiency, circular economy. He was also my previous manager. And finally, Ms. Şule Kılıç, the deputy head for Turkey at EBRD, brings nearly 30 years of experience in finance and infrastructure. She has been instrumental in aligning EBRD's priorities with Turkey's energy transition goals. My first question will be to Mr. Alparslan. I have one question. As a leader in sustainability, how does Brisa define its vision in this area? And what specific steps are you taking to advance energy efficiency?
Thank you, Bilal Bey, for this opportunity. And dear distinguished guests, I'm very delightful to share the sustainability journey of Brisa in that kind of an important platform. Brisa is a role model company globally with concrete achievements in sustainability. We are the only company with A-list ranking in each of the water security, climate and supplier engagement program in Carbon Disclosure Project. And we are the first company with science-based targets, approved science-based targets until 2030 in the global tire sector. So, in order to clarify the achievements of the company, I would like to give a brief background. Being a joint venture of Sabancı Holding and Bridgestone Corporation, we have two factories in Turkey with 3 different brands, as I said, Bridgestone, Lassa and Dayton. And we are the leader of Turkish tire market and Turkish industry. With a vision of leader of mobility, we acquired Arvento Mobile Systems in Turkey in 2022. And this is our market leadership journey. Why am I telling you this? Because we are investing and growing company. And that's really not enablers for sustainability achievements. And here I actually come to the story of what we have achieved for sustainability. We are an engineering company with concrete data background and infrastructure. And we started to keep our carbon emission data in 2005, 20 years ago. And until then, we conducted lots of energy efficiency projects. And in 2019, we achieved 30% of carbon emission reduction per ton production. Today, we are still tracking and monitoring that data, and we are among the 3 top-ranking global tire companies in that data perspective. When we come to 2020, a great transformation in the world started, and that's really accelerated the sustainability. On those days, there were some regulatory changes coming from Europe, and Turkey was rapidly in compliance with those regulations in Turkey. To achieve our targets, our strategy was to convert the natural gas consumption to renewable energy resources. First, we calculated our data for scope 1, 2, and 3 carbon emissions until 2030, and then 56% carbon emission reduction was approved by science-based targets under 1.5 degrees pathway. this is a new target for us because the previous data was based on the per ton production, and now it is more challenging because the new target is on absolute reduction. First, we improved our data monitoring and tracking systems. We invest that part, and we trust to analyze to concrete data and predict the future better. Secondly, we invested in a solar power plant at our Aksaray factory, our second factory, and which results into meet up to 26% of total electricity demand of the factory at the peak energy level. The third one is the heat pump installation in both of the factories. To design the project was the first phase, but the most challenging part was the second phase, to install it and to apply the technology in a tire manufacturing plant. In only Aksaray plant, we made 1.5 kilometers of piping, and that project resulted in 17% of natural gas consumption reduction annually. Of course, there is a minor increase in the electricity consumption, and it was around 4%. But in total energy consumption, the saving was 8%. And that was a very huge contribution to our decarbonization roadmap. And with this project, we won the first ranking prize from Istanbul Chamber of Industry for the Green Transformation Program. And our next project was to focus on the digitalization and IoT applications. The most natural gas consuming point was the presses for the factories. So we turned them into smart presses. And now our smart presses are communicating with each other, and they work when they need to, and they save energy. The next example is coming from the IoT-based project for the climatization of the factory interior. We adopted smart sensors, and we made the heat mapping and with the real time data, and we installed a IoT-based smart heat control system in the factory. And we connect the wireless smart sensors with the cloud-based analytical platform. And that project won the first prize and the Sustainability Project of the Year by IDC Awards. What else in our agenda for the next coming years? Of course, AI. So now we focus on the data integration and analysis with AI. And now we are examining our data more than 200 million. And now our engineers facing lots of challenges, like the data are coming from different systems, from different time intervals, from different units, but now they're trying to overcome this challenge with writing some algorithms. And now we are very curious about the results of the project. In conclusion, energy transformation is crucial for the decarbonization, and BRISA has a very high ambition level for decarbonization. We set our science-based targets until 2030, and we have a concrete decarbonization plan, roadmap, and we are decisively carrying out the actions in both of our factories.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alparslan. These are very impressive numbers. And I would like to take an attention to very impressive project you mentioned about the Aksaray facility. Heat pump project, you gain an award from Chamber of Industry in Istanbul. This will be the first time we made an announcement, but I would like to say that the ministry will give you also another award for this project. Congratulations then. Sayın Belediye Başkanım, hoş geldiniz efendim. The Mayor of Gaziantep is arrived here. Welcome, sir. Welcome, His Excellency. I would like to continue with Mr. Karataş. Mr. Karataş, you owned one of the biggest ESCO company in Turkey. I would like to ask you what kind of energy efficiency projects are most impactful in industry and buildings, and how do these efforts contribute to our national goal of reducing carbon emissions? Of course, please.
Thank you. And firstly, I want to say my motto, the best investment is energy efficiency. How? I will explain some things to you. Firstly, I would like to begin by thanking Mr. Bilal and all my speaker colleagues for organizing such a valuable event. I also want to thank you each for joining us today. Mr. Bilal told you, I am general manager in Watt Energy. We are energy efficiency consulting company in Turkey, and same times we have a energy digitaling and monitoring company. I will explain some things to you about it. The other slides, I will examine some of the most preferred energy efficiency applications in Turkey's industry and buildings. I will highlighting the most effective strategies, technologies, and practices that are currently in use and have proven successful in lowering energy consumption and therefore emissions. The potential of these applications to significantly reduce carbon emissions will be explored with a focus on their impact within Turkey's broader climate goals. In line with that, I will also mention energy management and energy monitoring. Just a second. The other slide, the energy efficiency strategies in Turkey's industry and buildings. The global energy landscape is undergoing a significant transformation, and business and government recognize the need for cleaner, more sustainable energy options. Turkey is also keeping pace with global developments, taking important steps in energy transformation. When we talk about the energy efficiency, two of the first sectors come to our minds are industry and building sectors. It's mainly due to the widely applications of energy efficiency strategies for two sectors. Firstly, I want to explain buildings. First, insulation and thermal barrier applications. There are various applications tools for this, such as wall, roof, and floor insulation, or windows and glazing improvements. For instance, wall, roof, and floor insulation helps reduce heat loss in colder climates and minimizes heat gain warmer ones, reducing heating, ventilation, and air conditioning loads. They have the potential of providing up to 50% energy efficiencies, beginning the 10%, but the potential is very high. And the second one is efficient lighting system. I want to talk about it. There are their main ways of achieving efficient lighting system. First of all is applying LED bulbs. Before now, their halogen lamp is using to this area, but the best way, especially I want to say to this, and LED lighting consumes significantly less energy and has a longer lifespan compared to traditional bulbs. Totally, in the systems, these kind of efficient lighting systems have the potential of providing up to 70% energy efficiency potential. Thirdly, high efficiency heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, shortly HVAC systems. The main ways of achieving energy efficiency in HVAC systems are namely variable refrigerant flow, inverter compressors, heat recovery ventilation, and smart thermostat. High efficiency HVAC system reduce energy consumption by using advanced technology like variable refrigerant flow, VRF, or inverter compressors. Totally, in these solutions, they have the potential of providing between 20% to 50% energy efficiency. Fourth and final one is a little bit different than the rest of the methods, as being a nature-based solution. Green roofs and vertical gardens maybe is good solutions for municipality, especially in cities. The green roofs and living walls reduce heat gain in the summer and heat loss in the winter, lowering HVAC requirements. This feature not only insulate but also enhance urban biodiversity and manage stormwater, improving climate resilience. The other slide, I want to talk about my profession, especially industry side. In industrial areas, the applications of energy efficiency methods and frequency of using them are more than the buildings. Therefore, I will mention 8 different widely used energy efficiency strategy here. Number 1 is energy efficiency motor and variable frequency drives. I want to explain only potential. They have the potential of providing up to 70% energy efficiency. It's very popular solution, especially in industry. The number 2 is heat recovery system. I am working last 20 years for heat recovery systems, and especially glass cement sectors, glass factories, and the others, chemical, papers. The energy consumption is very high. Waste heat recovery captures excess heat from industrial process, such as from exhausted gases or steam, and repurposes it for other applications within the facility. The general heat recovery system solutions payback times nearly between 1 year or maximum 3 or 4 years. Therefore, I'm saying again, the best investment is energy efficiency. They have the potential of providing up to 70% energy efficiency waste heat recovery systems. Number 3, efficient lighting solution. As in the case of buildings, the same as in industry, they have the potential of providing up to 70% again energy efficiency. Fourthly, combined heat and power, CHP systems. This system cogeneration, we are saying, has produced both electricity and heat from a single fuel source, making use of waste heat that would otherwise be lost. This system is an effective option for facilities with consistent heating and power demands. They can also provide up to 70% efficiency with cogeneration system. The others, number 5, boiler and steam system upgrades. I have been in this sector 6 years. We have produced steam boilers and hot water boilers. The potential is very high. Insulation, steam pipe, minimized energy losses in industrial heating process, and steam traps is very important. There are many potentials. Then boiler and steam system upgrades offer a potential of providing up to 30% energy efficiency. Number 6, compressed air system optimizing. The most expensive energy, compressed air. But not this is normal air. If compressed air leaks can cause a significant amount of energy waste. Routine maintenance and leak detection can help eliminate losses. And this kind of optimization have the potential of providing up to 50% energy efficiency potential again. Number 7 is industrial insulation and thermal barrier coating. This potential is nearly 70%. And last of energy efficient process cooling. Just a sec, sorry. Cooling, for instance, chillers, cooling towers, and totally is potential in this solution up to 30% energy efficiency. I want to talk the energy management system and real-time monitoring. I have a formula for this. The first, demand. The feeling has intensified and you have begun to look for a solution. And the second, monitor and manage. And the third, notice. And the 5, feel, and again demand. And after that, we have to make a monitoring and management. You have reached the third stage, but without data, how can you track and reduce a loss? To address something effectively, you need a systematic methodology and data. Here, you start to monitor and manage your energy at its most advanced level. This involves real-time digital monitoring. I want to pass the energy management system because we have no more time. The other last options, energy monitoring systems. As I mentioned, the final stage of energy management and where we are headed with the rise of digitalization and the fight against climate change is real-time digital monitoring currently. 96% of CEOs believe that the digitalization will play a role in the world's development over the next 10 years. Therefore, especially, I'm talking that's real-time data collection, data analysis and reporting, alerts and notification, integration with other systems, benchmarking and goal setting, user-friendly dashboards, enhance energy efficiency, informed decision and making after that for this system. Maybe I will show to you a special energy monitoring system. You will take many data and after that you can plan the energy efficiency solutions if you are using the energy monitoring and management system. The role of energy efficiency for net zero. This is the last slide, Mr. President. Turkey's national determined contribution has the following targets on energy efficiency: ensuring energy efficiency in the energy sector, reducing the carbon footprint and increasing energy efficiency in the industrial sector, and preparing the national cooling action plan for higher energy efficiency, implementing practice that they consider energy efficiency in existing and new buildings. Finally, Turkey's climate change strategy and action plan has various energy efficiency policy plans for reaching the net zero target. End of this presentation, I will say to again, you saw all percentage, energy efficiency percentage. The best investment is energy efficiency. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. President, and thank you for your listening.
This is our pleasure, Mr. Karataş. And you touch upon a very important topic. As Turkey, we pay nearly $70 billion each year for energy, which means that we are highly dependent on foreign energy resources. The rate is about 68%, nearly 70%. By implementing energy efficiency from your presentation, you mentioned that roughly 30 to 70% efficiency potential exists in all sectors, and with the digitalization, the number may go up, which means that for the next 30 years until 2053, we can be, as a Turkey, self-sufficient if we implement more energy efficient technologies and renewable energy. Thank you so much. I would like to go to our third panelist, my previous manager, Oğuz Bey.
Yes.
I have two questions to you. First question, what gains we achieve by implementing energy efficiency, and how we can address mitigation, adaptation, and technology transfer by implementing energy efficiency? This was my first question. And second question, do you think that energy efficiency getting the emphasis it deserves in UN climate discussions? What do you think about that?
Okay. First of all, I would like to be very honorable to be here. Thank you very much for your invitation as a Minister of Energy. And it is very lovely, Turkish pavilion, very fruitful, thanks to Climate Change Directorate. And of course, last not the least, but being in the Can Azerbaijan in Baku is very good for us. I'm a little bit feeling elder, not older, but elder, because I'm feeling myself very lucky to see the many friends from the years. So, as an Energy Efficiency Association, I must say that one of the big milestone was in the Turkish energy efficiency journey was in 2007. So, with the enactment of the Energy Efficiency Law. Immediately afterwards, Energy Efficiency Association has been established as a roof entity, not only increase the awareness, but also work on industry, household, transportation, service sector, and also energy sector itself. So I'm speaking as a member of board of energy efficiency, but another two important board members are here. I should say that Altuğ Bey and Şule Hanım is also in the board of directory in the Efficiency Association. The question is very hard. That's why I felt myself elder, because my climate talks has been started in 2005. As Altuğ Bey said, that 20 years of experience. We listened at the champion Brisa. It was very good, very nice. They are really champion in Turkey in the energy efficiency. Another champion is a, let's say, system integrator, solution provider. The last but not least champion will talk about this. But the thing is, has been started in 2005, 20 years before. I was the first project developer in the CDM, Clean Development Mechanism. So when I see that this climate talks, I started 15 years, not all the continuous, to follow up the COP meeting. Tanay Hocam, the professor, is here. We know us from these sessions maybe more than 15 years. So again, I'm attending the UNFCCC climate talks. Let's start from the COP14, Poznan. And there was, the main topic was mitigation, climate change, and finance, of course. There's no romance without finance, we know all. But also obligatory emission trading scheme is the one of the high topics. At that time, the climate talks about, in the Paris Agreement, the Article 6 was the one of the biggest topic. But again, at that time, we were talking about the CDM joint implementation. Afterwards, the climate talks recognized the private sector. The private sector, even today, the negotiation is still much more intergovernmental. So this is wrong or false, but the private sector is becoming more and more involved in the climate talks. Finance is the main stick and carrot, we know all. In the other rooms, the people are trying to how the pledge will be, how they will be able to reach the finance, what will be the new mechanism. So these are the ongoing negotiations. But if we look to progress since Paris Agreement, I'm coming closer to the today. We were together with the Deputy President of Climate Director, Orhan Bey, at the time. So I'm remembering that the last session applause and the picture of Cristina Figueres, that they made a big achievement. Yes, Paris Agreement was a big achievement. But let's look at to the 2015 and 2024. Another 14, 15 years, what we have progressed in terms of, let's say, energy efficiency, in terms of, let's say, reduction of the fossil fuel. I can say that as a number of 2022, still Europe using the same percentage of fossil fuel, 71%. So that's the one of the things. Another one is China slightly able to drop its fossil fuels from 90% to 87%. And US 3%, 84% to 81%. So very little progress. So this is the one of the topics I'm thinking. But as you ask, where is the energy efficiency role in the mitigation, adaptation, technology transfer? Technology transfer is one of the things. As we listen here, Fatih Birol, IAEA director, he mentioned about the clean technologies and how one of the country is leading as of today. Technology transfer is the one of the topics, but is something that very slowly progressing. Although the renewable became more economical, feasible, viable, doable, but still we don't know what will happen to the carbon capture storage. I remember 2012, there was a carbon capture storage project, hydrogen project. I remember 2005, the hydrogen is the next decade energy transporter. Still hydrogen is next, I don't know, decade or 5 years energy transporter. So again, so the thing is, we need to look the SDG, the next pavilion. There are 17 SDG targets. When we talk about the energy efficiency, as far as I'm concerned, 11 SDG targets has been fulfilled or hit it, or in the middle of these SDG targets, energy efficiency should be. Just everybody's clean energy, the SDG 7, but let's remember the SDG 8, decent works and economical growth. So energy efficiency is there. Number 3, SDG, good health and well-being. So why we are not using energy efficiency then? Number 12, responsible consumption and production. Why we only stick to the circular economy is the waste recycling. Is more than waste recycling. So that's the anomaly. The answer, long story in short, definitely yes. Energy efficiency is not taking the deserved place in the negotiation. So that's the one of the remarks I can do. One thing I can address in the COP28, the outcomes is very fresh. We said that renewable energy will triple. Then the non-carbon energy, nuclear people said that. I'm having the also experience on that area. Tripling of the nuclear. Why doubling the energy efficiency? Energy efficiency is the low-hanging fruit. But the thing is, one side, yes, this is a low-hanging fruit, but it's a little bit difficult. You have to deal with the people. One side, yes, very core. One side is doable, one side is difficult. So that's the thing. By the way, I must turn to Turkey. Turkey National Energy Efficiency, President, you mentioned about this, is the one of the very successful planning and implementation, and deliverables are very, very, let's say, outstanding. As far as I see from the IEA report, Turkey is the one of the, let's say, one or two countries that the consecutive years dropped energy intensity more than 2%. So this is a very big achievement. So thank you for all the public-private institutions, including NGOs. So this is a very, let's say, good practice to the world that this is a doable. I mean, that's the thing. On the other hand, I will conclude my things, my saying that electrification, yes. Non-carbon based energy production, yes. I said non-carbon, not the renewable, just covering the things. But in any case, hydrogen and CCUS, if you cannot develop the economical viability, technical viability is there, but economical viability, how you will fill these empty things? Definite energy efficiency. Last words, we cannot fulfill the 1.5 degree target without energy efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Özcan, for the comprehensive assessment. And I couldn't agree more, actually. Finally, we will have Ms. Kılıç. Could you speak to EBRD's strategic focus in Turkey, particularly how it aligns with our national energy efficiency and climate goals?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me here, Bilal Bey, and the whole audience. It's a great pleasure for me to be here, and I need to say it's the first COP I have been involved, and it's so crowded, it's so good to see. Of course, this year COP is especially more important because the subject is finance. And without financing, we will not be able to achieve the climate mitigation and greening of the whole world. And I understand, actually, I heard from my colleagues that now it has been updated numbers, and the world will need $6 trillion of investment to be made in order to achieve the Paris Agreement goals. So, I mean, it's huge amount of investment needs there, and which means that there is a big cost attached to it. And of course, we can achieve this by introducing renewable energy projects and so, but while we are doing that, I think we should try to learn to consume less. And consuming less means energy and resource efficiency. So from that point of view, this is in the DNA of EBRD, I should say. Our bank has put the goal of a strategic approach that any project which doesn't, which is not aligned with the Paris Agreement will not be financed by our bank. That's a decision taken in 2023. And then also, as EBRD, we put the target that every 100 euros we invest, minimum 50% needs to be green. When it says green, this of course includes energy and resource efficiency. Just 2 weeks ago, we have got the approval of our next 5-year country strategy for Turkey. And in every country we periodically update our country strategies based on the priorities. And just based on this, green is again the top priority item. And I want to read you the sub-items under the green economy transition to help Turkey to realize its climate ambitions are: 1, increase renewable energy integration; 2, increase energy and resource efficiency and decarbonization; 3, increase sustainability of municipal services; and 4, increase climate resilience and adaptation. Each of these items requires certain steps to be taken. What is really very important is every person in the society, every organization in the society has certain principles now that they need to take as a principle. I have a 20-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter. The first thing I'm teaching them, when you are getting out of the room, switch off the electricity, please. And if I see anywhere a light on without having any person there, I feel very guilty. I think this needs to be now set up in the people's thinking and people's living. So from that point of view, as EBRD, we have 3-dimensional activity. The first one is the policy dialogue part, which we work very closely with our authorities. And actually, with Oğuz Bey, we have worked very closely for the development of the first national energy efficiency action plan, and then we also did the second one. I'm proud to say that we achieved the first national energy efficiency plan such that we could do the next one. And now, hopefully, there are targets which is put in place, which is expecting, which we are expecting that Turkey will definitely achieve those targets. And of course, what is really important there is now we have the primary energy consumption decrease targets increase from 14% to 16%, which requires $20 billion of investment to be made. And as EBRD, we are here to support for the financing. But to put the financing in place, we need certain methods. We again work very closely with your ministry, Bilal Bey, and to develop the EPC ESCO models. And we heard from already how those could be implemented in all different layers of production. So we are hoping that this model will be fruitfully and rightfully is implemented, because it's very well implemented all around the world, and I'm expecting that this is going to be also start being implemented more fruitfully in Turkey, and we are there as EBRD to finance. But what is really important is we were all talking about, for example, the energy efficiency in the industry world. Of course, at the moment, industries are one of the largest energy consumers, and of course, in order to reduce their production costs, in order to become more competitive, in order to compete in the export markets, energy efficiency play a key role, not only energy efficiency but also resource efficiency. And of course, from that point of view, the first thing we see is industrial implementation, or the energy efficiency implementations in the industry. However, what we are forgetting there is, for example, municipalities. They are the big contributors of also energy decarbonization and also energy usage. And there I want to give one good example here, and our mayor is here, producing its own renewable energy, which is the solar energy, in order to bring the water to city. This cannot be any better example than that. First, it is green. Second, you are not really consuming the grid energy. Third, whatever energy you are using to bring the water it is renewable, and it is your own renewable energy. So I'm hoping that our Gaziantep municipality be a role model for all other municipalities, and they consider renewable energy investments for their own self-consumption purposes, which is again another very important item for the energy efficiency. Of course, there are different rules and methods and principles to be implemented in the operations of our also municipalities, and that's why we have this Green City program. And in Turkey, we have 5 green cities now, and Istanbul, Izmir, Ankara, Bursa, and Gaziantep. And in each of the municipalities, the first thing we do, we sit down, make a gap analysis, find out where we can reduce the cost, where we can reduce the carbonization, and where we can reduce the other resource utilization. And then we come up with the action plan, and we try to implement each of these action plan as part of the program. And energy and resource efficiency is on top of the items. So these are on the municipal side, but there is also, of course, the public side, which is very critical. And I'm hoping to see the more of implementation of ESCO EPC model there, so that as EBRD, we can finance them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kılıç. You are always supportive. Personally, and as EBRD, you landed like billions of dollars in Turkey. But as you said, as indicated, climate finance, the required money is more than $6 trillion. If you make an analogy, like Turkey constitutes 1.3% of global GDP, which means that if you make an analogy, yearly Turkey needs like more than $60 billion. So everyone has lots of things to do to find this money. Energy efficiency stands a cornerstone of Turkey's energy transition, and today's dialogue has illuminated the pathways forward. I want to thank each of our esteemed panelists for their valuable contributions. We have covered a lot of ground today. I'm sure that there are different perspectives and thoughts in this room. If you have questions to our panelists, please do not hesitate.
Beykent Üniversite, İstanbul Beykent Üniversitesi'nde hocayım ben. İngilizce söyleyelim değil mi? Ben şey yaptım, karıştırdım. Normally we talk about the synergy between energy efficiency and renewable energy. So if we are aware of this, we understand the meaning of 2050 targets of 25% renewable energy, 25% efficiency, 20% electricity, electrification, and 10% hydrogen, and the other carbon, fossil, and etc. So, if maybe you should explain a little bit the synergy between energy efficiency and renewable energy, and how when we reduce the problem, it's more easy to solve the problem with symphony of renewables, and then you don't need to build more renewables than you need, type of thing. This should be clear. That's why, please.
Your face towards me, that's why I taken the question. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the question. Actually, it's reminded to me several things. First of all, if you would like to increase the energy efficiency, you have to put the first relevance. Then you have to keep the, let's say, knowledge, information. Then you can increase the awareness. Then if you put a little bit more effort on this, then it becomes attitude. So attitudes are the most important things. Şule Hanım is trying to create an attitude. Of course, she's a Turkish mother, and her style is the Turkish mother style, I guess. I don't know the slipper, but I can imagine. But in any case, so you have to change the attitudes. Renewable and energy efficiency is like a twin. I mean, for the, let's say, decarbonization, 15% emission reduction towards the target of 2050 decarbonization requires energy efficiency. So it is not a negligible one. It's not a, let's say, salad or other things. It's the main course. But on the other hand, it reminds me that if you put the renewable energy without knowledge, awareness, and attitude, it is coming from the sun, and he or she may think that as a householders or industry, they can feel that cheapest energy that the consumable ones. So we know that are from the values that is asking from us not to also consume the waters if you are taking the abolishment or uptest. So that's the thing. So renewable is the one of the thing is, yes, became, let's say, having the wind behind, not because of the environmental, let's say, understanding or better attitudes, but because of the economically viable. So this is the things. Energy efficiency and the renewable always should be named together. Thank you for reminding us. Thank you.
Thank you, Oğuz Bey. Is there any questions? Ladies will be first.
Thank you very much. It was a very, very interesting panel. And the most interesting thing was we have industries represented very well. We have NGOs, finance, and government policy and decision makers. So it makes it very valuable. My question will be to Bilal Bey. We have heard a lot of very good examples, but still they are examples. How do you plan to pick and choose programs and projects that are successful and help scale them up so we can have a better national impact? Thank you.
Thank you so much for these questions. Last year, we made 10 different workshops across 8 cities to come up with an idea about what kind of energy policies and programs should we implement for the next 7 years, I mean from 2024 until 2030. So we met more than 1,040 people, 400 people from academia, from NGOs, from public and private sectors, and we have identified more than 300 measures which will be implemented for the next 7 years. So we made it as a book and called it Turkey's 2030 Energy Efficiency Strategy and Second National Energy Efficiency Action Plan. So with this plan, we focus on 7 key sectors from upstream to end users. We aim to invest more than $20 billion. Of course, there are some sectors, I mean industry and building sectors will be frontiers in terms of investment and energy savings. If we achieve this, we expect to save more than 37 million ton of cumulative energy, and nearly 100 million CO2 emissions. So this is the government's, this is not the government's, this is the Turkey's roadmap, I can say. Thank you for your kind question.
İsmail Hakkı Karaca, MÜSİAD and Türkiye Odalar Borsalar Birliği representative. So I like to have a question for Ms. Aylin Alpsan. So what we learned that before 2030 you will like to become a kind of carbon neutral company, but basically what we know is the raw materials of the tires are mainly petroleum based raw materials. So do you have any plan in not short term but maybe mid and long term strategy to find the new materials or to make some R&D activities if you can justify it?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. So one of our partners is Bridgestone Corporation, and this is the leading technology leader in global tire sector, and we actually getting the art of state technology from Bridgestone. So of course we have the target for 2030 for sustainable materials, and our target is to reach the 40% sustainable materials inside our products. And now we are around 26% of sustainable materials. So it's not a very long period to reach 2030, but up to now we did a very good job. But for the rest of the years, of course, there is a big challenge for all of us, and we need to collaborate more with the suppliers. And this is really linked to Scope 3 as well. And on the other hand, this year we calculated our circular transition indicator for material, and we reached to 39% of material circularity in our factories. So this is a very big achievement for all of us. Of course, we put new targets for both of our factories, and we are aware that we need to work harder for better results. But both Bridgestone Corporation and Brisa has the same target for this sustainable material in 2030.
Thank you so much. I would like to have more questions, but we have to leave the space for the next panel. Her Excellency Fatma Hanım, we are honored with your attendance today. Thank you so much. And I would like to also thank each of you for contributing to this conversation. Thank you so much.
Başkanım hazırlı. Şimdi ben ses var çünkü. Evet, hepiniz hoş geldiniz Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Pavilyonu'na ve Gaziantep Büyükşehir Belediye'mizin etkinliğine, yan etkinliğine hoş geldiniz. Şimdi bu etkinliğimizde yerel yönetimler çok önemli. Hepiniz takip ediyorsunuzdur. Avrupa Yeşil Mutabakatı diye bir komisyon bir şey başlattı 2019 yılında. Şimdi ikinci dönem yeniden komisyon oldu ve onu sürdüreceğe benziyorlar. Avrupa Komisyonu 27 Avrupa ülkesinin parlamentolarından süzülerek gelen kararla 2050'de Avrupa'nın iklim nötr olmasını kararlaştırdı. Bu iklim nötr olmasını istediği Avrupa'nın olabilmesi için 2030'a ara hedefler koydu. Avrupa Birliği misyonları dediği. Bunlardan birisi sıfır emisyonlu şehirler, diğeri iklim adaptasyonu için şehirler, 3 kanser, yani 3 milyon kişi kanser Avrupa'da bu fosil yakıtlardan falan dolayı. 4.'sü toprağın korunması, 5.'si denizlerin korunması ve son olarak da yeni Avrupa Birliği misyonu diye New European Bauhaus diye bir şey yapıldı. Şehirlerin güzelleşmesiyle ilgili. Pardon, bir sorun varsa şey yapalım, keselim. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. No, anyway, I can speak English if no problem. Arkadaşa yardımcı olur musunuz? Kulaklarına lütfen. Pardon. Okay. Dolayısıyla Avrupa Birliği'nin Avrupa Yeşil Mutabık kapsamında 2050 hedeflerine ulaşmak için 2030 ara hedefleri kondu. Bunlara Avrupa Birliği misyonları deniyor. 112 tane şehir seçildi. Sıfır emisyonlu olsun 2030'a kadar diye. Bir de 200 bölgede Avrupa için iklim adaptasyonu, yani iklim tahribatından şehirlerin korunması için bir misyon daha belirlendi. Buna da çoğu şehrimiz katılıyor. Bir de kanser misyonu var. 3 milyon kanser hastasının aileleriyle beraber daha az acı çekerek yaşaması, gençlerin özellikle kanser olduğunu acile gittiğinde öğrenmemesi, önceden tespit edilmesi. 4.'sü denizlerin korunması, 5.'si toprağın korunması, 6.'sı da yeni Avrupa Bauhaus diye Prag, Amsterdam ve Bolonya'nın yaptığı çalışmayı yaygınlaştırmak için yeni bir misyon belirler. Şehirlerin daha güzel olması ve kapsayıcı olması, yani şeylerle beraber. Şimdi onun için yerel yönetimler çok önem kazandı. Onu söylemek için vurguladım. Bu dönemde de 2030 hedefi var. Bu şehirlerde 2030'a kadar bunlar yapılacak. Avrupa Birliği 1 trilyon euro ile bunları destekliyor ve bu dönemde belediye başkanları olanların 2029'a kadar, değil mi başkanım? Tam bu dönem tarihi bir an. Eğer yerel yönetimler bulundukları bu dönemde EBRD'nin vesairenin karşıladığı, Avrupa'nın karşıladığı destekleri almazlarsa, şehirlerini bunu dönüştürmezlerse tarihi bir anı kaçırmış olacaklar. Onun için beni de davet ettiğiniz için, bunu moderasyonu için çok teşekkür ederim başkanım. Bu çok önemli. Yani yerel yönetimlerde iş bitiyor. Yerel yönetimlerin bir de şu şartı var Avrupa Birliği'nin. Yerel yönetimler o kentte yaşayan paydaşlarla beraber onların taahhütleriyle bir eylem planı ve yatırım planı çıkartırlarsa onlara özel 2 milyar euroluk bir fondan daha katkıda yapacağını verildi. Bunu belirterek yapıyorum. Çok önemli. Şimdi Sayın Başkanım var burada. O kendisi sunum yapacak. Fatih Bey 5'e 10 geçe gelecek. Başkanımdan sonra konuşacak. Fatih Bey hepiniz tanıyorsunuz. Sabah da buradaydı. Uluslararası Enerji Ajansı'nın direktörü. Ben Uluslararası Enerji Ajansı'nın uygulama anlaşmalarından birinde biliyorum ki kentlerin uzun vadeli planlaması yapılıyor. Enerji Teknoloji Sistem Analizi Programı. Daha önce Yusuf Başkanıma da aktarmıştım. Yani şehirler yapsın dedim. Çevre Bakanlığı, Enerji Bakanlığı falan. Yani bugünün verileriyle kentlerin geleceğini belirlemek projesi var. O da şehirlere uyuyor. Yusuf Başkanım da şimdi hidrojenle ilgileniyor ama daha önce EPDK Başkanlığı da yaptı. Engin bir deneyimi var. Fatih Bey biliyorsunuz, sayın arkadaşım da ismini tekrar yapacağım buradan. Sayın Harry Boyd Carpenter is from European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and he's the implementation strategy, climate strategy and implementation program director. He will tell us about how this financing will happen for the municipalities. Already, as in the earlier session, it was mentioned, you are supporting green cities initiatives, but this 1 trillion euro and 2 billion euro things will be together with European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and other funds available. So let's look together to the topic and let's try to draw a picture for the people how to approach in their cities. If they are civil society organizations, they should go to their mayors and tell them that we are ready to be part of this climate neutrality journey. Okay? So, thank you very much for your attention. I now invite our mayor, Fatma Şahin, to make her presentation.
Saygıdeğer Bakanım, kıymetli hocalarım, değerli İBRD'nin Başkanı, Hidrojen Derneği'nin değerli başkanı, değerli katılımcılar, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, özel sektörün değerli temsilcileri. Bugün Gaziantep modelini anlatmak için huzurlarınızdayım. Kalkınma yerelde başlıyor, demokrasi yerelde başlıyor. Tabii bunu anlatmak, öyle uzun bir yolculuğun gelinen noktasını sizinle paylaşmak. Bu bir devlet duruşu. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız da COP29'un açılışına katıldı. Kendinin liderliğinde çok hızlı bir şekilde Paris Anlaşması imzalandı. Beraberinde Çevre Şehircilik Bakanlığımızdaki bakan yardımcımız bu işlerle birebir uğraşıyor. Ben şahidim, huzurlarınızda kendine çok teşekkür ediyorum. En hızlı bir şekilde bakanlığın ismi değişti. Çevre Ajansı kuruldu. Beraberinde Çevre Ajansı ile birlikte bu işlerin hızlanması ile ilgili önemli bakanlığın içerisinde yapılandırmalar tamamlandı. Ama günün sonunda uygulama çok mühim. Ben 15 sene özel sektörde çalıştım. Sanko Grup'ta boyahane bölümünde çalıştım. Dolayısıyla bizim İstanbul Teknik mezunuyum. Kimya metalurjiyi bitirdim ve boyahane bölümünde çalıştım. Birkaç masada beraber çalışınca günün sonunda şehrinizi buna ne kadar hazırlıyorsunuz? Şehriniz buna gelecek ne kadar vaat ediyor? Bu anlamda bakmak gerekiyor. Şehir şu anda OECD'nin şampiyon şehri. Nasıl şampiyon şehir oluyorsun başkanım deyince? Bu kapsayıcılık ve katılımcılığı gerektiriyor. Kimseyi geride bırakmadan ilerleyebilmeyi gösteriyor. Aynı zamanda OECD'ye ve EBRD'ye çok teşekkür ediyorum. EBRD'nin AK Parti'nin şu anda tek yeşil şehriyiz. AK Parti'nin nasıl tek yeşil şehir olduğumuz dediğimiz nokta yaklaşık 7 yıl önce başladı. Çünkü bakanlıktan başkanlığa 2014 yılında geçince rahmetli hocamın bana öğrettiği bir şey vardı. Ölçmediğin hiçbir şeyi değerlendiremezsin, değerlendiremediğin hiçbir şeyi yönetemezsin. Dolayısıyla hocamızın bize verdiği o kulağımıza küpe olan o söz bizim yönetişimizin mottosu oldu. Ve önce ölçümledik. Ölçümlemeyi yaparken biz İmar Master Planı ile birlikte 2014 yılında Ulaşım Master Planı'nı ve beraberinde İklim Master Planı'nı hazırladık. İklim Master Planı şehre baktığınız zaman Küçük İstanbul, 300 bin çalışanı olan sanayi şehriyiz ve şehirde 500 bin mülteciyle bir gecede 500 bin mültecinin geldiği 12 yıldan beri de birlikte yaşıyoruz. Bir de 6 Şubat depremini geçirdik. 250 bin nüfusumuz da arttı. Dolayısıyla bir belediyeci olarak bir empati yaptığınız zaman işimizin ne kadar zor olduğunu, ama her şeyin başının planlama olduğunu, ölçümleme olduğunu, kervan artık yolda düzülmediğini, mutlaka baştan bu işi planlamanız, sıkıştığınızda zaten elimiz çok güçlü, hemen bakanımıza gidiyoruz, bakanlığımıza gidiyoruz, birlikte ne yapabiliriz'i çalışıyoruz ve en mühimi olan şey de iyi yönetişim. Liderlikle birlikte yerel yönetim, sivil toplum, özel sektör, söylem birliği, fikir ve eylem birliği oluşturduğu zaman bu model oluşuyor. O yüzden böyle baktığımız noktada biz özellikle 2011 yolculuğunda bu sürdürülebilirliği sağladık. 2011 yolculuğundan 2023 yolculuğuna baktığımız zaman her bir yıl bir üzerine koyarak gittik ve ben inanıyorum şu anda 2023 yeşil şehirler içerisinde, dünyadaki yeşil şehirler içerisinde de en hızlı, en doğru ölçümleme yaparak giden şehir biziz, çünkü gözümüzü kapatmıyoruz. Çünkü biliyoruz 2026'da ihracat yapması için özel sektörün yeşil sertifika alması lazım. Çünkü biliyoruz ki Gaziantep göç alan bir şehir, havasını, suyunu, toprağını korumamız lazım. O yüzden organizede çok daha yüksek bir arıtmaya geçiyoruz. O yüzden havayı temiz tutmanın yolu ulaşım. Ulaşımda ben özellikle Yusuf Başkanıma çok teşekkür ediyorum. İlk tanıdığımda kendi EPDK'nın başkanıydı. 2004 yılında biz beraber yenilenebilirin hukuki düzenlemesini yaptık. Rabbim bana sonradan uygulamasını gösterdi. Biz güneş enerjisi, su, hidrojen, bunlarla alakalı enerji verimliliği, parlamento görevimde katip üyeydim. Sanayi Komisyonu'nun katip üyesiydik. Kendi de EPDK'nın başkanıydı. Şimdi ben bir yerel yöneticiyim. O da Hidrojen Derneği'nin başı olarak biz şu anda şehri hidrojenli otobüs hazırlıyoruz. Hidrojenli otobüsü hazırlamak kolay mı? Çok katmanı olan bir iş ama inanınca ilerliyor. Ben hep şunu söylüyorum. Kars'tan ilk gittiğimizde dedi ki başkanım, Avrupa'da büyük bir pazar var. Köln Belediyesi'ne gittik. 200 otobüs hidrojene geçirmiş. Egzozdan çıkan su buharı. Ve biz onu içtik. Dolayısıyla dünyanın buraya gittiği yerde siz bilgi ekonomisini, yeşil ekonomiyi yönetmeniz lazım. Bunu elimize aldık ama önce kendinizi düzeltmeniz lazım. Önce bünyeyi, belediye bünyesini, sonuçta belediye de hızlı gidemiyor, zaman zaman yavaşlıyor. Şirketleşerek bir enerji AŞ ve başında da arkadaşlarımın olduğu bugün beraber çalıştığımız ve beraberinde bir bilişim AŞ kurduk. Çünkü 21. yüzyıl veri yüzyılı, verileri konuşturamazsanız, her veriden, her kafadan bir ses çıkarsa ne yeşil şehir olursunuz, direkt ve temenni olursunuz. Suyumuzu içeriz, kahvemizi içeriz. Sonuca gelin, ben size hadi gelin şehrime gidin diyemem. Hadi gelin şehrime gidin diyebilmem için bunların hepsini ete kemiğe büründürüp bunu sizinle paylaşmış olmam gerekiyor. İşte buradan baktığımız noktada 2011 yılında özellikle burada hangi konuda ne yapacağız? Tarımda ne yapacağız? Yeşil ekonomiyi nasıl oluşturacağız? Bu çalışmalarda bize neye ihtiyacı varın? 2011'inde çalıştığımızda 2017 yılında bir taahhütte bulunduk. 2050 yılında biz %80 emisyonumuzu azaltacağız dedik. Dolayısıyla bu taahhüt çok önemli bir taahhüttü. Bu taahhütte bulunduğumuz zaman şu anda Habitat'ın başında olan Meymune Hanım'la şu anda kendi yeniden belediye başkanlığına döndü. Onun da bizde çok büyük emeği var. Ama birlikte çok iyi çalıştık. Bize inandı. Geldi şehirde yerinde gördü. Mesela şu anda biz Gaziantep Büyükşehir olarak Guterres'in danışma kurulundayız. Dünyada yalnızca 15 belediye başkanlığı davet ediyor. Benim ne özelliğim var? Guterres Gaziantep'e geldi ve yapılanlar yerinde gördü. Akademik dünyanın verdiği bilgiyi, devletin verdiği desteği en hızlı ete kemiğe büründüren, uygulayan ve gelin bunu görün diyen bir duruşu gördüğü için bizi danışma kuruluna davet etti ve orada söylediği bir şey var. Fatma Başkan zamandan dolayı daha birçoğunu anlatamadı. Ben yerinde gittim gördüm diyor. Bu çok önemli bir güven paydaşlarla. O yüzden biz 2021 yılında İstanbul, Ankara, İzmir, en son başkanımız Şule Başkan Bursa dedi ve biz Gaziantep olarak Yeşilşehir olduk. Yeşilşehir olduktan sonra burada tabii en önemli kısım toprak. Bakın bugün Bakü'deyiz. Hava hala yağmur yağmıyor. Kuraklık had safhada. Bir de bakıyorsunuz metrekareye 70 kilogram yağmur düşüyor. Dolayısıyla bu küresel ısınmanın ne anlama geldiğini Antarktika'ya gitmiş, buzulların gözümün önünde eridiğini gören bir kardeşiniz olarak artık bir dilek ve temenni değil, torunu olan bir nene başkanı olarak bir zorunluluk görüyorum. Çocuklarımıza bırakacağımız dünya kalmayacak. O yüzden bu iş ne para pul işi, bu iş inanç, iman, aşk işi. Bu işte kendini siper edip bunun gereğini yapma işi. Havayla ilgili kısımda ben başkan olduğumda kömür dağıtılıyordu. Kömür dağıtılan yerleri önce yasakladık. Sonra ben gene bakanıma çok teşekkür ediyorum. Dağıtılan kömürlerle ilgili doğalgaza geçtik. Dağıttığımız evlere doğalgaza geçince çok enteresan bir sonuç oldu. Bir evde doğalgaza geçip evde sobadan kurtulunca engellisi var, yaşlısı var, herkes evde dağıldı. Genci çok mutlu, yaşlısı çok rahatladı. Yandaki komşu da kendi para vererek geçti. Aslında iyinin de bulaşıcı olduğunu, güzelin de bulaşıcını gösteriyor. Bir anda mahalle yeşil mahalle oldu. Bir eve girdik ve yeşil mahalle oldu. O yüzden hava kirliliğinde hala iyi değiliz. Ama bunu çalışmaya devam ediyoruz. %50 devlet desteği var. Bize bakanlığımız sen ne verirsen biz sana diyorlar yarısını veririz. 1500 haneye geçtik. Yeniden bakanımıza gittik, teşekkür ettik. Bunun devam etmesini istedik. O çünkü Konya Mevlana'da da bunu geçirmişti. Çok başarılı bir örnek vardı. Ve bunun sonunda bunu başarmış olarak altyapısını oluşturduk. Özellikle havanın kirliliğini önlemenin en önemli kısımlarından bir tanesi. Önce CNG'ye geçtik. Arkasından doğalgaza geçtik. Şimdi elektrikli otobüse geçiyoruz. Bunların hepsini de bütçenin 1/3 hibe alıyoruz. Hibe ne devleti borçlandırıyorsun ne belediyeyi. Ama onun için yetişmiş insan gücün olacak. Bakın arkada proje ekibimiz de buradayız biz. Bu iş Fatma Şahin'in tek başına yapacağı bir iş değil. Bu iş ilgili birimlerin günlük oturup projesinin çalışması işi. Anadolu'da İstanbul, Ankara kadar yetmiş insan da bulamıyorsunuz. Fatih Başkanım biliyor. Onları orada tutmak da çok kolay değil. Ama biz 10 yıldan beri yetiştirdiğimiz insanımızla bütçenin 1/3'ini hibe olarak alıyoruz. Ve bu konuda da onlara çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Tabii her belediyenin bünyesi de buna uygun değil. O yüzden bakanlığımızın işi de çok kolay değil. Oradaki harmoniyi sağlamak. O yüzden şimdi biraz önce Avrupa Birliği'nin artık yerele de direkt destek verdiğini mali olarak söylediler. Bu da sevindirici. Çünkü bizim ilerlememiz lazım. Bizde geride kalanı yavaşlayıp da bekleyecek durumda değiliz. Bizim ilerleyip onları motor gücüyle çekip bu noktaya getirmemiz lazım. Özellikle UNESCO'nun gastronomi şehri olunca baktık ki bereketli Hilal'de ithal ettiğimiz ürünler aslında bizim üretmemiz gereken çok önemli ürünler. Ata tohumunu kaybediyoruz. Ata tohumunu, ana tohumu bizde bir soft domatesi vardı. Rahmetli annem domates salçası yapardı. Bir hafta domates kokardı. Artık domates gibi kokmuyor. Salatalık gibi kokmuyor. O yüzden biz burada özellikle toprağa döndük. Toprakta ata tohum bankası kurduk. Gastrobotanik açıyoruz. Ve bunu kadınlarla birlikte kadınları kooperatifleştirerek elde ettikleri ürünleri de e-ticaretle dünyaya satacak hale dönüştürecek şekilde yapmamız gerekiyor ama toprağı temiz tutmamız gerekiyor. Kimyasallarla kirlettiğimiz toprağı yeniden temizlemek de bakın söyleniyor 6 trilyon dolardan bahsediliyor. Paris Anlaşması'nın para verilecek herkesin yüzüne bakıyor. En önemli şey kirletmemek. Kirletmemek en kolay temizleme gerekiyor. O yüzden baştan bu işleri çok sıkı tutmak gerekiyor. Bugün bu şartlarda eğer EBRD olmasaydı, Japonlarla JICA olmasaydı şehirde 2 milyonluk şehirde su yoktu. Biz 130 kilometreden dağ ve kar suyunu getirdik. Bu dağ suyunu getirmeseydik eğer şehirde yaşam yoktu. 6 Şubat depreminde gördük ki eğer suyu yönetemezseniz bölge bu suyu yönetememişti ve çok ciddi bir şekilde yaşam kalitemizi hızlı normalleşmemiz için ne kadar doğru bir yatırım yaptığımızı bize gösterdi ama 130 kilometreden suyu getirmek öyle çok kolay bir iş değil. Suyu taşımak 2.60'lık içinden çelik boru, araba geçen çelik borularla bu işi yaptık. Orada da bir baraj ihtiyacımız var. Yeni dönem paydaşlarımızla, kıymetli başkanımızla yeniden Gaziantep'e davet ettik. Gelecek. Yerinde göstereceğiz ama bir baraj ihtiyacımız var, regülatörü. Bunu da başarmamız gerekiyor. Ulaşımla ilgili kısmı söyledim. Yusuf Başkan'la birlikte Karsan hidrojenli otobüsünü yaptı. Bakın Mercedes'e gittik, MAN'a gittik. Dediler ki başkanım biz elektrikli çalışıyoruz. Hidrojenli çalışan tek Karsan oldu, otobüsü yaptı. Gaziantep'e getirdi. Ayrıca kara tren hattını hızlı trene çevirdik. Şu anda Sakarya'da o da İslam Kalkınma'dan aldığımız fonla yerli ve milli tramvayımızı yapıyoruz. Ocak ayında organize sanayiye günde 60 bin kişinin taşıyacağı yerli ve milli tramvayımızı tamamlamış olacağız. Havayı kirletmeme açısından da çok önemli. O yüzden alanlarımızı kişi başına düşen yeşil alanı 8'den 12'ye çıkardık. Şehirde zaten yeşili seviyor. O yüzden ne kadar çok yeşil yaparsak önemli ama bizde sıcak iklim, karasal iklimde yeşili korumanın maliyeti çok yüksek. Avrupa'da sürekli yağmur yağıyor, ağaçları bile uzun. Ama biz de bunun damlama sulamalarla, özel tekniklerle, en az suyla ağacı ve yeşili korumak durumunda kalıyoruz. Enerjiyle ilgili kısımla birlikte Atma diye bir proje çalıştık. Kültür ve Turizm Bakanımızın eşinin hazırlamış olduğu. Burada ne yapıyoruz? Okullara gidiyoruz. 7 çok geç, 6 altın çağ. Çocukları daha baştan biraz önce Şule Başkan dedi ya, odadan çıkınca ışığınızı kapatın. Bu sonradan olmuyor. Baştan yemek yemek gibi, su içmek gibi bu alışkanlığa dönüştürmemiz gerekiyor. Bu yaptığımız çalışmaların sonunda suyu, havayı ve toprağı koruyacak çalışmayı, organizasyonumuzu yaptık ve bir eylem planı oluşturduk. Şimdi şu dediğiniz, gördüğünüz kısım biyogaz. Şehirdeki hayvan atıklarından ve tavuğun sıvı atığından, çimeni geriye kaldığı zaman bakımından olan yerden şu anda 4 megawatt biyogaz yaptık. İlk kez bir yerel yönetim biyogaz tesisi kurdu. Burada özellikle Solar'da İBRD'nin yeşil şehri olduğunda başkanım ne oldun deyince kendi öz tüketimimizin 11,5 megawattını şu anda şehirde kurduk. Bu maliyetimiz açısından ne kadar önemli olduğunu görüyorsunuz. Bunun için enerji AŞ'yi kurduk. Şu an enerji AŞ bunları artık hem bize kuruyor hem diğer ihtiyacı olan işletmelere kuruyor. 17 megawatt şu anda kurulu güce ulaşmış olduk. Ve bu yaptığımız çalışmalarla 27 megawatt'a ulaşmak için de büyük bir gayret gösteriyoruz. Şurada aslında bu da çok önemli bir çalışma. Geldiğimizde ben başkan olduğumda 3 megawatt'tı. Topladığımız çöpten metan gazı üretme. Bunu 13 megawatt'a çıkardık. Bu gördüğünüz 13 megawattlık çöpten çıkardığımız enerjiyle birlikte şehir büyüyünce ilçelerimiz de büyüyor. İlçelerimize ayrıca taşımacılığı önleyecek, maliyeti düşecek tesisleşmeyi yaptık. Öyle bir hale geldi ki çöp kokan şehir şu an çilek kokuyor. Atıl ısılla oluşturduğumuz kısımda topraksız çilek serasını oluşturduk ve elde ettiğimiz yılda 5 tonluk çileğimizi de huzur evindeki yaşlılarımıza ve çocuklarımıza, bizim kendi belediyemizin birebir takip ettiği 3000 yetim çocuğumuz var, anası babası olmayan. Onların hepsine sosyal sorumluluk projesi olarak dağıtıyoruz. Bu konuda mesela iyi değiliz. Bu konuda gitmemiz gereken yol var. Evdeki çöpü önce karıştırıyoruz, sonra ayrıştırıyoruz. Mekanik ayrıştırma Avrupa Birliği'nden fonladık. Burada mesela içerisinde cam var, metal var. Bunlar sanayinin ham maddesi ama ithal ediyoruz. Biz bunu mekanik ayrıştırmayla çöp sahasına gelmeden önce ayrıştırmayı başardık. Ama mutfakta başarmamız lazım. O kadar kolay ki hanımların daha mutfak tezgahındayken organik ve inorganiği ayırsa bunların hiçbirine gerek yok. Korkunç bir kaybımız var ama bunun içinde zihinsel olarak şehri bunu hazırlamanız lazım. En eğitimli, ekonomik olarak en güçlü olan yere bile gidip anlatıyoruz. Ya başkanım diyor, onu al, onu ayır. Bunun kovası ne olacak, nerede toplanacak, nereye dağıtılacak? O bizim işimiz. Önemli olan o tezgahı 2 ayrı yere koyup elinden organik inorganiği ayırttırmak. Burada daha başarılı değiliz. Onun içinde terzi usulü çalışıyoruz. 2 milyonluk şehri yeşil şehri nasıl dönüştüreceğim? Adamın kafası çok karışıyor. Ama yeni kurulan bir mahalleye yönetmeliği değiştirerek bunu yaptığında biraz önce söylendi sopa havuç hesabı. Bunu yaptığında ben seni ödüllendireceğim. Bunu yapmadığında da ben sana eğer büyük şehirle alakalı bir vergilendirme varsa denetleyeceğim ve bunun gereğini yapacağım dediğimiz bir modele ihtiyacımız var gözüküyor. O yüzden bu bizim açımızdan çok kıymetli. Havamızla ilgili kısmı biraz önce anlattım. Doğalgazla ilgili kısmı biraz önce anlattım. Kömürden tamamen çıkmamız lazım. Yalnız bu topluluk çok nezih bir topluluk, bir şeye ihtiyacımız var. Artık Türkiye bundan sonraki COP'ta ev sahipliği yapmayı hak ediyor. Ama onun için devlet söylediği zaman olmuyor. Burada sivil toplum var, hocalarımız var, özel sektör var. Sizden istirhamım herkes kendi network'ünde. Biz ev sahipliği yapmak istiyoruz ve biz hak ediyoruz. O yüzden özellikle Batı Avrupa müşterileriniz olan, network'ünüzde tedarikçiniz olanlara biz sizi ağırlamak istiyoruz dediğiniz sizin sözünüzün ne kadar kıymetli olduğunu biliyoruz. Hepimizin burada eylem ve söylem birliğine ulaşmamız ve bunu yapmamız lazım. İnşallah sanayi odamızdan da aynı şekilde. Bu neyi başkanım diyeceksiniz? Biz şu anda tramvaydan otobüsten bisiklete geçince 1 saat içinde aktarmadan para almıyoruz. Bisiklet yolu yaptık. 100 kilometrelik 100.000 bisiklet dağıttık. Ama hala bisiklet yolunda bisikletçi göremiyoruz. Zor geliyor. Gastronomi şehrinde halbuki bisiklet tansiyonu düşürüyor, göbeği eritiyor, şekeri düşürüyor. Ama maalesef hala alışkanlık sorunumuz var. Biz de inatla bisiklet dağıtmaya devam ediyoruz. O yüzden ciddi bir rakam. Bu bisikleti de kendi sanayimiz üretiyoruz. Kendi yerli sanayicimiz üretiyor. Bu özellikle döngüsel sistemde gelinen noktada hidrojenle ilgili olan kısımda Green City'de bunu yapınca ne oldu? Ne kadar az ağaç kestiğimizi, yeşili ne kadar çok koruduğumuzu ve bunun sonunda elde ettiğimiz karı bize gösteriyor. Günün sonunda ne elde ediyoruz? Bunlar da rakamsal olarak hesaplanmış durumda. Bu yaptığımız çalışmalarla görüyorsunuz hem sularda hem suda çok ciddi bir altyapı oluşturduk. Özellikle kadınları bu işin içine çekiyoruz. Hakikaten çok akıllılar, çok küçük bir eğitimle olağanüstü sonuçlar çıkıyor ve özellikle toprağın suya buluşması ile ilgili küçük kanalları büyükşehir olarak biz yaptık. Toprak suyla buluşunca bir anda verimlilik artıyor ve özellikle şu anda haydi tarladan sofrada da en büyük sorunumuz şu anda biliyorsunuz gıda enflasyonu. Bizim sıcak iklim olunca tarladan sofraya %30 kaybımız var. Avrupa'da %10. Ama Avrupa'nın hallerinde akıllı hal sistemi var. Veriler konuşuyor ve soğuk zincir var. Şimdi Gaziantep Büyükşehir'de de 3 tane hal planladık. Soğuk zincirli, akıllı, verilerin konuşulduğu ve ürünlerin pazara gidene kadar yolda bozulmadığı, frenin azaldığı bir çalışmayı yapıyoruz. Sera çalışmamızı yaptık, tarım okulumuzu yaptık. Bunların sonunda uluslararası alanın bizi görmüş olması çok kıymetli. Marifet İltifatat abi, ya sen de güzel yapıyorsun, çok teşekkür ediyoruz dediğimiz dostlarımıza da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve Vilo Gaziantep'te de dünyada en fazla tıklamayı alıp burada da dünya derecesi yapmış bir şehir olduk. Kalkınmanın, yerelin ve sevginin, aşkın da Gaziantep'te başladığını gösteren bir çalışma oldu. Beni dinlediğiniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinizi sevgi, saygı ve huzurla selamlıyorum.
Sağ olun başkanım. Teşekkürler. Şimdi şeyi gördük. Burada Gaziantep'in Avrupa Yeşil Mutabakatı'nın bütün unsurlarını tek tek yerine getirdiğini ve altyapının hazır olduğunu görüyoruz. Zaten Avrupa Yeşil Mutabakatı 2050 yılını hedefliyor. 2050 yılına kadar öncü şehirlerin deneyimlerini edinmek isteyen diğer şehirlere de destek vereceğini söylüyor. Onları takip etmemiz lazım. Yani bütün yerel yönetimlerimize bunu duyurmamız lazım. Bütün belediye birliklerinde ve bildiğimiz belediyelerin bunu yapması lazım. Bir fon var orada. Avrupa'nın hedefi var. Bunu öncelikle yapmaya başlayan belediyeler var. Bu deneyimlerin aktarılması Avrupa Birliği Komisyonu'nun hedefi. Bu hedef doğrusunda kaynak da veriyoruz diyor. Yani ilgilenmiyorsanız, onunla ilgili ekipleri belediyelerinizde kurmuyorsanız o sizin sorununuz hale geliyor. Ama bu bir şart. Yani bunu yapmak lazım. Artık %10 indirdik, %20 indirdik şeyi. Hedef belli 2050. En kısa zamanda bunu yapıp altyapıyı hazırlamak lazım. Teşekkür ederiz başkanım. Tabii bunun için başta da söylediğim gibi Paris Anlaşması sonrası hem Birleşmiş Milletler Kalkınma Hedefleri 2030'a kadar var biliyorsunuz. Bir de bu Avrupa, bizim de parçası olduğumuz Avrupa'nın Fatih Bey'in de sabah söylediği gibi Avrupa'nın biz de entegre olarak birlikte bu hedefe daha hızlı yürüyebileceğini biliyoruz. Çünkü Türkiye'de, ben Türkiye Rüzgar Enerjisi Birliği'nin de kurucularındanım. O günden bugüne hakikaten bayağı ilerledik ve %80'ini ihraç ediyoruz rüzgar türbinleriyle ilgili parçaların İzmir'den özellikle. Ama sivil toplum paydaşlara esas alıyor Avrupa Yeşil Mutabakatı. Her şehrin, o şehirde olan paydaşların bilgi, beklenti ve taleplerini katarak, onların taahhütlerini alarak bir yol haritası, bir eylem planı ve yatırım planı çıkartmasını istiyor. 2030'a 2050'ye kadar. O da belediye başkanından böyle bir beklentisi var Avrupa Birliği'nin koordinasyon anlamında. Ama paydaşların bir araya gelmesi, onun ortamını sağlamak, onların da ilgilenmesi lazım. Teşekkür ederiz. Şimdi Fatih Bey geldiler. Size söz vereceğiz şimdi. Yani öyle 5'e 10 geçe dediler. Saat 5'e 10 geçe oldu mu? 14. Kusura bakmayın 4 dakika geç. Şimdi Fatih Bey çok önemli. Ben hayatımda eğitimim sırasında ve çalışmalarım sırasında Uluslararası Enerji Ajansı'nın uygulama anlaşmalarından çok şey öğrendim. Özellikle enerji teknoloji sistem analizi programı sabah bahsettim. Burada geliştirilmiş arkadaşlarımızın o ekipte bütün ülkelerden, OECD ülkelerinden bakanlıkların yönlendirdiği ve mühendislik ve araştırma kuruluşlarında katıldığı bir platform ve geleceğin bilgileriyle planlayıp her ülkenin enerji sistemini planlamak. Ben 92'de falan da onu bir önermiştim ilgili bakanlıklara. Sera gazı emisyonlarını azaltma stratejilerinin Türkiye'nin enerji ve ekonomi sistemlerinin etkilerinin analizi 92 yılında. Şimdi 29 sene sonra, 30 sene sonra buradayız. Gene onu yapmak lazım. Çok önemli. Ondan da söz ederseniz sevinirim. O çünkü mevcut referans enerji sisteminden mevcut durumu verili yıllarla alıp ileriye doğru bir lineer programlama, nereye gitmek istiyorsanız enerji, ekonomi, ekoloji, karar destek sistemi. Şimdi yerel yönetimlerin hepsinin buna sahip olması lazım. Buyurun söz sizde Sayın Fatih. Tabii nasıl isterseniz buyurun.
Türkçe konuşuyoruz değil mi? Çok harika. You get some translation? Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Çok teşekkür ederim öncelikle beni bu toplantıya davet ettiğiniz için Sayın Belediye Başkanım Yusuf Bey. Sizi yıllar sonra görüştük. Çok teşekkür ederim. Çok mutlu oldum. Şimdi ben belki birkaç tane genel şey söyleyebilirim bu şehirlerle ilgili. Şimdi herkes burada tartışıyor hepimiz yıllardan beri. İşte temiz enerji dönüşümü, dünyadaki çevre hedeflerine ulaşma. Şimdi eğer dünyada insanlar çevre hedeflerine ulaşmak istiyorlarsa tek bir yolu var. O da şehirleri dönüştürmek. Çünkü dünyada kullanılan enerjinin %75'i şehirlerde kullanılıyor. Bunun da çok büyük bir çoğunluğunda 1 milyonun üzerinde nüfusu olan şehirlerde kullanılıyor. Yani eğer biz dikkatimizi, çabamızı, paramızı 1 milyonun üzerinde nüfusu olan şehirlere dönüştürmeye harcarsak bu işi kotarabiliriz. Bunun için alttan gelen, şehirlerden gelen çabalar son derece önemli. Bunun için birçok kalkınma bankası, burada bir tanesi var, şehirlerdeki atılacak adımlara mali destek verme, proje destekleme konusunda son derece istekli. Ama onların istediği ne? Bankable projeleri olup olmaz. Yani proje var mı? Bu proje gerçekten bir anlam ifade ediyor mu? Gerçekten bu proje bir yandan şehirdeki insanları daha rahat, daha kolay, daha sağlıklı bir yaşama gitmesine yol açıyor mu? Verilen hizmetlerin fiyatları artmadan ama daha güzel bir hizmet sunmasına yardım ediyor mu etmiyor mu? Kıstas bu. Ve size şunu söyleyebilirim. Tabii ben rakamları bilmiyorum Türkiye'de ama yani şehir şehir. Ama muazzam bir potansiyeli var. Yani kredi alma potansiyeli var. Bunun için gerekli olan nedir? Bunun için gerekli olan önce bir şehirdeki, burada şimdi Gaziantep'ten bahsediyoruz. Bir şehirdeki bununla ilgili bir vizyon olması bir. Yani bu vizyonda nasıl bir dönüşüm olacak? Ne ulaştırmada, elektrik, enerji üretiminde, yeşil sahalar nasıl bir vizyon olacak? Bu bir. İkincisi, bu vizyona erişmek için hangi somut projeler yapılacak? Üçüncüsü, bu somut projeler için ne kadar finansman gerekiyor? Dördüncüsü, bu finansmanın ne kadarını dışarıdan gelecek krediyle, ne kadarını kendi imkanlarımızla, ne kadarını merkezi hükümetten alacağız? Bunun bir projelendirmesi lazım. Bu yapılırsa eğer inanılmaz bir şey var, fırsat var. Bunlar neler olabilir? Bunlar temiz elektrik üretiminden hidrojene, hidrojenden elektrikli ulaşımda elektriklendirmeye, buradan binalardaki yalıtım ve verimliliğin artmasına kadar bir dizi imkan var. O bakımdan ben esasında bir kez zannediyorum yaz aylarında Sayın Belediye Başkanı konuşma imkanı bulmuştum. Size çok teşekkür ediyorum Sayın Belediye Başkanım. Bu konuda böyle bir vizyona sahip olduğunuz için. Umarım bu vizyonu hayata geçirirsiniz. Eğer bizlerin de hayata geçirme konusunda size yardımımız olabilirse memnuniyetle yardımcı olmak isteriz. Teşekkür ederim.
Sağ olun Fatih Bey. Şimdi Yusuf Bey'e söz vermek istiyorum. Eski EPDK Başkanımız, şimdi de önce hidrojeni hepimiz biliyoruz, anlatacaktır ama hidrojen esas olarak karbonsuzlaştırması zor olan sektörlerde, çimentoda, çelikte, uçaklarda, gemilerde hidrojenden elde edildiğimiz sentetik yakıtlarla karbonsuzlaşmayı gerçekleştireceğiz. Onun için de 2050 çözümünde %10 hidrojen diyoruz. %25 enerjinin etkin kullanımı, %25 yenilenebilir enerji, %20 elektrifikasyon ve %20'si de işte ya fosil yakıtların karbon yakalama, gömme veya da bitkilerle fotosentezle karbondioksit çekme yapıyoruz. O %10 önemli. Ben sözü size vereyim başkanım. Buyurun.
Sözlerimi
ses çıkmıyor galiba. Biraz
yaklaşın. Sözlerime başlarken sizleri saygıyla selamlıyorum. Bu sabah ABD eski başkan yardımcısı Al Gore'un sesini mi? Sesim geliyor mu şimdi? Öyle mi? Sesim geliyor mu şimdi? Evet. Sözlerime başlarken sizleri saygıyla selamlıyorum. Bu sabah ABD eski başkan yardımcısı Al Gore'un konuşmacı olduğu bir oturuma katılmıştım. Gerçekten konuşmayı çok heyecanla izledik. Verdiği rakamlar aslında hepimizin takip ettiği, bildiği rakamlar, ancak insan dinlediği zaman tekrar bir ürküyor ve korkuyor. İlk başta 1 milyar 200 milyon kişinin iklim nedeniyle küresel ısınma nedeniyle göç etmek zorunda kalması. Son 10 yılda 3,5 trilyon dolar küresel ısınmanın dünya ekonomisine verdiği zarar. Geçen yıl sadece Kuzey Amerika'da 500 bin hektar orman yangını olmuş. Bildiğiniz gibi yine yakın geçmişte İspanya, Valencia'da 200'den fazla sel felaketinden ölümleri oldu. Yani şu ki artık küresel ısınma tartışmasız bir şekilde dünyanın geleceği için bir tehlike ve tehdit olarak somut bir şekilde ortada. Bunun kaynağını hepimiz biliyoruz. Enerjiyi fosil yakıtlardan sağlamak. Ve bunun için de dünya çözümü öneriyor. Diyor ki fosil yakıtlardan uzaklaşacağız. Bunun yerine yeşil dönüşümü gerçekleştireceğiz. Yani yenilenebilir enerji kaynaklarından enerjimizi temin edeceğiz. Bu artık kaçınılmaz bir, bütün dünya ülkelerinin uyması gereken bir gerçek ki geçen yıl zaten Fatih Birol Bey de konuşmalarını sık sık vurguluyor. Dünyanın toplam geçen yıl yapılan santrallerin kurulu gücün %87'si yenilenebilir enerji kaynaklı. Artık böyle bir yola girilmiş. Ve aslında Türkiye'de bunun çok farkında. Belki bazı konularda biz uzun yıllardır tarihsel olarak dünyadaki gelişmeleri çok geriden takip eden bir milletiz. Ancak son dönemde yenilenebilirde Türkiye'nin farkındalığı bence çok iyi bir noktada. 2001 yılında EPDK'yı kurduğumuzda, ya bundan 23 yıl evvel, Türkiye'nin toplam kurulu gücü 30 küsur bin civarındaydı. Toplam elektriksel kurulu gücümüz. Bugün sadece 31 bin megawatt güneş ve rüzgar santrallerimiz var. Tabii bu yeterli mi? Asla yeterli değil. Bunları zaten bakanlığımız yakın geçmişte açıkladı. Bunları 120 bin megawatt'a çıkarma gibi bir hedefimiz var ki aslında 10 kat daha ilerleme şansımız burada var. EPDK kuruluş sürecinde aslında yenilenebilir kaynakları Türkiye çok yakın değildi. Belki rüzgar dediğimizde şeytan işi gibi bakılıyordu. Hele güneş santralleri bir fantaziydi. Ancak özel sektöründe elektrik üretmesine çok sıcak bakılmayan bir ortamdı. Fakat bunların hepsi tamamen artık yerli yerine oturmuş durumda. Bu süreçte EPDK'dan ayrılıp emekli olduktan sonra ben tekrar enerji piyasasındaki çalışmalarımı, emeklilik hayatımda da ülkeye hizmet adına devam etmek istedim ve bu anlamda da bu yolda faaliyetler bulunmak üzere Türkiye'nin önde gelen 40 enerji şirketi bir araya geldik. Yeşil Hidrojen Üreticileri Derneği adıyla bir dernek oluşturduk. Yine burada amacımız Türkiye'nin dünyadaki gelişmeleri takip etmek yerine belki daha öncelikli adımlar atarak Türkiye'ye bir fayda sağlayabilir miyiz? Türkiye aslında yine burada konuşmacılar çok iyi biliyor, sizler de çok iyi biliyorsunuz. Bir makalede şöyle bir cümle okumuştum. Dünya ülkeleri bir arsa olsa, dünyadaki en değerli arsa enerji açısından Türkiye. Bu çok önemli bir şey. Hele yenilenebilir artık enerjinin daha trend olduğu bir dünyada Türkiye'nin önemi çok daha ortaya çıkıyor. Çünkü Türkiye enerji üreten bölgeyle tüketen bölgenin tam ortasında. Hele yenilenebilir noktadan baktığımızda Türkiye'nin rüzgar ve güneş potansiyeli yadsınamaz bir gerçek. Bu anlamda da aslında Türkiye bu yenilenebilir kaynaklarını Avrupa Birliği'nin, özellikle Almanya'nın hidrojen ihtiyacı talebiyle ortaya çıktığı bir dönemde hidrojen tedarikçisi bir ülke olabilir durumunda ve bu noktada da biz Almanya ile değişik görüşmeler yaptık. Özellikle Kuzey Ren-Westfalen eyaletinde yaptığımız ziyaretler sonucunda önümüzdeki ilkbaharda Almanya'dan önemli sayıda hidrojen alanında işbirliği yapmak, üretim yapmak üzere Türkiye'ye büyük Alman şirketleri girecek bir hidrojen zirvesi düzenleyeceğiz. Tabii ilk ziyaretimizi Hidrojen Derneği oluşturulunca Sayın Fatma Bakanımızla birlikte yaptık. Biz bu derneği oluşturduğumuzda tabii ki Türkiye'de bu vizyonu olan, bunu anlayabilecek kim var? İlk gittiğimiz Gaziantep Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Bakanımız oldu. Ve Köln ve Duisburg belediyeleri ziyaret ettiğimizde oradaki kamu taşımacılığının hidrojenle yapıldığını önemli oranda bunları gördük ve Gaziantep'te de bu projeyi uygulamak adına İTÜ, Gaziantep Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanlığı Derneğimizle birlikte bir işbirliği protokolü imzaladık ve bu alanda çalışmamız devam ediyor. Dernek olarak ikinci yaptığımız konu da Marmara OSB'de hidrojen Ar-Ge Üretim Merkezi kurulması konusunda bir işbirliğine gittik. Bunun dışında Güney Marmara Kalkınma Ajansı'yla Çanakkale bölgesindeki yolcu taşımacılığı yapan gemilerin, araçlarının hidrojenle çalışması konusunda bazı çalışmalarımız var ve bu alanda çalışmalarımızı da üyelerimizle birlikte hızla devam ettiriyoruz. Konuşmamın son vermeden önce şunu belirtmek istiyorum özellikle. Ben 25 yıl bir kamu hizmetinde bulundum. Başbakanlık, EPDK Başkanlığı, son 15 yıl üst düzey kamu yöneticisi olarak geçti. Bu süreçte ülkede tabii 9 başbakan, 13 hükümet, 400 küsur bakanla dirsek teması olan bir bürokratım. Genç yaşlarda bu görevlere geldim. Ve kamu görevlilerinin, politikacıların ülke için gösterdiği çabayı, çalışmayı yakından görme fırsatı buldum. Ve bazı seçilen insanlarımız, milletvekillerimiz, politikacılarımız her şeyi, ülke menfaatini her şeyin önüne koyarak koşturduğunu, gece gündüz çalıştığını bizzat şahit oldum. Bunların başında da Sayın Bakanımız Fatma Hanım geliyor. Kendileriyle burada olmaktan gurur duyuyorum. Bunu da söylemek isterim. Ayrıca Fatih Birol, benim EPDK Başkanı olduğum ilk süreçte Uluslararası Enerji Ajansı baş ekonomisti. Onun şu an dünya çapında enerji piyasası dediğimiz zaman bir numara olmasında da gurur duyuyoruz onunla. Türkiye'nin insan potansiyeli var. Zaten üzerinde bulunduğumuz coğrafya dünyanın en bence değerli coğrafyası. İnsanımız becerikli, zeki, yeni gelişmelere çok rahatlıkla ayak uydurabilecek noktada. O yüzden ben geleceğe ümitle bakıyorum. Önümüzdeki yıl Türkiye'de hem elektrolizör hem de yeşil hidrojen üretiminde somut gelişmeler sağlayacağımızı müjdesini veriyorum ve sizleri saygılarımla selamlıyorum.
Teşekkür ederiz Yusuf Bey, sağ olun. Şimdi EBRD'den İklim Stratejisi Uygulama Müdürü, Genel Müdürü Sayın Harry Boyd Carpenter'a söz vereceğiz. Kendisi Nisan 2021'den yana Avrupa İmar ve Kalkınma Bankası'nda İklim Stratejisi ve Uygulama Müdürü olarak görev yapıyor. Boyd Carpenter bankanın yeşil finansman oranını bankanın EBRD'nin 2025 yılına kadar yıllık yatırımların %50'sinin üzerine çıkarma taahhüdünü yerine getirme hedefi doğrultusunda EBRD'nin yeşil ekonomi ve iklim gündemlerindeki çalışmalarını koordine etmekten sonra. This is your duty to bring it to 50%. So it's a difficult job, but you need the local partners to get a loan and match and be eager to cooperate with the bank to do this. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Actually, that's what it says in the piece of paper. But my real duty is to do whatever Madam Mayor tells me what to do.
100%.
Let me first apologize that I can only speak in English, especially when I know so many of you speak my language. I promise that if you invite me back to the Turkish pavilion in COP30, I will have learned some Turkish by then. So, maybe even some Portuguese as well. So I haven't actually been to Gaziantep. It's clear after today that I don't have a choice. I must go to Gaziantep, if only for the tomatoes and the cucumbers and the strawberries that Madam Mayor talked so persuasively about. We're very proud at EBRD that Gaziantep is one of our green cities. It's a very, very important program for us. And I also want to mention as well that I know that Gaziantep sits in a region which has been very badly affected. Gaziantep meant a lot to us when you first became a green city, but it matters even more when, after this terrible tragedy in your country. So let me just say, especially because it is Friday afternoon on the 5th day of COP, everybody's getting a bit tired. Let me just make 3 quick points. One is cities are vital to climate action, as Fatih Bey explained so well. But climate action is just the entry point for a much bigger nature crisis. And when Madam Mayor talked about soil and air and water, we are polluting our air, we are degrading our soil, we are destroying biodiversity, and we are using up and polluting our water. All of these problems come together. All of them will make cities where most of us live unlivable. I was mainly saying how right you were about everything. So all of these things will make our cities unlivable. We have to address all of them. The good news is that many of the things that we can do to address climate change will also help. We can use less water. We can shift to renewable fuels and clean fuels. We can use more regenerative agriculture. But it's very important to see this not just as a climate crisis, but as a nature crisis. The second point I will make in terms of access to finance, public finance is limited. There is only so much public money, and therefore I encourage you as much as possible to use private models, to use regulation, to use public-private partnerships, and to use the private money and private innovation. And the third point I will make, third of 3, so I'll finish soon. The most important thing for access to finance is to have a plan. That's why when Madam Mayor presented all of his plans and the whole sequencing of the way that Gaziantep has approached it, it's so important. Lenders want to have an impact that goes beyond one project. They want to change the system. I say with my team at work, we're here not just to score another goal, especially against Galatasaray, but we're here to change the rules of the game. And you can only do that if you have a plan. And that's why it's so important to develop the framework and the thinking and the governance, and then the money can flow. So I promise you 3 points. I'll stop at 3 points. I would only say teşekkürler ederim.
Bir şey söyleyeceğim. Şimdi Sayın Fatih Bey'in de söylediği gibi problem nerede çıkıyorsa orada çözmek lazım. Problemden kaçmak, problemi çözmemek anlamına geliyor. Şehirler olduğu için 1 milyon veya neyse, yani nasıl kendi ilişkinizdeki sorunu çözmezseniz, teğet yaşamaya başlıyorsanız başka şeylerle uğraşıyorsunuz. Onun için çok önemli. Onu vurgulamak istedim. Buyurun.
Teşekkür ederim. Ben şimdi gideceğim. 2-3 tane şey söylemek istiyorum. Bir tanesi bir gene başladığım şehirlerle ilgili bir konu. 2 tane de son 2 konuşmacıya bir kritik yapmak istiyorum. Söyleyebilirsem. Birincisi, Türkiye COP31'e aday. Eğer adaysak ve iklim hedeflerine ulaşmak istiyorsak şehirleri dönüştürmek bence en önemli konu. Özellikle 1 milyon üzerindeki şehirleri ve imkanlar çok fazla. Eğer vizyonumuz varsa, para var, teknoloji var, bunu gerçekleştiririz. Bu bir. İkincisi, Yusuf Bey bunu söylemem lazım. Siz dediniz ki bu kadar büyük bakanla, hükümetle, başbakanla çalıştım. Ama çok önemli bir şey yaptınız. Galatasaray Yönetim Kurulu'yu yaptınız. Onu unuttunuz. Onu lütfen unutmayın. O çok önemli. Diğerleri kadar şerefli bir görev. Üçüncüsü de benim değerli arkadaşıma Antep'e gitmek istiyorum dedi. Özellikle domates ve salatalık yemek için. Valla domates ve salatalık yemek için Antep'e gitme. Orada baklava var, kebap var. Hepsini burada size şey yaparım. Ama Türkçe öğrenmen şart. Benim gitmem lazım. Teşekkür ederim.
Fatih Bey'e yolcu ediyoruz. Teşekkürler Fatih Bey. Biz devam ediyoruz. Baklava. Arkadaşlar. Evet, devam ediyoruz biz. Son sözlerinizi arkadaşlarımızın alalım. Ha, olur. Şimdi Sayın Belediye Başkanıma ve Yusuf Bey'e ve İBR'den uzman arkadaşımıza sormak istediğiniz sorular varsa lütfen söyleyin veya konuşulmasını istediğiniz şey varsa. Kim var? Yok mu hiç? Buyurun.
Sayın Başkanım, vizyoner konuşmanız için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Şimdi Avrupa Birliği'nde yeşil dönüşümle ilgili direktiflerde 2025'ten itibaren, yani 3 gün sonra diyebiliriz, neredeyse 1 ay sonra, yerinde ayrıştırma zorunluluğu geliyor. Yani biz tekstil sektörü olarak bütün kıyafetlerimizin yerinde ayrıştırılmış olarak ayırmak zorundayız. Yoksa tekstilde, ihracatta bile çok büyük sıkıntılarımız var. Ama siz şunu çok güzel ve samimi bir şekilde dile getirdiniz. Bu bir kültür işi ve ben Türkiye'de bu anlamda çok zorlanıyorum diye. Sizce biz bunu nasıl aşarız? Ben bu anlamda sizin çok yoğun kişisel çalışmalarınız olduğunu da biliyorum. Bunu da Gaziantep'te içselleştirmeye de çalışıyorsunuz ama zorluğunu da getirdiniz. Sizce neler yapmalıyız? Siz başlayacaksınız. Biz İstanbul'da bunu birazcık daha belki çalışıyoruz ama içselleştireceğiz. Orayı biraz daha açar mısınız? Çünkü direktifler geldi yani. 2025 yılında biz kaynağında ayrıştırmak zorundayız.
Şöyle, biz hemen iç yönetmeliğimizi bir değiştirmemiz gerekiyor.
Başkanım, sesiniz gelmedi.
Bir iç yönetmeliği çok hızlı değiştirmemiz gerekiyor. Biz çalışmamızı yaptık. Hemen bakanlığa gittik. Genel müdürümüzle de altyapıyı konuştuk. Ondan sonra bakanımıza gideceğiz. Bir iç yönetmelik değişikliğine kesin ihtiyaç var. Bir de bundan sonraki yeni yapılaşmada bu söylediğim kısımda zorunluluğu getirecek şekilde. Mutfak tezgahında zorunluluğu ayrı toplayıp ayrı götürecek, ayrı şekilde birini çöp tesisine götürürken öbürünü sanayinin ham maddesine götürecek taşımayı da yapacak bir yeni bir modellemeye ihtiyacımız var. Sivil toplum olarak bunu hazırladık, özel sektör olarak hazırladık. Bir iç yönetmelik değişiklik ihtiyacı var, onu da hazırladık. Bu yılın sonunda biz onun bütün çalışmasını tamamlamış oluruz. Gerisi de uygulama. Hemen yeni mahallelerden, aynen şu doğalgaz gibi, kömür yerine doğalgaza geçtiğimiz gibi oranın nasıl yeşil mahalle olduğunu, bir de onu ödüllendirmek gerekiyor. Yeşil mahalle olduğu zaman ben ondan mesela su fiyatını %20 daha az alayım. Çevre vergisini 1/4'e düşüreyim. Ona bir cazibe getirip özellikle hanımları işin içine alıp o hanımları bu alanda bizim mesela genç kart uygulamalarımız var. Kadın kart uygulamamız var. Orada onun istediği mağazadan bunu yaptığın zaman, mesela yağ ayrıştırdığın zaman benden ne istiyorsa bir mağaza var. O mağazada o puanı topladığında o hediyeyi ona veriyoruz. Böyle bir kendi içinde tek tip de değil bir çalışma altyapısını hazırladık. 2025'te başlıyoruz.
Sayın Bakanım, Dublin'de yaşıyor benim yeğenim. Haftada bir gün çöpler alınıyor ve eğer ki siz onu kaynağında ayrıştırmadıysanız günlük olay başına 700 euro cezası var.
Evet.
Yani bu kadar ciddiye alıyorlar bu işi.
Evet, aynen öyle. Almanya 50 yıldır bu işi yapıyor. Ve bizim bir an önce başlamamız lazım.
Şimdi bu tabii mevzuat olayı ilginç. Çünkü Avrupa Yeşil Mutabakatı gündeme gelince %55 indirim hedefi için bütün mevzuat Haziran 2020'den itibaren değişti. Yani şu anda bizim Haziran 2020'den itibaren olan mevzuata bakıp bütün yeni faaliyetlerimizi ona göre örgütlememiz lazım. O iyi oldu hatırlattığınız. Yani Avrupa Birliği'nin bize imtiyazlı ortaklık olun, standartınızı yükseltmeyin dediği mevzuat değil. Onun da ötesinde çıta yükselmiş durumda. Zaten Gümrük Birliği Anlaşması'nın yeniden konuşulması lazım. O zaman bir ara imzalanmış ama onu değiştirmemiz lazım. Yani imtiyazlı ortaklık değil, her yeni çalışmada en yeni standartı uygulayan, o da Haziran 2020'dir. Lütfen bütün hepimiz o standartlara bakıp yeni yapacağımız şeyleri mevcut bizim standartımıza değil, ona yapmamız lazım ama bakanlıklarımız da o standartı uygulamaya başlaması lazım. Dediğiniz gibi uygulamak zorundayız şeyde. Yani
Denetim, o da denetim.
Tabii denetim ama
evet.
uygulama, yani öyle bir standart getirilmediği zaman isteğe bağlı oluyor. Dediğiniz gibi standart gelmesi lazım ama o standartta söylediğim gibi Haziran 2020'de Fit for 55 dediğimiz %55'e uygun diye bütün mevzuatı değiştirdiler. Buyurun Yusuf Bey, size.
Aslında mevzuat derken biraz Taner Sıtkı Uyar hocamıza da bir değinmek lazım. Türkiye'de yenilenebilir enerji mevzuatının çıkarılmasında başlangıçta çok büyük emekleri var. Ben bunu söylemem gerekiyor. Atladım. O yüzden kendisine bu noktada kutluyorum ve teşekkür ediyorum.
Sağ olun. Biz meclisten o yasanın çıkmasına Hilmi Güner şeyle beraber, belediye başkanımızla beraber çok emeğimiz geçti o zaman. Sağ ol Yusuf Bey hatırlattığın için. Başka soru var mı? Buyurun efendim. Mikrofonu verir misiniz? Would you like to answer? Maybe there is a question, just a moment.
Merhabalar, ben Şeyma Kılıç.
Pardon, soru var mı arkadaşımıza yoksa?
Ben Fatma Hanım'a soracaktım.
Fatma Hanım'a. Başka uzmanımıza sormak isteyen var mı? Yok. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Çalışıyor mu?
Buyurun.
Evet.
Buyurun başkanım.
Ben çevre mühendisi yüksek lisans öğrencisiyim. İklim mühendisi olarak geldim buraya. Sormak istediğim şey hidrojen enerjisiyle çalışan otobüslerden bahsettiniz. Hidrojen enerjisi belli bir altyapı gerektiren bir enerji. Bunu altyapı problemini nasıl çözeceksiniz?
Şöyle, Tosyalı şu anda bizim biliyorsunuz İskenderun limanında Tosyalı İskenderunlu zaten kendi Osmaniye'de büyük yatırımı var demir çelikle ilgili. Onun yeşil demir çelik üretebilmesi için yeşil hidrojen üretmesi gerekiyor. Bir yıl içerisinde yeşil hidrojen kuracak tesisi kuruyor.
Anladım.
Yeşil hidrojen biliyorsunuz suyu ayrıştırıyorsunuz ve hidrojeni depoluyorsunuz. Aslında elektrikli otobüs gibi yalnızca bir full center bölümü var. Hidrojenle ayrıştığı.
Evet.
O kısmı zaten otobüs geldiği için hidrojenin depolanıp bize gelmesi lazım. Bir saatlik yol. Bir yıl sonra o yatırım yapılıyor. O yüzden biz ilerlediğimizi, yoksa hidrojen olmazsa otobüsle işe yarayacak. Ama hidrojen bir yıl içeri. O yüzden biz 20 tane hidrojenli otobüs almak için hibe programının proje aşamasını çalışıyoruz şu anda. Hidrojen geldiğinde biz mesela EBRD'den, Avrupa Birliği'nden hidrojen otobüs almak için hibe programını da onaylatmış olacağız.
Hidrojen zaten hani suyu ayrıştırıyorsunuz. Okullarda, ilkokullarda yaparlar ya elektrikte oksijen, hidrojen diye. Şimdi onun çok büyük elektrolizlerini Yusuf Bey de biliyor. Avrupa Birliği destekliyor. İşte şey açıyor, 150 konsorsiyum başvuruyor.
Yusuf Başkan söyledi, İTÜ ile çalışıyoruz akademik olarak da. Hocalar bu işin içindeler. Yeni rektörümüz TÜBİTAK Başkanı, oranın rektörü oldu. Protokolümüzü yaklaşık bir ay önce imzaladık. Bir yıl sonra inşallah bu işin ete kemiğe bürünmüş uygulamasını göreceğiz.
Bu beni heyecanlandıran bir proje oldu açıkçası. Yakından takip edeceğim.
İkisi paralel gidiyor, buluşacaklar orada. Evet.
Teşekkürler.
Başka var mı Sayın Belediye Başkanımıza sormak isteyen? Yok, çok sağ olun.
O zaman biz dinleyeceğiz.
Tabii.
Seats. Sayın konuklarımız, panelimiz başlamak üzeredir. Lütfen yerlerinizi alınız.
Share and you share. We can share. So we were going to start. Nobody's coming anymore.
Guys, there will be no announcement, so you can start.
Sorry, there will be?
You just go ahead.
Very good. Very warm welcome from my side. Thank you very much for coming here for the last panel discussion here. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's better. Thank you very much for coming. It's the last panel of the day, and I think it's one of the most exciting panels. We have a very high caliber group of panelists here. And my name is Robert van der Kerkhoff. I'm an independent advisor in the area of textiles and circularity. And in the panel, we're going to be talking today about unlocking the circular potential, the next generation of recycling technologies powered by sustainable finance. So with the panelists, and I have them introduce them, we'll talk a little bit about the critical role that the circular economy and financing have on the decarbonization, climate change, the resource depletion challenge that we have, particularly in the textiles industry. We'll discuss then also with two panelists on how the sustainable finance enable the innovation, and also a very critical point, allows for the scalability of these innovation. We will have first a round of questions that I will ask the panelists, but I also would like to encourage at the end an interactive session. So if you have any questions, whoops, so it's better, yeah. I need to keep it higher. If you have any questions, then please keep them, and we'll come back to you at the end of the session. So for the round of introduction, I'll let you introduce each other briefly yourself. Fatih, if I can ask you to introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Fatih Konukoğlu. I'm the chairman of Reenup Technologies for recycling fibers, and also Sanco holding vice president. I'm representing the industry here today for the recycling of textiles.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Guillaume Barberousse. I'm with Proparco, which is the French development finance institution. I've been working with Sanco for a few years.
Hello, my name is Stefan Seidel. I'm Senior Director Corporate Sustainability for Puma, the sports brand. So I'm representing the consumer brands.
Hi, my name is Wagner Albuquerque de Almeida. Nice meeting you. Good to be here. We also work for a long time with Sanco and also with Puma. Okay, so I'm part of IFC. I'm the global director for manufacturing, agribusiness, and forestry. And IFC, I don't know if you guys know who IFC is, but we are part of the World Bank. So it's nice to be here. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think to make sure that you all can hear us, I think we all need to keep the microphone fairly close. It's not easy. So it's all about circularity, and circularity is going to be a very critical new way of producing something in an existing value chain. I'm very proud to be here because it was actually last year that you introduced the Reenup initiative venture during the COP. So maybe you can explain a little bit about this venture, on how your industrial approach is to the circularity, and how you believe that this closed loop model that you have created is the guiding principle behind this transformative technology.
Thank you. Actually, just to give you an update on the last COP, we introduced or we announced this ReNap initiative and company in the Dubai COP because there was a huge pressure on textile industry because our waste has reached 200 million tons per year as textile industry. And we've been working on this project for many years because of our customers, demand was increasing, the waste recycled fibers was a need. And we wanted to introduce this last year to make that, to make the awareness of the industry that this fiber is going to be available in coming years. And in 2024, we've invested and we tried to close the loop because one of the major parts in this recycling is, as we were listening, the collection is one of the main problems here. We've solved this and we're working with the partners and with many brands and customers that helps us to solve this problem. And we created a closed loop system here where we can collect, sort, and then recycle and bring it back to the garment making part. This would help the industry to clean and at least have a better textiles for the future. And this was one of our major targets, and this year we've started one of the biggest recycling mills in the world, in Turkey, in Gaziantep actually, one of our biggest cities, and it has been a very successful operation, and we have some good customers also which is working on this facilities. Thank you.
Very, very big compliment. I've been in the industry for a long time, but what you have achieved in this 1 year is exemplary. And I think what you also already mentioned, this success cannot be done alone. It is dependent on partners. So before I go and talk about the financial support that you're getting, I would like to hand over to you, Stefan, because you have been, as Puma, also an absolute front runner at the brand level with a certain technology that you are pushing. So can you elaborate a little bit on as a brand retailer, communicating directly also with the customers on how do you appreciate the cooperation and why is this circularity so important for you?
Yeah, thanks. Certainly I can. So for us, we have circularity targets since 2019. And of course, the whole industry was talking a lot about circularity, and we have moved together with others in the industry towards recycling plastic bottles. So recycled PET is now a norm in our industry, at least for some brands like us. So we are at about 60% recycled PET at the moment. But if you talk about circularity, of course, recycling PET from one industry into another industry, the textile industry, that is not true circularity. It is a recycling, but it's not true circularity. And it's not solving the problem that you have highlighted at the beginning, that there is all this textile waste at one point piling up. And it's not piling up in Germany or in Turkey, it's more or less piling up in Africa, because what happens to the textiles when they get collected, the ones that are still fit for reuse, and that is a fair share, they're being shipped to Africa, they're being used there in a second life. That is good, because that prolongs their lifetime and that reduces the carbon emissions per use. But at the end, they're sitting there and there is no proper resolution for it. So at Puma, we have started our Refiber program, and we said we want to recycle textile to textile with a chemical recycling process. So we did that 3 years ago. We started commercializing 2 years ago, and this year we have several million pieces in the market, textile to textile recycled poly. So all our major football clubs like Manchester City or Borussia Dortmund, all our federations that are playing in World Cups, in Euro Cups, all of those jerseys, they are now run with textile to textile recycled polyester. But, and here comes the collaboration, if we want to scale further, and we've just announced our targets yesterday, we want to go to 100% recycled polyester by 2030, and we want to have 30% textile-to-textile recycled polyester in that 100%. If we want to scale that further, then of course we need companies like Reup and Sanco to invest big scale into recycling capabilities. And we're very happy and very lucky that is finally now happening. And we are not only talking about circularity, but we're actually creating circularity. That is polyester. Cotton is another topic. Shoes is even another topic. I'm wearing our biodegradable shoes, the Resuades today. We made 1,000 pairs. We sold 1,000 pairs. That's of course nothing compared to all the shoes we're selling globally. So there's many challenges out there, but at least now we have on the apparel side some solutions available, and that is fantastic news.
Really great. I think having a true innovative entrepreneur like Reup, like Sanco is, having then a brand that also is willing to take the lead. You're laying the foundation for this transformation in our industry. But without money, nothing works. So, Wagner, if I may ask you, why is this sector for you so important from an IFC perspective, to go from this linear business model, which was working, to now destabilize a bit the industry and go to a circular business model?
We need to circulate this, okay? So we are using already circularity here, a closed loop, okay? So we are doing right. Jokes apart, I will keep maybe to talk a little bit more about the financing maybe in the next round of conversations, okay? I think there is more space to talk there, okay? So I think there is nobody will dispute that maybe we are facing very strange times. What is strange? That we are consuming more than what the planet can really deliver to us. So we are using maybe our working capital facility, okay? So there is no more money in the bank, yes? And we are still spending, okay? So that's what we are, and that's where we are. And that's what is quite concerning. So that's why it's important for us, IFC. And by the way, it's not only for IFC, but it should be everybody should be concerned with that. It's not about IFC, it's not about one company, but it's about all of us. So if I can reflect, I put maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points, okay? The first one is really about people and planet, okay? People and planet, we cannot separate, okay? Because I cannot live on another planet, okay? And that's the only place that we have so far, okay? Maybe Musk will give us a different planet in the future, but today, they will die here, okay? There is no option for us. So also, there is some needs. And if you start, forget the people, forget the planet, but also the business needs. I think there is nothing, I think nobody can argue that if you don't do anything, the business will really suffer. We will not have enough raw materials. Yes, more circularity, guys. Okay, so we will see a lot of scarcity, and this you have price implication. We will see more climate shocks, which will put business outside of business. So there is mitigation, there is adaptation, there is so many other things, and potentially, I think this will be much more expensive than start to do circularity today. Which also comes to me is another thought is, are we really seeing the price of the things in the way they are? Or the price, this nice shirt here or the t-shirt, it's an illusion that we are seeing. So what is wrong in this system? Also, to do this transition, we need capital. Capital in different ways and formats. Huh? So we can, and also capital includes people, includes knowledge. It's not only money, yes? So it's money and about people, about delivery, capacity building. So are we ready to the challenge? That's something that we need to do it. But everything is about efficiency. Business needs to be more efficient. We consumers need also to be more realistic in the way that we consume. So it's inefficient from both sides, from the consumer side and also from the production side. And it's also about governments, yes? Because governments, without governments helping us to do the right things, sometimes we will not do it. Because my bottom line, I need to maximize my bottom line. But the government also needs to tell us what needs to be done and how to be done. If I put everything else, that's why it's difficult to talk. It's not an easy solution. It's controversial sometimes. And because you affect many different interests from many different people, which don't share the same agenda. So I shut up, I tend to speak too much, and I completely deviate from the talking points.
Completely. Completely, no, but extremely insightful. And I'll pick up on a few points that you mentioned a little bit later. Guillaume, you have been also in the world of financing very active. So the same question a little bit to you. Like circularity, why is that important for you? How do you see the industry developing further, and what are your expectations from the companies you invest in?
Is that on? Yeah. Well, I'm not going to come back, obviously, on the topics that have been discussed already. The rationale for investing in circularity, I think it's obvious from a climate point of view, from a social point of view as well. And I just want to insist on what Stefan said. For us, as a development finance institution, we see that obviously a lot of the waste is actually in the countries where we operate. So Ghana doesn't create the textile problem, but they have to manage that. So that's another very, very strong, beyond the climate impacts, that's another very strong rationale for us to kind of scratch a bit our head and work into that area. Where we can have a role, I'd like to maybe paraphrase what Wagner was saying, and referring to a discussion that I heard yesterday with Chief Sustainability Officer of Indorama and the Chief Sustainability Officer of Coca-Cola Company, actually, on another site. And the panel was the 6 secrets of circularity, right? So they were coming up with infrastructure, in particular collection of waste, innovation and technology in the recycling. One part that I kind of, if you allow me, found a bit funny coming from Coca-Cola, which is education of the consumers, but I think that's still important. And then finance, collaboration, and regulation. I think us as, again, being a financing, but also being part of, like IFC with the World Bank, us with our mother company, Agence Française de Développement, AFD, having the capacity to have the policy dialogue, also with institutions. There are 3 of those areas where we can have a role. One being finance, obviously, and probably will elaborate a bit on what type of finance. 2, also regulation. Obviously, we're not talking to the EU regulators or US regulators, but regulators also in countries to kind of translate what's going on into their own market. And obviously collaboration, because I think that's one very, very important feature of all businesses, but in particular in circularity, you need to get all the pieces of the circle right. And that requires not only linear relationship between a buyer and a supplier, but completely a loop. And it feels like there is no more upstream or downstream, because it's a loop. So there needs to be really a strong collaborative spirit there. And so on those 3 items, I think we have a role to play as DFIs.
Thank you very much. So twice we heard now the importance of the value chain. It's normally the textiles is an extremely complex and global value chain. At Sanco, you are vertically integrated, which I think is a major advantage. But still, I think also you're going to be confronted with some challenges because you're not fully circular either as Sanco. So how do you see, building on your experience, that value chain portion, the part that you are partially then fully integrated, but now you're confronted with the collecting and sorting, for instance, which is also new for you. How do you see that from a Sanco perspective?
Of course, as Sanco, we've been in textiles as a family for more than 120 years now. It's a long heritage, and we've been in textiles in a different way. I mean, always Sanco has been innovative, bringing new ideas to the market. I think this is one of the new era that we are experiencing in textile industry, that we have to put or use at least 30% or more, as our customers are putting these targets into their consumption as materials. We have to manage this as textile manufacturers. And Sanco, as textile manufacturer, is taking this responsibility, because we see that it is important that we as textile manufacturers have to solve this problem to support our brands and retailer customers. And we feel also obligated to do this. And we have the knowledge of managing and making this. And that's what happened in Sanco. Actually, we built our, research labs, like a decade ago, to do these researches. It's been a long journey to build these facilities, and it was a scouting for us from different research centers about recycling textiles, and the material needed for apparel needs has a different level of quality. There is another existing recycling segment in textiles, but that is not, most of it is not applicable to apparel needs of quality, because as we were talking about the education of the consumer, that is also a different level, because we need to educate consumers that recycled next-gen fibers are not bad. They are as good as the virgin materials, and we have to, because there's an expectation that if it's recycled, there might be some problems in it. We need to crack this, and with Reenup, actually, that's what we have done, and we have made a nice fiber from cotton, also from polyester. This is helping us to create this environment. Of course, Reenup is born into a textile manufacturing family. It was born into Sanco, so we had the knowledge of what we need, what kind of quality is needed. We all got that feedback, so it was easy for Reenup to make this happen, and faster. And of course, this is now happening. We built the facilities, and the quality is there. Of course, the pricing was also one of the main issues. We had to match and sustain the pricing of these fiber as well to reach to this 1 million ton targets. We need to make this as a volume production. As we also mentioned before, 100 million ton textiles, only 1% is being recycled today, which means, our target is nearly doubling the existing recycling capacity in coming years. And of course, with a good quality and good pricing as well.
I appreciate your humility, because when you are saying we have the experience and therefore it was logical you went into this circularity. If you look at the automotive industry, other industries, it takes newcomers to actually shake up the industry to have not that thinking. And I think what you've done is, with your legacy, that indeed you have the experience, still to come up with such an innovative solution and scaling it up, I think is very complimentary. But still, like you said, you want to double the amount of textile to textile recycling from 1% to 2%. A major challenge. So from an IFC perspective, if I look now at any new technology that is being introduced in the market, in the beginning you're not competitive with virgin materials. It's always more expensive. And then you need to scale. So you have the challenge that when you come in new, you need the money. While it's not really fully proven, it might not be fully accepted yet in the market. And then still you want to make sure that you achieve that scale. From an IFC perspective, how do you look at that challenge, certainly of where the industry is today?
Do we know about solar panels? So what was maybe 20 years ago, what was the price of the generation by solar panels? I will say that easily it will be maybe to 30 cents, to 40 cents, depending where you are, okay? Where we are today, we are below to 5 cents a kilowatt, yes. And we are going to be around 2 or below, okay? There are some markets which are already producing close to 2.7, something like that, okay? For me, that's what we are saying here. We need to make this the next solar panel, okay? And there were a lot of risks to reach where we are, okay? And there is a lot to here. I think here the complexity is a little bit different. I think here we need to think a little bit more because the level of production or the access to the raw materials is completely different and not so much concentrated like maybe you have in the other industries. But I'm just saying that this is possible to be done. IFC was part of the story on the solar panels. So we assess the risk, we know what the risk is, and that's a critical part. You need to understand what kind of risk that you are running, okay? Because if you don't understand, don't do it, because you are not taking the proper decision. But when I think about, not only about IFC, but when I think about the whole financial system, okay, I think we really need to think about, like, access to capital is not only about loans. Huh? There are other markets that we need to assess and to fill and to give access to all companies. Also, we need to think, particularly in this sector, that one size does not fit all. Okay? One approach is not good enough. It's good to lend to my friend here, okay, because he knows a lot about the sector, is a good company, well established. But what about the small companies that support your business? What about the SMEs? So we need to have different approaches to lend and to select the clients. Also, because there are risks, we need to find what is the right de-risking instruments. And that's something that we need to do this together. And for me, the right instrument is when Puma tell, okay, I will buy this production in this way. That's a good way. I have a good off-taker there on the other side, okay? So, and there's many other different ways, but we need to find ways to make the investments less risky and be ready that some things will not work. To lose in financial market is part of the game. I cannot be stupid and only lose, okay? So now, I need to sell a little bit IFC, okay? I need to, okay, we need to do some business here, okay? So when we talk about IFC, I'm talking about the loans, the normal loans, short-term and long-term, okay? That's something that we do a lot, particularly on the supply chain. On the supply chain, we were one of the first ones to create the sustainability linked pricing, yes? So we linked standards to the final pricing, to the SMEs, leveraging the beautiful risk rating that Puma has, okay? Giving the price benefit to the small ones who doesn't have access to that. That's something I need to do. We also need to use a lot of innovation. Innovation by blue bonds, green bonds, and many other bonds and loans that we can do. So we need to bring different kind of instruments to finance this industry. But again, cannot be only on the big guys, okay? We love the big guys, okay? Okay, so
we are a small company, as Rihanna.
No, I will compare you with the two small ones, okay? To the two people that collect the products in this circularity, okay? And these ones we cannot leave behind. That's what we need to bring, okay? I'm joking here with my friend because I love this guy every day, okay? But it's more about one large company or a pool of large companies. We need to use the large companies to de-risk the process. But we need to go deeper because otherwise we will not deliver in the way that we need.
No, thank you very much. And indeed, the situation is different for each company. We were just talking with Guillaume a little bit earlier. In Europe, Greater Europe, then, the 160,000 small medium enterprises in textiles. So, and many of them are very, very small. So these people will not have access to the money, but they're going to be playing a crucial role in making our industry circular. I really appreciate your elaboration on IFC, but Guillaume, can I then pass the challenge on to you? We heard about some of the different tools, maybe you have also different tools. At the same time, what are some of the criteria, for instance, that you look at on which companies you would loan your money to and which you don't?
Yes. Do you want me to sell IFC as well, or? No, but I would like to. I didn't know that Reunup was for sale, but no. Just to complement what Wagner said, just to give you an illustration, not necessarily in the circularity, but still in the kind of the same textile industry, taking just a step aside on more sustainability as a broader aspect, not only circularity, but indeed what we need to do and what we can do is actually reach out to the smaller companies so that it creates a system, an environment, and that's something we can do not only by providing finance ourselves, because there's only so much small loans that we can do, but to work with the local ecosystems. And the local banks generally, they also kind of see the risk of going into the small, and the risk and the cost of going into the smaller players. They don't necessarily also want to take the technology risk or kind of the new type of investment risk. And so the way we can work is for us to enter into play with local banks. So just to give you an illustration, a program that we did together with our mother company, again AFD, a few years ago in Bangladesh, there was kind of a comprehensive approach to the textile industry, where AFD would lend $300 million to the sovereign, to the Bangladesh state, a policy loan with dialogue on the evolution of the environmental regulation applying to textile industry and fostering the uptake of, for example, wastewater treatment and the need for the plants to invest in wastewater treatment, which is quite a big issue, and pollution reduction. So that's why I said it's not circularity, but it's just similar in thinking. So AFD was providing that funding for the government to give that regulatory impetus and also technical support to implement it. Together with that financing to the sovereign, there was also a loan from Proparco to Bangladesh banks for them to on-lend to smaller companies. Together with that loan coming also technical support for the bank, so that the bank also gets used to how they view that investments, how they view those new developments, and funding for the smaller scale company. And then for the slightly larger companies making more advanced investments, then we can also lend directly to the SQ groups, for example, that are active there. So that's a whole offer that we need to come up to, not necessarily within one institution, through collaboration as funders as well, but trying to work at the same time in the different parts of the market. Again, promoting improvement or advancements in the regulatory environment, working with direct finance and different form of financing, also taking more risks than what the local banks can do, but directly financing ourselves, probably the larger players, and also supporting the local financial ecosystem to engage more actively in that journey of financing the smaller partners in the value chain for them to invest in sustainability, or for that matter in circularity.
That was very, very good, and indeed, I think also you have to be close to the market when you're talking about the small medium enterprises. So your way of financing local banks, educating and training them, I think it's very good. But when you're talking about education, I would like to come back to a point that Fatih made earlier about the consumer, the importance of it. Now, I think as a brand, you are very close to the consumer. We heard a little bit maybe the concern about consumers not wanting to have recycled materials, things like that. At the same time, you're talking about, in the beginning at least, having a higher cost. How do you as a brand handle these challenges? On one side, educating the consumer, or maybe just purposely not. At the same time, how do you pass on the higher cost? How do you manage that?
So I'm in this sustainability business in the fashion and apparel and footwear industry since 24 years. And since 24 years we're discussing, is the consumer willing to pay or not? The answer is no. The consumer is not willing to pay. The consumer is, there's maybe in Central Europe and you know some other markets, there's maybe 3% to 5% of consumers who are willing to pay more. But the reality is they will not buy Puma, they will buy some niche brand which have sustainability as their market differentiator. Yeah. The normal consumer is not willing to pay more. So what does it mean for us as a company? We need to get it cost neutral. We need to have more sustainable materials, circular materials, either cost neutral or close to cost neutral. If those materials cost double, triple, 4 times the price, it's not going to fly. And you've seen this with organic cotton. When I started, there was less than 1% organic cotton in the market, and 24 years later, there's still less than 1% organic cotton in the market. And why is it? Because by definition, organic cotton is more expensive than conventional cotton. So that is a reality. What we can do as a brand, we can, of course, take some initial investment. We can support, like we have done with the Refiber program. We can invest in research. You know, we can invest, if we switch maybe now to climate change and, you know, renewable energy, we can invest like a feasibility study for switching a coal boiler to a renewable energy boiler. But the feasibility study, that we can invest as a brand. We cannot invest in the boiler. That is the company, that is the manufacturing company. We cannot invest in what Sanco is doing. You know, that is their business. We can say, yes, if you provide that material, that recycled material, we will buy it. We will buy it maybe slightly higher price. Hopefully not, but maybe slightly higher price, right? but in the long run, of course, and we can say we prefer that material over the other material. That's what we can do. And then, of course, you also have the regulator. And if you look at circularity, and if we look at what the EU at the moment is doing, and all those regulations in the pipeline, there's 2 elements to that. If I can spend another, 1 minute. The first element is you cannot talk to the consumer at the moment about sustainable product. It's not allowed. The EU has basically put a halt to that, willingly or not willingly. So the regulation has become so strict that most brands have decided not to communicate anymore. That is a bit of a sad story, and we hope this will change as the regulations are being implemented and certain certifications are being implemented. Yeah? So that is one element, and the second element is that also the EU is working on things like the digital product passport, where maybe we think that in the future we will have to declare on a product level what is the percentage of recycled content in that product. And that can be a total game changer. Yeah? That would be a total game changer, because then we're competing, and we have our friend from Adidas there, Diego. We're competing, not only on the best, players, but also competing on the recycled content. No? And then the next step could be, of course, from a regulator perspective, once you know what is the recycled content in a product, you could also say we set a minimum requirement. If you want to sell something, it has to be at least 20% recycled content, for example. So I think the regulation will kick in. We're already seeing elements of it on both sides.
No, exactly, and I think we need to come back to regulation, but let me come back to a point you made earlier. So people are not willing to pay for it. It is going to be more expensive. So Fatih, that puts a lot of pressure on you, right? Because you need to really look at a very efficient process, all the way from feedstock to delivering the final product then to partners like Puma. So how do you deal with that?
I mean, the solution is here to scale. To scale, there are, technical, steps that we need to handle, and we need to go through the waste coming in the textiles. There are prints, dyes, all sorts of coated textiles. It's a big, mix of materials that are in the waste of textiles. And we need to create a model that can consume most of this waste, differentiated wastes. And Rienap is actually one of the industries that has cracked this formula. We can consume both PET waste and cotton waste and turn them back into virgin materials or virgin-like materials. In cotton, we turn it back to cotton, recycled fiber, which we call it next gen, because this fiber is also colorless. We clean the color of the cotton as well. It's nice fiber, it is clear from cotton, dyes as well. The same thing happens in the polyester part, and polyester is again cleaned from its colors and then recycled into PET chips. And that's what is the products of Rienap. The scaling is the key here. Of course, this will also help small customers or small manufacturers in textiles for them to be able to achieve a sustainable producer. Raw materials, one of the key points for them. If we can supply those textile manufacturers these materials, they can survive in a sustainable way. Of course, there is other parts of this into like regulations, government rules, authorities needs to move on that as well, because once the fibers are available, we need to enforce the consumer to use or to buy those products as well. We need to put the rules and regulations parallel to these industries. Otherwise, of course, we have a cost burden, but we can manage that for the future. We can make it happen because as Sanko, we are also yarn and fabric manufacturers. We understand the meaning of costing, and that's how we designed our, take Rienap engineering into this formula as well. We were very cautious on our innovation in pricing, and we try to do our best to match the costing properly, and that helps. But of course, as a final support, again, we will still need financial support in the financial world that to scale this, we have a huge homework. There's still 99 million tons of textiles needs to be recycled. Okay, we can put our efforts, we can take the risks, but we need support from the financial industry to build this, because this is out of our, it's a huge waste that we didn't solve for many, many years. And we have to catch up maybe the last 60 years within next 5 years to solve this problem. And that's why we need the financial support there, and hope you will not be, I mean, you will be as you have done. Of course, I'm not complaining here because they are already supporting us, and although we are big guys, you still support. Thank you. And thank you very much for listening as well, and this was a great moment for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So, on the timing side, we still have time? We still have time?
Yes, I have just more.
No, but I mean, I think if we have a little bit of time, I would like to come back to one point, because I heard it now a few times. Financing, I think, very important. We talked about the consumer, very clear message. The role of the government. Government/legislation. You mentioned now the digital product passport. It's a European initiative. EU taxonomy, a European initiative. One of the biggest consumer markets is US, China, different legislation, different levels. So maybe coming back then to the financial institutions, how important is for you the role of policy, legislation, setting the standards, maybe at a different pace around the world, because you're a global financial institution? Is that helping you, or is that bothering you?
I have one question, okay? How possible recycled fiber is such more expensive than a new polyester fiber, okay? How possible? Should be okay. Okay, there is a process, there is a different, but how possible? And then this comes back to me is, are we really seeing the price in the way that we should be seeing? So why one side is so cheap? It's only about efficiency, it's only about scale, or there is something else? What I mean with that, are we seeing any subsidies that should not be there and should be maybe put in other places? That's something, yes. Also, are we really seeing the price of my nice suit here? Does it include emissions? Does it include the good practice or the bad labor? It's cheap because people are doing in the wrong way, and this one is expensive because they are doing the wrong in the right way. And I think government plays a role. Okay. Also, governments play a role, or what is the availability of funds that the market should make available? So if I want to go for financing mortgage, most of the governments, okay, we need to X percent of money of the savings account should be directly to mortgage, yes? So they have a role. Yes? So they can make their life easier or difficult. But I think we need to work with the governments to do the right things. Because what we are talking about here is not only about the damage on the climate, emissions, but also we're talking about jobs. Huh? So, and that's why I said, okay, capital is not only about money, but it's about people. And if this recycling business is really prosper, we are creating very different kind of jobs. It's new technology, new people, new skills, different professionals that does not exist in principle today. Okay, this is also something that the government can help and can facilitate. So it's very sad to hear that people will not talk about more sustainability, but we should be talking more about sustainability. We should, to not talk is a missed opportunity. Because what is missing is also something that the government can help, is to say exactly what we are buying. Because what is happening, okay, this is a sustainable product, but it's not at all. So we're talking about greenwashing. Yes, there is a lot of washings that sometimes we don't know. So also that's the work that the government can help us to do different. So government, for me, they are not a problem, they are part of the solutions. And we need to trust the governments, and we need to help the governments also to see from our side, from the private sector side, what is needed. But this conversation sometimes is difficult because there is a mistrust in the conversation, okay? From the private sector and also in the public sector. I think we need to bridge this gap. As usual, I spoke too much and outside of the script.
No, I think very clear, but Stefan, from your side, government.
So today we spoke to delegation from China, so members of the Chinese government, more or less, and member of the Pakistani government. So we are talking to government, no? We did that under the umbrella of the Fashion Industry Charter for Climate Action, where our industry came together under the umbrella of UNFCCC and said we want to decarbonize this industry. We have set some very ambitious targets, and we also realized we cannot hit those targets, especially in the Scope 3 in the supply chain, without government support. Because if our manufacturers in Turkey, but also in other countries, in Bangladesh, etc., if they don't get the right political framework condition, for example, to invest in renewable energy or to be able to use renewable energy, then it's not going to happen. So governments are indeed part of the solution, and EU has been very active on the regulatory side. I mean, for many years they have been not active in our industry. Now they are maybe a bit hyperactive. You can question, the efficiency of that, but yes, of course, we need them, no?
So, Fatih, from an entrepreneurial perspective, how do you see the role of the government and legislation?
We see, when we talk with the, authorities, they're in need of help. They're also, they need from us to bring solutions. If we have the solutions, I think legislations will follow. Without solutions, they're having tough times because they cannot take decisions if the product is not available. Once we are available, I think they will follow the process. And we have always been aligned in Europe, also in Turkey. We've been very aligned with the authorities. When we bring the solution, we have been supported.
No, indeed, it's true. As a politician, you don't want to hurt the consumer, so solutions need to be available. And Guillaume, then from your side, because the French government is extremely advanced, if I may use that word, not to be negative on legislation, irritating is probably a better word, irritating on legislation. No, but you have refashion, you have an EPR scheme already, so how do you look at this?
Well, obviously, and then coming back to what Stefan said, I guess that part of the fashion industry pledge is also, to a certain extent, a result of the regulatory changes in some of the biggest markets. And so, where probably now there's a stronger willingness or interest from the international buyers, from the brands, to actually go a bit deeper in understanding the value chain, understanding the supply chain, and to create also transparency, loyalty, also increased visibility in the supply chain. And there, for us, then the interest is also the normative power, to a certain extent, of the brands. And so for us, it's also time now to turn to you to say what it is that we can do to help you achieve that. No, so not only, government, they started, and probably the regulation is giving that impetus, but now it's for the companies and the large companies, the large buyers, to convey through the power that they have those regulatory stimulus. And we have a role to play as DFIs, because for the part of the supply chain that is in developing markets or in emerging markets, then there's a role we can play to make that link between what is being requested by the buyers and what is being financeable in the local market. Right. And there we can provide that.
Well, thank you very much, very insightful. As we're coming to the end of this session, I would like to give the opportunity to the room if you have any questions that you would like to ask in general to the panel or to a specific panel member.